Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is, wherever you are. Welcome, everyone, to Kpnl's Old Time Radio Sunday. Brought to you courtesy of Antioch Broadcasting Network. And going into the program here, already in progress from Antioch. Let's see, coming up. Yeah, I can't make heads or tails out of their schedule, so it is what it is. Looks like we got Let George Do It with the Four-Sided Triangle up next from that May Be Playing Now, and then Philip Marlowe, Private Eye. The episode is The Deep Shadow, coming up right after that. Anyway, stay tuned for some old-time radio. Here we go.
If he got it in time.
Oh, that big, crazy, stubborn
Well,
loon.
that's what your boyfriend calls getting evidence that'll stand up in court. He just naturally likes to do things the hard way.
You must forgive me, Lieutenant Riley. This has been a great shock. Mr. Marby was my husband's best friend.
Yes. Just when did he leave? What time was it?
Oh, hours ago. About 10:30. You see, he was feeling rather, gay. We felt that if he was going to drive, he oughtn't overdo it.
Even so, I suggested that he stay over. Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah. Well, like they say, liquor and gasoline don't mix. I guess it'll be the same routine report. Do you mind if I sit down?
No. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Sometimes I wish we'd make some of these fool drivers take a look at what we saw when we found Marby down in the canyon. Believe me, make them think he wasn't a pretty sight.
Lieutenant, please stop it.
Now, Julia, we know you're upset, but this isn't going to help any.
Nothing's going to now help.
Marby!
Hello.
No!
Julia.
No! Don't come near me! We killed you, didn't we, Charles? We killed him!
Shut up!
Just like we did Ken. We're only imagining this. Everything's going to turn out all right. Tomorrow we're going to laugh and be happy. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way.
That's it, Lieutenant.
Hey, say, Valentine, were you serious about the way you wanted me to dedicate my next book?
I certainly was serious about the way you dedicate your next book. Sure was, Mr. Marby. To Mr. and Mrs. George Valentine.
Mr. Darling.
So you just let us know, Marby, and we'll make a special trip down to City Hall the very day your book comes off the press.
Oh, golly. I just don't believe it.
I like your other suggestion, too. Be more commercial. Aim for the book club. Something 800-900 pages. Of course, it'll take years before I get it to my publisher, but it may be worth it.
Oh, years, huh? Oh, why doesn't one of these build-ups ever pay off for me? Oh, maybe I just don't live right.
The return of spring means, for most folks, for another house cleaning. It's the time. And speaking of things attended to at regular intervals, how long has it been since your car's oil has been changed? You know, for the life of your car's engine, nothing is more important than a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM motor oil at regular intervals. Like any other piece of equipment used daily, your car's engine is bound to accumulate a certain amount of harmful contaminating material. RPM motor oil was compounded to take care of these troublemakers, to keep them from building upon interior engine parts during the oil service period. When the oil is changed, this harmful material is drained out. That's how compounded RPM keeps your engine clean mile after. And that's not a mile. Oh. RPM also protects hot spots left for air and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. It stops corrosion and rust-proofs as it lubricates. Why not see about that oil drain and refill tomorrow? And for protection you trust, be sure you refill with RPM motor oil's choice in the West. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, we'll pick up George Valentine in Mexico, in a house as mysterious and sinister as its name, Casa Diablo.
George, if Bixby had somebody in this house to see that none of us left here alive, whoever it is must have turned on him. You know, like Frankenstein turning on his... George, you're not even listening to me.
Angel, if there's a girl around grammar school here, I think I'm going to enroll in the kindergarten.
Huh?
We're right down to the oldest outdoor sport in the world, Brooksy. The hunter and the hunted.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Barton Yarborough as Marby, Doreen Tuttle as Julia, William Woodson as Charles, and Mark Lawrence as Ferris. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Let George Do It, which originally aired Monday, March 21st, 1949, 72 years ago today. Here's an episode of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe Detective. This episode originally aired Tuesday, March 21st, 1950, 71 years ago today.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison or the grave. This time a bride-to-be, a corpse in a plush bungalow, and a southern drawl behind a gun all had one thing in common. They moved through the same deep shadow. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Deep Shadow.
Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, my name is Harbury Kettering, and I'm to be married in 4 hours at 9 sharp.
Well, congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy.
But my bride is gone. Disappeared. I need your help.
Now, look, if you've been left waiting at the altar, I can't...
No, it's nothing like that. She's in trouble, Mr. Marlowe, I'm sure.
Oh?
Shirley loves me. Now, I'll pay anything you say, 200, 300, anything. Only get out here fast.
Wait a minute, where is...
Please.
What's here?
3840 Sunswept Drive. It's in Studio City, just across the hills from Hollywood.
3840.
Take Laurel Canyon.
Well, now, look, Mr. Kettering,
Please, Mr. Marlowe, please.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kettering, I'll see you. The address he gave me turned out to be a healthy chunk of old Spain. A whitewashed house that spread out for at least 100 yards under a pink-tiled roof. As admitted by a butler with owl eyes, no shoulders, bay window, a small window, and we played Follow the Leader over cool marble, ankle-deep Persian rug and inlaid Philippine mahogany. Finally, I was ushered into the ballroom, which was big enough for a highlight match. It was decked out for a wedding, from the champagne buckets and dead-over-ice lobsters to a pink rose-covered canopy at the center. And in the middle of it all, chain smoking while he worried, was my new client, Harvey Kettering.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, I'm afraid there isn't a moment to lose, so I'd better tell you what I know quickly. But let's step outside on the patio.
All right, Mr. Kettering.
Mr. Marlowe, last night, Shirley and I
What's
went
the
to
full name, Mr. Kettering?
Doyle, Shirley Doyle. Oh, yes, here. Here's a snapshot of he's 25, blonde, and as you can see, Mr. Marlowe, very attractive.
You're so right. You started to tell me about last night.
Oh, yes. We were out together at a nightclub, the Blue Chip.
On Ventura Boulevard?
Oh, yes. Now, we'd never been there before. I think that's where it started.
What do you mean, started?
Well, when we were leaving the place about midnight, I called a cab. I was just giving the driver Shirley's home address, the Moore Park Court Apartments, when suddenly she told me to get in and start at once.
You know
the driver...
Why?
No, I thought perhaps she'd seen somebody coming from the club. But when I asked her about it, she said it was just her nerves, since tomorrow is her wedding day.
I see.
Then today she was supposed to call, but she didn't. At 2, I called her.
Talk to her?
No, she was gone. But I talked to the daymaid. She said when she arrived, she brought in a note that had been left outside Shirley's door. There's one of those leave-a-message pads in a box on her porch rail. She said it seemed to upset Shirley terribly. Mr. Marlowe, what are we going to do?
Well, now, look, have you been over there to Shirley?
No, I have.
His place? Got a key?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Kettering, you have the key, so let's go.
But, what shall I do about the guests, the
Nothing right now. We may be lucky.
There are only 3 rooms, Mr. Marlowe. What do you suggest we do?
Well, look for that. First, let's look. She may have left it here somewhere. Oh, you try the bedroom. I'll start with the wastebasket. Full of papers.
All right. Just as you say, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, sure. Endicott Clinic. Ross 21. Say, Kettering, what is Shirley do for...
She was a receptionist, Mr. Marlowe, at a medical clinic on Rossmore.
Well, that figures.
Mr. Marlowe.
What?
Mr. Marlowe, I found it. The note the maid spoke of, it's the same paper written with a soft pencil like the one attached to that box outside. It was on her dresser.
Now, give it here. Let's see it. Dear Shirley Doyle, guess who I ran into last night? Francis Dragato. Suggest you meet me at the corner of Ventura and Woodsett Boulevard at 10:30. Not signed, huh?
Is Francis spelled with an E?
Yeah, the girl's name.
I've never heard Shirley mention any Francis Dragato. And a public street corner wouldn't be much of a place to choose after check 5 people met, would it, Mr. Marlowe?
No, I suppose not.
Mr. Marlowe, what have you got? What is it?
Oh, a page torn out of the classified directory, a listing of theatrical agencies. Line through by pencil from A down to C.
Well, the last one crossed out is Capital Artist.
Yeah, that makes Drake Talent Agency next.
Well, she never had anything to do with show business, Mr. Marlowe. What do you think it means?
I don't know.
You going to check with the Drake Agency?
No, my first stop's going to be where you were last night, the Blue Chip. I know the owner, Eddie Shaft, and Eddie knows an awful lot, including things that aren't always exactly his business. May be able to help us if he wants to.
Shall I come along, Mr. Marlowe?
No, you go home, Kettering. I'll try to deliver your bride before 9.
All right. Shall I pay you now?
Now we'll let it go COD. I haven't the slightest idea what I'm going to run into. The snapshot of Shirley Doyle my client had given me reminded me of the kid you went to school with. You know, she had the kind of well-scrubbed look you knew was quick to smile, but I knew that she could be in a lot of trouble if she was tied in at all with the dapper Eddie Shaft. After dark, the Blue Chip was one of those cozy, light, soft, thick, melting out kind of places. Made you forget all about the stiff prices for limp food. But now, at a little better than 5 noon in the afternoon, under wide-eyed, unblinking work lights, it had all the cushion come hither of a union hall. In one corner, a skinny musician with a golf ball complexion was working over a clarinet, while in the middle of a dance floor with no more diameter than the hole in a candy lifesaver, a girl was standing on a piano stool. She was smoking and looking straight ahead at nothing. Her red shingled hair, promise of a nose, and plunged neckline tagged her as the singer on the posters outside. One Miss Corky, Netherlands.
The place is closed, soldier.
Glad you told me. Never would have known.
Never mind the routine, soldier. Just come to the point. What do you want?
Just a few words with the boss. Eddie around?
No. No, he's
No.
not.
How about his bungalow in Coldwater Canyon?
You mean it hasn't hit the papers yet?
What's the connection between Eddie and the headlines?
Soldier, Eddie was stabbed to death sometime this morning.
You gotta be kidding.
Sometime between 9 and 11, the cops say. Well, so long,
Hey, wait a minute, Corky. You have any idea who did it?
No. Except that maybe it was a dame.
Any description on it?
The law isn't gabby about things, soldier, believe me. If you don't, try Eddie's bungalow yourself and find out.
Hustle up, will you? Oh, yeah, and Mooney, don't forget to have that fingerprint crew go over his other car on that back porch rail.
Okay, Lieutenant. Hey, can they start the body downtown now?
Yeah, I guess so. We're not going to get any smarter staring at it.
Hi, Matthews.
Huh? Oh, hello, Phil. What brings you up here?
Curiosity, I was in the neighborhood. What's the setup? I hear it's supposed to be a woman.
Could be. What are you here? Where's?
Singer over at the Blue Chip, Corky, Netherlands.
Oh, her. Yeah, well, she's clear. She
Yeah?
was home right up until noon, and she can prove it.
Mm-hmm.
This happened a little before noon, an hour or so. But it was a woman, all right.
What makes you so sure?
Oh, Phil, fresh lipstick on a glass and a cigarette, a kitchen knife for a murder weapon, etc.
No.
Also, some long-nosed neighbor saw a girl. Said she was young, maybe blonde. She wasn't sure. Saw her run out of here a little after 11 this morning.
Mm-hmm. All this adds up to somebody in particular, huh?
Well, it should, Phil. Norma Mayetta. Norma Mayetta is her name. She was Eddie's dearest, you see. It should add, but it doesn't. She left town last night for Chicago in the 1 a.m. plane. We checked it. Of course, Eddie Shaft went with a lot of girls.
Excuse me,
That's so
Lieutenant.
right.
We just got hold of that night cashier over at the Blue Chip.
Yeah, what do you say, Mooney?
Shaft took $50,000 in small bills out of the office safe last night.
Oh, what time?
About 2 a.m. Had it in a large Kpnl envelope.
Yeah, nothing even close to manila envelopes turned up here, has it?
No, Lieutenant, but that gives us another angle to shoot at.
All right, Mooney, pass the word to the boys.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Look, Marlowe, just a passing thought.
What?
You sure you're just curious? You sure you don't want to play 1 and 1 makes 2 with me?
Yeah, I'm sure, Lieutenant. Well, look, I'll see you. I'll give you a call if I... Huh?
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look, I know all about your professional ethics, relations between client and private detective. We
Yeah.
won't go into that. We're going to go into something else very briefly, Phil. The law on many points is quite clear, Marlowe.
Clear like what, Matthews?
Clear like the status of an accessory before or after the fact in a murder case. Being and abetting like aiding a criminal. Like a lot of things you know all about, Phil. Keep them in mind, will you?
Okay, Matthews. Yeah, I'll see you. Since the lieutenant hadn't mentioned Francis Dragato, I didn't see why I should. All of which made it a good time for me to cross my fingers and check the name which had been on deck on the list in Shirley's apartment. The Drake Talent Agency. The place, which was on Sunset Strip, was strictly coy colonial, from a miniature Mount Vernon front to an oversized mirror-polished brass knocker on the front door that said my tie was crooked. And I was sure that the gentleman who answered the door noticed it. It was impeccable. In cocoa brown gabardine, white high-at-the-throat tab shirt, and also cocoa brown silk tie. And at the bottom there were thick-soled cordovans with leather laces. At the top, a crew cut over jet black horn rims. He took the glasses off, and long, soft fingers toyed with one stem while he talked.
Yes, sir?
My name is Philip Marlowe. I'd like to talk to Mr. Drake.
I'm Mr. Drake.
Oh?
What was it you wanted, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. Hey, you see, Hey, Drake, this picture here is Corky, Netherlands, right?
The third one over, yes. She's a client of ours. But this picture isn't what you came to talk about, is it,
Home,
Mr. Marlowe?
What dress?
I beg your
Come
pardon.
on, quick. It's important.
And confidential. This isn't a Lonely
Skip
Hearts
it.
Club, Mr. Marlowe.
I was playing a long shot when I knocked on your door, Drake, but now it's paid off, so tell me. Any stranger called for Corky's address
I don't know.
today?
And the secretary's already here, Mr. Marlowe. Look, what's this all about?
Murder, Mr. Drake.
Murder?
A messy one. Now, do you give me the address, or do I start after it myself?
Well, I don't know.
Come on, answer up, Drake.
The Towers, an apartment hotel on Ivar.
Now, one last thing. Don't call her after I leave unless you want to be up to your hand-stitched lapels and cops.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, you might think that after several years with Gracie Ellen, George Burns had seen everything, done everything, been everything. But this Wednesday night, you'll find George in a brand new role, that of a Florodora girl, with costume and complications by Gracie Ellen. The Burns and Allen Show is heard every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations, along with the Bing Crosby Show and the Groucho Marx program. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Deep Shadow.
I left the glossy Mr. Drake and his glossy little agency with his mouth hanging open and drove down to Hollywood Boulevard Drive up the hill down from there to a 5-story air-conditioned monolith with Venetian blinds called the Towers, which offered about as much sanctuary as the Yankee Stadium. I parked heading downhill and walked in, buzzing green across the silver lobby drilled pink with pale curtains and blasé women, to the elevator and rode up to the 3rd floor. Corky's apartment was the Netherlands of 4th down the hall to the right, and quiet, but the door was ajar 2 inches. So I rapped hard enough to swing it all the way open. The answer sounded like a cry for help from the bottom of a well. When it came again, I went in, and it took me a few seconds to realize that the noise was coming from a closet. When I got it open, Corky Netherlands reeled out, looking like she'd been through a threshing machine.
She was here. She was after the money.
Who was after what money, Corky? Who?
I didn't know her, but she... There she is.
Shirley! Miss Doyle! Wait a minute! It was Shirley Doyle. She'd been hiding inside near the door. I grabbed a handy oversized ashtray and let it fly at us, then beat it. I made it to the hall just as the elevator door closed, so I took the stairs and raced it down to the lobby. I got out on the street in time to see Shirley with a large manila envelope in one hand pile into a sleek new Hudson and take off. I ran to my car to follow her, but that was as far as I got. I was stopped cold by a nasty little gun in the hands of a southern accent behind a pair of strictly Hollywood dark glasses.
Be a good boy, honey.
Now look,
Hold
sister, who do you think you are? What are you...
I'll ask the questions if you don't mind. Why are you in such a fuss over the girl who just made off there?
I was trying to get her out of a jam, believe it or not.
Well, now, isn't that the darndest coincidence you ever saw? So am I. Only you want to catch her, and I want her to get away. But I guess that's life, isn't it, honey?
Yeah, in the raw.
You said it. We got big business together, her and me. And it sure don't include you.
Just a minute. This ad's like you could be Francis Dragato.
Francis who?
Dragato.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, that name's much too fancy for the likes of me, honey. I reckon we can break it up now. So why don't you just give me the keys there in your hand?
My keys?
Come on, give.
Yeah, well...
That's a good boy. Now, don't be silly. Try and don't fret, honey. I'll leave your car 2 or 3 blocks down the street here. Look, maybe you ought to go back upstairs and console little sugar child up there. Maybe take her to a movie or something. You know, to cool her off.
Well, that's a nice, fresh thought.
I'm loaded with them.
Yeah, you're
Try
loaded.
me again sometime. So long.
Dames. Someday I'm going to get a case where there's no dames connected. Either directly or indirectly. Parking my car 3 blocks away, that's fine. Just fine. Hey, going up.
Flower, please, sir.
3.
Did you catch her, Marlowe? Did you get her?
No, she got away. Which leaves you and me, Corky, to make cozy conversation about that mention of dough you slipped on when I let you out of the closet. Come on back in the room, honey.
What money?
Now, look, you worked for Eddie Shaft as a singer in his club, but what else was Eddie to you beside boss?
Just a minute. I don't see what business that is of yours.
It's easy. He was murdered.
The cops have already talked to me, soldier. I'm clean.
Those negotiations can be reopened at any time. But one thing, you forgot to tell them anything about dough, and yet they're very interested in 50,000 missing bucks. That 50 grand was right here in the apartment, wasn't it?
Well, you can't blame a girl for trying, Marlowe.
No, not unless she tries too hard. Now, what does the name Francis Dragato mean to you?
Francis Dragato?
Okay, skip it. Where'd you get the dough?
Eddie gave it to me to keep for him.
Why you? I thought Norma Maeda had the inside track with Eddie.
Not after he fell in love with me.
Oh, no, that's not good enough, baby. There was a double cross. Where was it? Now, look, Corky, you might as well get it, huh? Be smart about it.
All right, I didn't kill him. But if you can get that dough back for me, I'll split it with you. Right down the middle.
I'm listening.
That club of his is dying on its feet. The blue chip's going broke. Eddie and Norma Maeda raised $50,000 to keep it going. Ready to get out Eddie to suck him under. He got rid of Norma by sending her to Chicago in a trumped-up deal. And he put all that cash in one lump and gave it to me to hold. We were going to run out together.
Only somebody got to him, nailed him, and that left you holding the bag with 50 grand in it. That's nice. Except then a girl who belongs in this mess like a great-grandmother belongs in a high hurdle race stepped in and took it away from you. With the help of a southern accent and dark glasses. Friend of
What do you call it?
at homicide.
Why, you...
Sit down and shut up. So far you've been lucky, Corky. Don't push it.
Dan Matthews, homicide.
Marlowe Matthews, listen, on that Eddie Shaft case.
Yeah, what about
I got a couple of things you might be of help to you. Now, look, item 1. That missing 50 grand is being sought after by a southern accent and dark glasses.
A woman?
Yeah, and she pulled a gun on me. Item 2. The name Francis Dragato, it ties in. D-R-A-G-O-T-T-O. Ring any bells?
Dragato.
That's what I said.
Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I
What?
remember, yeah. Yeah, but it's nothing, Marlowe. It's ancient history. Dragato I knew was a third-rate burglar, shot and killed resisting arrest down the Sandbar district about 5 years ago. Way back when I was a prowl car sergeant. What about this? Look,
Tell me,
Southern
Dragato have a wife?
No, I think there was a daughter around.
Name
though.
Francis?
I don't remember that good, Marlowe. Look, what is this Dragato business anyway?
Well, so far it's a hunch.
That's what I thought. Climb off of it and get down to facts, will you? Who's the dame after that Eddie Shaft money? Where did you run into her?
I lost her on Ivar.
That's not what I asked you.
It's not what you asked, but anything. I know that else would be a breach of my client's confidence.
All right, look, Marlowe, I'm real serious. I'm going to give you just 1 hour to notify your client and get down here and spill. After that, I'm putting out a call to have you picked up for withholding evidence.
Yeah. Matthews ain't kidding this time.
You, didn't say goodbye. That's quite a tightrope you walk, Marlowe.
Yeah, sometimes.
You're good. And I'm a girl of my word. You get that money back for me and it's 50-50. You're my only chance.
Don't kid an old kidder, baby. You're a girl of 2 words. Double and cross. Good night, Corky. Well, I found my car all right, a half a block from Sunset Boulevard. It took 20 minutes to get from there to the Sandbar district. And it was downhill all the way. It was a neighborhood squeezed and cramped in by a solid wall of massive factories, and as festered as the bottom of a bent garbage can. At the corner of River Street and 3rd, I found the house. 3 sagging, rotten stories of squat tenement in the eternal shadow of a huge gas tank like a sick man. Pretty old. The proud, gleaming giant of City Hall was only 7 blocks away. Might just as well have been 70 miles. I went up to the door and finally it knocked and flipped open just far enough for a face the color of dishwater. She hissed at me for a peek out a minute through the gap where her front teeth should have been and then told me she was Ma Hargis, the manager. Motioned me inside. The lip something sitting room looked like swept out the back door of a down at the heel museum.
So, you want to know about this, huh?
Yeah, they lived here, didn't they?
Maybe, maybe not.
Cops got the old man about 5 years ago?
It's possible.
What became of his daughter? Where's Francis Dragato?
Why?
What are you being so cagey about, Ma?
Because a bird that asks questions has got an angle, always.
The one who knows the answer has got a price, huh?
Always.
Okay, how far will a couple of bucks go?
From here to the door. $2 won't even buy a buzz on beer these days.
95. All right, we'll make it. Here.
Oh, that's better. Well, Dirk Dragato and his kid Francis had the 2nd floor here for 15 years. His wife T.B. died the first year they was here. Oh, she was a smart one, that Francis. Had a hit on her. She always said she was going to get off the sandbar someday and be somebody. Oh, I told her she'd
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Leaving Los Angeles.
Dr. Christian, the kindly physician of River's End, has a most unusual case placed in his hands this Wednesday night on CBS. His patient, a 16-year-old girl who's in love with an older man, and the man, Dr. Christian himself.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radio.macandmind.com. Mac in Mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macandmind.com. We now present The Whistler on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. From the Real to ABN Library. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Sunday, March 21st, 1954, 67 years ago today.
The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, The Whistler's strange story, Perilous Weekend.
Sudden fear, uncontrollable in that first moment of shock, hit Clay Bowman with its full impact as he stood on the terrace of the penthouse high above the city. And he could only stare down at the form of the young woman sprawled lifeless out at his feet. He seemed rooted to the spot, his body refusing to obey the impulse to run, to get away as fast and as far as he could. It was only when he became aware of the voices close by that he moved, ran half stumbling across the living room to the front door of the apartment, partly open. You could hear the voices in the corridor outside. Closer. Closer, Clay.
Hello?
You look around frantically for a place to hide, and then drop quickly to your hands and knees behind the large sofa.
Hello? Anybody home? Anita?
Well, she must be home, Fred. She wouldn't go out and leave her front door open. Maybe she's out in the terrace.
Well, I'll have a look. Fix us a drink, will you, sweetheart?
Sure.
Anita, you out here?
Fred, looks like there's no soda here. Plain water okay? Fred, do you hear what I...
Tell her.
Well, what's the matter?
It's Anita. She's out there. She's been murdered.
Murdered?
Better call the police.
You're trapped, aren't you, Clay? They're certain to remain in the penthouse until the police arrive and find you. You watch as the
Hello,
woman
operator.
moves slowly toward the
Give me the
terrace.
police.
The man is talking into the telephone, his back to you. Now is your chance.
Will you?
You dart out from behind the sofa, but your elbow hits a table lamp and crashes to the floor. The man whirls and then leaps at you. Twice in the struggle, you break away.
Oh, you don't.
Each time he catches you before you can reach the door. Finally, your fist crashes full into his face, and he falls back against the piano. And you whirl and race out of the apartment.
Hotel Carlton, good evening. Oh, yes, room 308. Just a moment, I'll connect you. Clerk. Yes, sir. Oh, good evening, Mr. Bowman.
My key, please.
Certainly. Enjoying your visit in town, Mr. Bowman?
Huh? Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Your key isn't in the box. Perhaps you took it with you.
Huh? Oh, yes, that's right, come to think of it. Let me see it.
Your topcoat pocket, sir. It's pretty badly torn. Did you know that?
Torn? Oh, yes, I put it in this pocket.
I'm afraid you've lost it then. Dropped there somewhere. No matter. I'll let you have another.
No, never mind.
But, Mr. Bowman...
Never mind.
Yes, what is it? What? Well, what do you know? Clay Bowman.
Hello, Tony.
Well, this is a surprise. Come on in, fella. Come on in. What are you doing here in town?
Business trip. Got in this afternoon.
Boy, it's good to see you. It's been a long time, Clay. Yeah. It looks like you could stand a drink.
Look, I've done a fool thing, Tony. I don't know what got into me. I just must have been out of my mind.
Yeah, it sounds serious.
It is, Tony. It's a girl I never saw before, never even knew her name. It all started on the telephone when I tried to phone Charlie.
Hey, look, I'm not following this at all. Fill me in from the top, huh?
Yeah. As I said, I arrived this afternoon. I found out the man I was supposed to see had gone out of town. Won't be back till Monday. So there I was, stuck here for the weekend. To do with I didn't know what myself.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Well, look, Clay, why didn't you give me a buzz?
Well, I planned to, Tony, but...
Yeah, I know. You called Charlie first. Well, you and Charlie never did like the way I lived, did you? Well, a little too fast for you boys. So the old high school threesome has been a twosome the last few years.
Well, it's not that, Tony. It's
sure it is. But that's okay. I got dollars where you guys have got dimes. Well, anyway, go on. Tell me your troubles.
Well, when I called the number Charlie gave me when I was here last year, a woman answered the phone.
Yeah?
It seems the phone company had changed a lot of numbers and given this woman Charlie's old number somehow.
Oh, yeah? Well, go on.
Well, she seemed very nice, real friendly. Sounded kind of lonely, too. Well, so it all ended up with her asking me over for a drink.
What?
I don't know what made me do it, Tony. I wouldn't do anything to hurt Marcia for all the money in the world, but...
No.
But I didn't see anything particularly wrong in it at the time, so I went.
Yeah.
When I got there, I found the apartment door open. I went in, and there she was. Dead.
Dead?
Yeah.
Where'd all this happen, Clay?
Oh, in a little penthouse apartment just off Sunset. Anyway, I got panicky, and I got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't want to get involved. Police, questions, a story in the papers because...
Oh, sure, because of your wife, Marcia, yeah. So you ran. Anybody see you?
Yeah, before I could get out, a man and a woman came to the apartment. He tried to stop me. There was a struggle.
But you did get away. That's important. This man, he doesn't know you.
Oh, no. Yeah. No, but in the struggle, my coat pocket was torn. I lost my hotel key.
What?
Yeah, don't you see? Don't you see? The name of the hotel, the room number is on the tab. When the police find that...
Sure, they'll trace it down and identify you as the man who ran from the apartment. Oh, wow. You are in a jam, Clay.
Yeah, I know.
Tony has turned out to be a real friend, hasn't he, Clay? Yes, you realize that now as the two of you drive across town in his convertible. And you feel ashamed because you've misjudged him all these years. You think back. The old days. How you, Tony, and Charlie used to pal around. How Tony grew more wild and reckless as the years passed and drew you and Charlie away from... How Tony and then Charlie left the little town of Carterville for bigger things in Los Angeles. How you stayed home, married, and prospered.
Why are you stopping, Tony?
Because this is as far as we go.
Huh? Oh, surely your friend doesn't live in this neighborhood, nothing but warehouses.
That's right. You can get out, Clay.
What?
You can get out, I said.
Oh, Tony, wait a minute. Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
I've got it all figured out, friend. When the police find that hotel key, they'll think you killed Anita. And when they find you dead with a murder gun in your hand or suicide, they'll be certain.
What
Tony, I don't understand. Why? Why do you want... Simple. Don't you see, Clay? I'm the one who killed Anita tonight.
It's unbelievable, isn't it, Clay? Weird, fantastic, like some horrible nightmare. And it all started less than an hour ago. In panic, you ran from the scene of a murder, a crime you had nothing to do with. But because you lost your key to your hotel room there, you're certain the police are looking for you. And you turn to an old friend for help. Then came the shocking revelation. You learned that he was the killer. Yes, Tony Grayson is the murderer of the woman in the penthouse. And now, sitting next to him in his car, he holds a gun on you. He means to kill you, doesn't he, Clay? Leave you for the police to find a suicide and fix the blame for the crime on you.
Funny the way it turned out, isn't it, Clay? Of all the people in town, you had to come to me. Kind of too bad. It's a shame you had to try to call Charlie tonight and talk to that woman instead. Oh, she was poison.
Why? Why did you kill her?
That, my friend, is a long story. I won't bore you with the details. Let's just say that I had to. You know, I met Anita pretty much the way you did. I decided to call Charlie Bigelow one night, and I called his old number, had the same experience you did. So I went up to that little apartment. That's how I met our letter. That's how it all started.
Is Charlie still in town?
Oh, yeah, he's doing real well. He lives at the Shelton Plaza now. All right, come on, Clay, get out of the car.
Now, wait a minute, Tony.
I said move.
As you step out of the car, you suddenly slam the door back. Tony catches Ware, knocks the gun out of his hand. You turn and race down the street.
Hello?
Hello, Charlie.
Yes, this is Charlie Bigelow.
This is Clay.
Who?
Clay. Clay Bowman from Carterville.
Clay! Well, you old son of a gun. How are you? Where are you? Here in town?
Yeah.
Well, doggone it, Clay. It's good to hear from you.
Charlie, I've got to see you.
Well, sure. You come on over. My wife will be glad to see you, too.
No. I can't come over, Charlie. Can't we meet somewhere?
Meet somewhere? Hey, is something wrong, fella?
Yeah, I'll explain everything when I see you.
Okay. Where are you phoning from?
Drugstore on the corner of Palm and 16th across from the park.
I'll meet you there in 10 minutes.
You wait and watch from the shadows of the park. And the minutes drag by slowly, don't they, Clay? Then finally you see Charlie drive up and stop in front of the drugstore. You call out to him, and he hurries over. Quickly you tell him what's happened.
Clay, this is unbelievable. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's all true. Everything I've said.
Tony Grayson, a murderer.
He admitted it to me, Charlie. Did Tony ever mention this Anita to you?
No. But then Tony and I haven't seen much of one another in the past year. Look, Clay, why don't you go to the police? Tell them everything you've told me.
Oh, look, would they believe me, my word against that of a big shot like Tony Grayson?
Why not?
Well, they'd want to know what I was doing there at the penthouse. Why I ran away. Would they believe me when I told them I'd never seen the woman before, that it was just a pickup over the phone?
Well, what are you going to do then? Keep running from the police?
I don't know, Charlie.
Look, come on back to the apartment with me and we'll talk this out. We'll figure something.
No, I don't think that'd be a good idea. Going back to your place, I mean.
Well, the police won't be looking for you there.
Well, it's Tony I'm thinking about. He's sure to figure I'll contact you, and he might be over there right now waiting.
Maybe you're right. Well, I'll go back alone, and if I see him hanging around, I'll call the police. Tell them exactly what you've told me.
Yeah, but what proof do we have that he tried to kill me? That he killed Anita? Only my word for it, the word of a fugitive, and it...
What's the matter?
Get back. Quickly.
Oh, sure. What is it?
Across the street. Police car just turned in the corner.
Oh, relax. They're just cruising. See, they're driving past.
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't any good, Clay. You can't go on running from the police. I know you're under a strain, but you're going about this all wrong.
Well, it's my neck. Let me figure this out.
I'm sorry.
Oh. So am I, Charlie. I didn't mean to jump all over you, but... Well, it's just I can't turn myself in, not yet.
Well, you can't spend the rest of the night in the park. What are you going to do?
There's a hotel not far down the street. I'll check in there.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you'll feel differently about all this in the morning.
Maybe. Charlie, are you sure Tony never told you anything about this Anita Evans?
I'm positive. But look, Clay, you'd better see about getting a good night's rest. You look whipped.
Yeah, I am whipped, Charlie. Completely whipped.
It's been a terrible strain, hasn't it, Clay? Yes. But as you walk across the street with Charlie, you feel strangely calm. He's done that for you, hasn't he? Quiet, dependable, unexcitable Charlie Bigelow. He's helped steady you. You leave him in front of the drugstore, hurry around the corner toward the hotel. Then you remember something you wanted to ask him. You double back quickly. And as you reach the corner again, you stop in your tracks. Charlie's car is still parked at the curb, but he isn't at the wheel. And then you see him inside the drugstore talking on the telephone.
Charlie.
What? Oh, Clay, I
Good
thought you...
thing I came back. Who are you calling?
Well, Irene, my wife.
Really?
Of course.
Come on,
Hey,
Charlie. Who did you call?
Take it easy, fella.
Tony? Maybe you called Tony, huh?
Now, why would I do that?
I'm asking you. Did you call Tony? Tip him off what hotel I'd be in?
Now, look, you'd better calm down. Your nerves are showing.
Yeah, maybe you know more about this than you care to tell. Maybe you double-crossed me, Charlie.
You've had a rough night, Clay, so I'll make believe you didn't say that.
Who did you call?
I told you, my wife. I thought I might be able to get a lead on Anita Evans.
From your wife? How does she fit in?
Well, she doesn't. But a year or so ago, when Tony was still seeing us occasionally, he used to talk a lot about a couple he played around with by the name of Wilson. Now, Tony might have introduced this Anita to them at one time or another, so I phoned Irene to see if she knew how to find the Wilsons.
Did she?
No, except that she remembered Tony said they lived in Seacliff. I thought I might run over to see them, see if they could help us.
I'll go with you.
Now, look, you'd better try to get some rest. Go on to the hotel.
I'd rather go with you.
You still don't trust me.
Oh, sure. Sure, Charlie. I just like to go along, that's all. Remember, I'm the guy that lost his hotel key at the scene of the murder.
Okay, if you want to come along, let's get moving.
Charlie, did you find out anything from the Wilsons?
Well, not much, but a little. They were pretty chummy with Tony and Anita for a time, and then the friendship cooled.
Yeah?
And you know what Wilson said when I told him that she'd been murdered?
No.
He wasn't surprised. Figured that someday some guy wouldn't hold still for her little game and get rough.
Her game?
It seems Anita had quite a few boyfriends, wealthy ones, some of them married. She met a lot of them on the phone, like she did you.
Yeah.
Wilson figured she was a blackmailer.
Well, did they say anything about Tony?
No, smart as he was, Tony was probably one of the more recent victims. So you're not out of this jam yet, Clay, but we've made a move in the right direction.
Wait a minute, Charlie.
What's the matter?
Where are we going?
Well, I think we have enough to tell the police, don't you? We don't have definite proof that Tony was being blackmailed, but we have a good line on Anita. And the police can take it from there. That's their job.
Okay. Okay, Charlie. I'll turn myself in, but I've got to go back home first and see Marcia. Tell her exactly how everything happened.
Phone her. She's your wife. You can explain. She'll understand.
Understand? I don't know. How can I explain why I went to the penthouse? A pickup over the phone. Look, I didn't mean any harm, honest. But that's all it was, Charlie, a cheap little pickup.
Sure.
I'll try to explain it to her, sure. I've got to do it in person by morning.
Well, why?
Because when the police find that hotel key, they'll trace it to me and nothing flat. I want to tell Marcia before she reads about it in the papers that the police are looking for me and that they suspect I killed a blonde who lived in a swanky penthouse.
But the police have to be told about this now.
When I
Clay.
get back from Carterville, I'll turn myself in.
In the meantime, suppose Tony decides to run out. We'd be letting a murderer get away.
Oh, they'll find him. If they don't pin it on me first. All right, now I'm only thinking of Marcia. What all this is going to do to her.
Wait a minute. I could go to the police. Tell them.
No. Got you involved too much in this already, Charlie.
I wouldn't have to be involved. I could phone them instead, an anonymous tip. The important thing is to let them know about Tony.
Yeah, I guess you could do that.
Hey, just leave it to me. I'll handle it. Look, it's getting late, and you'll have to do some fast traveling to get back to Carterville before the morning papers come out. I'll tell you what, you can have my car.
Well, there's a train out at midnight.
No. If the police have found that hotel key, they'll be watching the bus and railroad stations, too. I better take the car.
All right. All right, Charlie. And thanks.
And be careful when you get home, Clay. They probably will be watching your house, too.
Yeah, but I'll make it, even if they are. Once I've seen Marcia, I'm turning myself in anyway.
Don't worry too much, Clay. I'm sure Marcia will understand.
I hope so. I've been pretty much of a fool, haven't I, Charlie? Even if Marcia does understand, I'm afraid things will never be the same again between us.
You dread having to face your wife, Marcia, don't you, Clay? Having to tell her of the terrible trouble you're in. And it's all because of a simple phone call you made. Yes, that's how it started. And it could have ended soon afterward when you ran from the murdered woman's penthouse. You could have been completely in the clear if it hadn't been for the hotel key. The key you're certain the police found helped them to identify you as the man seen running from the scene of the crime. If it hadn't been for that key, no one would have ever known that you'd been there. It's shortly after 8 in the morning when you arrive at your house in Carterville. Find that Marcia's not there. And you realize she's probably visiting with one of the neighbors. You walk into the bedroom. Stretch out on the bed. You're completely exhausted, aren't you, Clay? Before you know it, you fall asleep.
Clay.
Huh? Oh, Marcia.
Oh, what a wonderful surprise, darling, finding you home. Didn't you see Mr. Hoskins?
Hoskins? Oh, no, he was out of town. Won't be back till Monday.
And you drove all the way back to Carterville so we'd have the weekend together. Oh, you're an angel. Oh, by the way, whose car is that in the driveway?
Oh, Charlie Bigelow's. He let me borrow it. You remember, Charlie?
Oh, of course. Darling, don't you have another good friend up in the city, a Tony Grayson?
Tony? Oh, yes. Not a very good friend, really.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Something here in the morning papers about him.
Huh?
Seems the police wanted to question him about a murder. They caught him at the airport trying to get away.
What?
He was wounded when he ignored a command to halt, then confessed to the murder of a woman named Anita something or other.
Confessed? Here, let me see that.
It's there on the front page. You can read about it while I fix some breakfast. Oh, by the way, young man, I can't say I approve of the way you take care of that top coat I got you last Christmas.
Oh.
Look, the pocket's almost torn off.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Marcia.
Well, never mind. I can mend it. Oh, what's this?
What?
A hotel key in the torn lining of your coat.
The key?
Room 307. Hotel Carlton.
The Whistler.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. from the ABN Reel-to-Reel Library. You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Sunday, March 21st, 1954, 67 years ago today. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Monday, March 31st, 1947.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. The Blank Wall.
It was 5 o'clock, and the crowd in the locker room had slipped into the usual routine of easy chatter about wives and food and the 1,000 things that happen every day in a bank as busy as the Crane National. On one side, the men on the cleanup crew were getting into striped overalls, with a night's work ahead of them. On the other, the guards and messengers were exchanging official navy blue bank uniforms for street clothes. To Walter Mason, though, it was a day of days. He didn't say much as he stood in front of the locker at the end of the row, half hoping the crowd would forget it and let him go his way in peace, yet wanting at the same time to stand up on a bench in the center of the room and shout it at the top of his lungs. As it turned out, however, he didn't have to make a decision. Charlie Bryson, another messenger, made it for him.
Wait a minute.
Hey, what's the matter, Charlie?
I just happened to think. Excuse me, Joe. Quiet, everybody. Hold it a minute, will you? I almost forgot. This is Walter's big night.
Oh, Charlie, for the love of
now,
Mike.
don't be bashful, Walt.
They don't care about that.
Not much they don't. You want to be nice to Walt from now. He's one fella liable to be the boss one of these days. I want you to know we think it's great, Walt.
Thanks, Charlie.
Where's
Thanks,
it going to
fellas,
be?
all of you. Out at the Crane place on Long Island.
Soup and fish, huh?
Oh, yes.
You know, they say there are two sure roads to success. One of them is to be smart. The other is to marry the boss's daughter.
Yeah, but this isn't just
Almost. We're going to keep our eye on you, Walter. 25 years as a messenger, isn't it?
Well, not quite.
And I'll bet they give you a great big shiny desk less than a month after your daughter marries young Crane.
You know, Walt, it's hard to believe Mrs. Crane will take this land down.
Yeah, what do you mean? No doubt.
Oh, you know, Donald's picture in the paper with his society gal and that one. Naturally, Mama expected him to marry one of them.
Yes, but Donald had different ideas.
Oh, I know that. Only in a pinch, I still bet Mama tells young Crane what to do.
Wait now, you've got the kid all wrong.
You know him very well, Walter?
Sure, he's clerking right here at the bank, isn't he? Working himself up from the bottom just like his father. What's wrong with that?
Well, Donald Crane isn't exactly working himself up.
Now, wait a minute. My daughter Kathy is going to marry Donald Crane. I'm happy about it, naturally. But not because he's part of that Long Island crowd. I'm happy because both Kathy and I think he's as fine a man as his father was. They don't come any better than that. That's all. So long, fellas.
Walt.
Yeah, Charlie.
Good luck tonight.
Thanks. You know, Charlie, this is going to be the greatest moment in my life.
And you meant it, Walter. It's the most wonderful thing that ever happened. A party at the Crane home on Long Island, announcing Kathy's engagement to the son of Alfred Crane. And that's the missing part of the picture, Walter. It's 5 years now since Mr. Crane died. And you meant it when you told them he was the finest man you ever knew. That's why everything has to be perfect. Right down to the carnation in the lapel of your rented dinner jacket. And that's why, even though it costs $6, you ride out there in a taxi instead of the pre-war coupe in the garage at home. Yes, Walter, everything has to be right. Just right.
Yes, sir? My name is Mason. I beg your pardon? I said, my name is Mason. I'm Miss Mason's father. Would you mind taking my hat and coat? Oh, of course. Let me help you. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. It was quite a shock. I thought I recognized you. It's nothing. It happens all the time. I'll tell Mrs. Crane you're here. Thank you.
That was strange, wasn't it, Walter? Something in the way the butler looked at you. The puzzled look in his eyes as he took your hat and coat slowly out of the reception hall. And you can't put your finger on it. All you know is that there's an unsettled, nervous feeling inside you. That somehow the man has thrown you a little off balance. You try and forget it later in the ballroom. Yes, this is something to celebrate, isn't it, Walter? And Kathy is in seventh heaven.
You're not paying much attention to your partner. What's the matter, Dad?
Oh, it's nothing, Kathy.
There's nothing to be afraid of, darling.
What do you mean?
Forget you work at the bank, Daddy. These people are really very nice.
Oh, it's not that.
You're worried about something. I can always tell.
Why, it's just that I don't think it's right for you to go waltzing off with an old fogey like me while Don stands around with his hands in his pockets. Do you mind, Mr. Mason? Huh? Oh, Donald.
Oh, speak of the devil.
I'm just like my father. Can't stand competition. You see, Kathy? I'm only... Matter of fact, Mother'd like to talk to you, Mr. Mason. Oh, of course. And it's about time you two got to know each other. You know, I want you to be as close to her as you were to Dad. I hope so, Donald. Where is she? In the library. Probably tapping her foot. And by the way, whatever she says, don't take it too seriously.
Please sit down, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Mrs. Crane.
And Sharp,
Yes, ma'am?
would you bring us some coffee, please?
Of course, ma'am.
I want you to know, Mr. Mason, how much I admire your daughter. She's a charming girl.
I'm very proud of Kathy.
You have a right to be. Donald worships her, of course.
I'm sure they'll be very happy.
I don't know quite how to say this, Mr. Mason. I'm afraid I'll have to put it a little bluntly.
What's that, Mrs. Crane?
I'm not entirely convinced it's going to work out. Donald and I have discussed it many times, but, of course, he's as stubborn as his father.
What are you talking about?
It's hard to reason with young people at a time like this. I opposed the marriage from the very first, but Donald is going ahead in spite of me.
But I don't know what
Please, let me finish. I was forced to look at this thing rather coldly. I'd prefer to stop it now rather than see Donald do something he'd regret.
But wait, Mrs. Crane.
Mr.
You don't...
Mason, there's no point in disguising facts. You must know Donald's decision came as a shock to me. When I realized that thing was serious, I took it upon myself to investigate your background quite thoroughly.
You... what?
I hired a private investigator. He's been working for 2 weeks.
And he found out... what?
Nothing. Otherwise, I never would have gone through with this announcement party tonight. However, until the wedding, it's not too late. And I think it's only fair to warn you that there are still some questions unanswered. My investigator seems to have run into a blank wall. He could find nothing of your whereabouts or occupation prior to the time you came to work for my husband in 1922.
And what's all this got to do with Kathy and Donald?
Everything. People in my position of responsibility can't be too careful, Mr. Mason.
Oh, but they can, Mrs. Crane. I wish your husband were alive. I wish he could have sat in that chair over there and listened to you talk about
Please, Mr.
What
Mason.
right have you to investigate me? What difference does it was in make where 1922 or 1916 or any other time for that matter? You've taken a great deal upon yourself, Mrs. Crane. And if you want my opinion, I think your husband would have been shocked at my frank your method.
Mr. Mason. I'm sorry, Sharp.
I didn't mean to intrude, ma'am, but you're wanted on the telephone.
Thank you, Sharp. Pour Mr. Mason a cup of coffee. You'll excuse me, Mr. Mason?
Certainly.
Why didn't you tell her the truth, Billy? Billy Ford, Sing Sing, 1916 to 22. Charged manslaughter, and don't tell me I'm wrong. I was there.
Sharp. Roy Sharp.
It hit me between the eyes when you walked in tonight, but I wasn't sure until a minute ago. There's a reason for the blank wall the gumshoe ran into, isn't there?
I didn't try to fool anybody. I told Mr. Crane. He helped me.
He's dead. And I'm afraid the old lady hasn't got his understanding heart. You know, Billy, as of 2 hours ago, I started believing in miracles again.
What do you mean?
I'm in a spot. I need 10 grand, the worst way.
Oh, wait a minute, Roy.
You're going to get it for me.
$10,000? I can't
But you can. By tomorrow night at 10. Crescent Bar on 58 and 3rd. I'll be there.
But wait a minute.
Coming, ma'am.
Sharp. Wait a minute, Sharp.
I can't. The old lady's calling. But just remember to meet me tomorrow night, Billy, or some of those questions of hers won't be unanswered any longer.
With the prologue of The Blank Wall, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. There were so many comments about the information I gave in last week's announcement, I'm going to repeat it tonight. As I stated, since the spring marks the 25th anniversary of the founding of Signal Oil Company, I looked up some facts which I thought would surprise you as much as they did me. And here they are. 25 years ago, here in Southern California, regular gasoline, 23 sold for 2 cents per gallon without any taxes. On the other hand, in 1940, regular gasoline sold for only 18 cents per gallon, and that price included taxes of 4 1/2 cents per gallon, which had gradually been added. So the price of the gasoline itself, without taxes, had actually gone down about 1/2. All right, now what about today's prices? Since 1940, items in the cost of living have climbed 53%, compared with an increase of only 13% in the retail price of gasoline. Get that. Since 1940, a 53% increase in the cost of living, compared with only 13% increase in the cost of gasoline. And I might add, the gallon of Signal that you buy today is a vastly superior product, the finest gasoline ever offered to motorists without extra cost. So when you drive into your Signal gasoline station and say, fill her up, remember you're not only getting the tops in gasoline quality, you're also getting one of the most remarkable values that your dollars still buy today. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Walter, after 25 years, the blank wall that separated Billy Ford, ex-convict, from Walter Mason, respectable citizen, has given way. It came at a terrible moment, didn't it, Walter? And you know that one word from Sharp will put an end to the marriage of your daughter Kathy and Donald Crane. You make an excuse to Mrs. Crane, leave the party early, arrive home before midnight, and spend 6 hours sitting in an easy chair in the living room thinking. The morning light is gray on the windows when you rise, start to put on your working clothes. There's no other way, is there, Walter? Kathy's happiness comes first now. Sharp must have his money.
Well, good morning, Walter.
Not so good, Mr. Cromwell. I'm not feeling very well.
Too much party last night?
I'm not sure, but I was wondering, Mr. Cromwell, if I felt like going home this afternoon, would it be...
Certainly, Walter, I understand. You should have phoned this morning. It wasn't necessary to come in.
Well, I thought I'd be all right. Thanks, Mr. Cromwell.
Your savings account? Oh, sure. I'll give you the balance in a minute. Let's see. Melford, Manning, Mason. Now, here we are. You're a rich man, Walter. You've got exact $206.18, 30 cents.
3,200. Oh, thanks, Jim. Thanks a lot. Charlie, I don't know how to ask you this exactly.
What is it, Walt? You in some kind of trouble?
Charlie, how much have you got in the bank?
Huh? My savings?
Yes, I know it isn't a nice thing to ask.
Skip it. It's no secret, but it's no fortune either. About $2,000.
2,000. And I know I couldn't ask you for all of it.
What? I should say you couldn't. The old lady'd wring my neck.
How much could you let me have, Charlie? You know I'd pay it back.
Huh? Oh, sure. Gosh, Walter, you're my best friend. I'd do anything for you. Only this money...
It's all right. Forget it, huh?
But, Walt, there must be something I can do.
No, there isn't, Charlie. Just don't mention this to anyone. Please don't. Well, what do you think?
I don't know. The car shows care, all right.
I bought it from the original owner, and the motors had a complete overhaul.
Yeah, I know. Well, I guess it's worth $5.
Only $500 for a car.
The war's over, pal. Take it or leave it.
Selling your stamps. Oh, but, Mr. Mason, you've spent years.
I know you're the one person who'll give me a fair price.
Mr. Mason, a fair price? How can I put a price on anything like your collection?
That's very nice of you, Arnold, but it's been taking up too much of my time lately, and I've decided to quit.
Oh, I cannot believe that. You'll drop out of the society completely. Oh, no. What has happened? 25 years is a long time to suddenly...
Please, Arnold, I've made up my mind. How much? What is the collection worth?
If I may suggest, Mr. Mason, I would prefer to give you the money in the form of a loan. That way I could keep your stamps here for a while altogether, in case you change your mind.
You're a very unusual man, Arnold.
Oh, it's business, Mr. Mason, business. I just don't want to lose a good customer.
I know better than that. All right, Mr. Businessman. How much of a loan can you make on it?
$1,000? Would that help?
1,000? For a little collection like... Arnold, it's a tragedy how few of us ever know our real friends.
You added up, Walter, after leaving Arnold's tiny shop. Add up every cent you were able to raise. It comes to a little over $6,000. Not what Sharp asked for, but he'll have to agree. Have to be satisfied because there's no one else you can turn to. That night at 10 o'clock, you enter the Crescent Bar. He's already there waiting. An empty cocktail glass on the table in front of him.
Don't tell her, will you, now when you get home?
Well, hello, Billy.
Please, Sharp.
Huh? All right. Sit down, Walter. You're just in time to pay for the drinks. What'll you have?
I don't care for anything.
Well, it's all right, too. But let's get to it. Did you bring the money with you?
I want to talk to you about it first.
No use talking about it. I just want to see it.
I can only raise $6,200.
I asked for 10. I thought I made it clear.
It's the best I can do, Sharp. You don't know how much trouble it was.
I don't care about that. I told you it had to be 10,000. I meant it. I have my troubles, too, Billy.
Oh, there's nothing more I can do.
That's where you're wrong.
I don't understand.
Maybe I shouldn't make it so easy for you. But we can get that money another way.
If you're suggesting
I'm not suggesting anything, Billy. I'm telling you what you're going to do. I've looked into your job at the bank.
What about my job?
It includes some interesting responsibilities. For an ex-con?
The people I work for have faith in me, if that's what you mean.
I'm surprised the bonding company slipped up so badly.
I'm not covered by a bond.
Oh?
Alfred Crane was alive when I got out. He was decent enough to give me a chance.
Bless him, Billy, bless him. It gives you another chance now.
I don't think so.
I do. I understand you'll be carrying a batch of negotiable securities tomorrow morning.
What of it?
You're taking them to the Lincoln Investment Company at 10:30, right?
I know what you're thinking, Roy. It's no go. I'd rather they found out about me.
You're bluffing, friend. That kid of yours means more to you than anything in the world.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
I've got you figured out. That's why I'm so sure you'll cooperate tomorrow when you take that morning stroll.
It doesn't seem real, does it, Walter? You wander home in a daze, and there's another sleepless night, while you tell yourself over and over that this thing can't be happening after all these years of peace. The next morning you arrive late at the bank, still dazed, shaky, wondering what will happen when you set out for the investment company, and Roy Sharp walks up to you on the street. But you don't have to wonder long, Walter. Mr. Cromwell settles it all as you come in.
Walter, we didn't expect you.
Huh? Oh, sure, Mr. Cromwell. I'm feeling better.
Charlie Bryson figured you needed a little rest. He took over for you.
Took over?
Oh, those securities for Lincoln Investment. He's going to deliver them.
What? Oh, but he doesn't have to do that. I'm perfectly able, Mr. Cromwell. I'll go tell Charlie.
And suddenly you realize, Walter, how impossible the whole situation is. The phony holdup, the inevitable questions, and then Sharp coming back to you with another proposition, and another. You're certain of one thing. If Sharp were to see your friend Charlie carrying that satchel in your place, he'd never dare go through with a robbery. Instead, he'd go straight to Mrs. Crane with the whole story. And that doesn't matter anymore, does it, Walter? Because you've made a decision, an important one.
Hello, Kathy.
Dad, what are you doing home?
I've something to tell you, dear, and there isn't much time. Sit down here, right next to me.
What is it, Dad? What's happened?
Kathy, you remember that young man I used to tell you about? Billy Ford.
The one who went to prison?
That's right. He was a nice kid, Kathy. Had some tough breaks, got into trouble, did 5 years in Sing Sing.
I remember, Dad. You thought a lot of him. He died a long time ago, didn't he?
I thought he did.
What do you mean?
Kathy, I'm Billy Ford.
I used to wonder about that. Why are you telling me?
Because I'm afraid everyone's going to know.
Who is it, Dad?
Mrs. Crane's butler, Roy Sharp.
Oh, I see.
Where are you going?
Dad, believe me, this doesn't make any difference between us, but I want to be honest with Don now, while he has a chance to change his mind.
I'm sorry, Kathy.
Please, darling. It's all right.
I'll go with you.
No. No, I'd rather face them alone.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's a thought for you drivers to consider. If you had to wear heavy winter clothes right on through spring, you wouldn't feel very peppy, would you? Well, that's just how your car feels about wearing tired old winter motor oil and gear lube now that spring's here. Yes, if you want to put spring into your driving, it's high time you were treating your car to a spring changeover at your Signal service station. First step is a motor drain and a refill with Signal Premium Motor Oil, the new type lubricant that guarantees you a sweeter running motor by keeping motors 6 times cleaner and reducing cylinder wear 1/3. Next step is fresh Signal Gear Lube for transmission and differential, and a Signal double-check lubrication for the chassis. And at the same time, your Signal dealer will be glad to check those other points that need attention every 5 or 10,000 miles, such as air cleaner, oil filter, or front wheel bearings. Man, a car just can't help feeling peppier after a spring tonic like this. So give your car a break. See your neighborhood Signal dealer this week for a Signal spring changeover. And now, back to the Whistler.
So she's gone now, Walter. And you sit alone in the living room, exhausted, numb, filled with a black kind of despair that blots out everything else. Yes, Kathy's gone to tell the man she loves. Her father was a criminal, an ex-convict. There was no other way. The coincidence that placed you and Roy's terrible sharp at the same party ended all hope. Yes, at that moment, the blank wall was breached, and Billy Ford and Walter Mason became one and the same man. You find yourself staring at the black butt of your .38 revolver lying on the living room table. The gun you would have carried this morning if Charlie Bryson hadn't taken your place. At one point, you start to reach for it and decide that's never the answer. You aren't conscious of time, but it's past noon when you decide it wasn't fair to let Kathy face them alone. And an hour later, you walk into the library of the Crane home on Long Island. As you expected, Mrs. Crane is terribly upset.
I told you so, Donald. I suspected that man from the first.
Now, wait a minute, Mother.
Really, Mrs. Crane, it won't do any good to go on.
Please, Catherine, you don't understand. They'll pounce on this like a flock of vultures. The papers, the tabloids, everyone.
Just a minute. Maybe I
Dad.
can... I'm sorry, Kathy. It wasn't fair of me to...
Wait
let
a
you-
minute, Dad.
What's the matter?
Donald, show him the paper.
Sure. Here you are, Mr. Mason.
Attempted robbery. Broad daylight.
It's the butler here, Dad. He was killed this morning in a gunfight on Broad Street.
He tried to rob one of the messengers from the bank.
Sharp. Killed. Gunfight. Wait a minute. Charlie Bryson. What about Charlie?
Charlie?
The messenger. He was the one who...
I'll get it.
Roy Sharp. Then he didn't...
No, Mr. Mason. He didn't.
You know.
She told me.
And your mother?
All she knows is
It's for you,
what she
Mr.
reads in the
Mason.
papers.
Charlie, somebody.
Charlie. Oh, thanks. Yes, Charlie. Are you all right?
All right. I'm a hero. Reward money and everything. I couldn't wait to call you, Walt.
Oh?
About that money. If you still need it, brother, I've got it.
No, Charlie. Thanks, but everything's all right now.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Charles Seal and Jack Petruzzi. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with music by Wilbur Hatch and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Monday, March 31st, 1947. Stay tuned for Suspense, next on ABN.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date in history when available. Visit radio.macandmind.com for a schedule. We now present Suspense on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Suspense originally aired Thursday, March 21st, 1946. 75 years ago today.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Gregory Peck as star of The Lonely Road, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Gregory Peck in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Okay, Lieutenant. You can question him now.
Thanks, Doc. Well, hello, Gare. How goes it?
Oh, not bad. You want a statement, I suppose.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Well, tell me first, is she apt to get the extreme penalty?
Well, that'll depend a lot upon what you have to say.
I see. Well, I'll give it to you straight. I'm counting on you to do your best for her.
Oh, sure. Well, go ahead, shoot.
Okay. The first time I saw Jenny, she was coming along the road carrying a suitcase. I knew she was headed for our place because it's the only house for miles around there. I was trimming the hedge, and I'd got as far as the rear gate when she reached it. I waited for her to speak.
Is this the Gare place?
That's right. What can I do for you?
You had an ad in the paper for a girl to do general housework.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, come along into the house. My wife will want to have a talk with you.
This is a beautiful place you've got here, Mr. Gare. But it's certainly hard to get to.
You've walked from the highway?
Yeah. Must have been almost 5 miles. The sun is something fierce. I almost gave up. Don't any buses run along here?
No, we're pretty isolated. If there's help in the house, I always manage to give them a lift into town.
That makes it nice, Mr. Gare.
What's your name?
Jenny.
Jenny what?
Jenny'll do.
All right, Jenny, in here, please. And Mrs. Gare's a trifle hard of hearing, so you'll have to speak up a bit. Oh, Helen, this is Jenny. She's come in answer to our advertisement.
Oh, yes. I'm very glad to see you, Jenny. Won't you sit down?
She was extraordinarily looking. Not beautiful or pretty. Striking, I guess, would be the word. She had heavy black braids wound about her head. Her eyes were a clear green and looked straight through you. And she was lean and powerful, like a young animal, a leopard or a panther or something. Well, my wife engaged Jenny. That night she cooked an excellent dinner and served it well. She had on a purple skirt and a cerise, I guess you'd call it, blouse, and I could see Helen eye it with disfavor. Every time the girl came close to me, I could feel the strength of her. And those green eyes watched us as if she was sizing us up. We took our coffee and cigarettes out on the veranda after dinner. You can look right over the orange grove to the hills. It's nice.
Steve, what do you think about Jenny?
Oh, well, it's a little early to judge. Seems capable enough. That was a darn good dinner, if you ask me. Maybe we're in luck, darling.
Maybe. What is she, do you think? Mexican?
No, I'd say Slavic with that build and shape of face. A little more coffee, Helen. Half a cup.
You're probably right. There's a sort of, gypsy arrogance, boldness about her that makes me how uneasy, as if I'd have something to cope with.
We went up to bed early. I was pretty exhausted every night with all the physical work I had to do. I turned out the light, and for some reason stepped over to the window. Jenny's room was downstairs on the same side of the house as ours in the rear. Her light was still on. She was getting ready for bed, and her shadow, huge and black, lay across the lawn. Her arms were raised to take down those heavy braids. There was something actually classic about the thing. The picture of it stayed in my mind long after I'd got into bed. Well, 2 or 3 days went by, and Jenny, well, the thing was, you were conscious of her all the time. Wherever she was about the house, whatever she was doing, you thought about her. I was working in the garage one afternoon when she came out there with the butcher knife.
Mrs. Gare says you've a whetstone out here. Could I get you to sharpen my knife for me, Mr. Gare?
Of course. Just a moment.
What's that you're doing?
Oh, I'm trying to mend this old bear trap.
Oh, are you a trapper, Mr. Gare?
Oh, no. Hardly. There's a coyote around that's been stealing the chickens. I'm hoping to catch him. There. Now then, let's have the knife.
What do you do, Mr. Gare?
Well, Jenny, Mrs. Gare was a concert pianist at the time of our marriage. I was a manager. Now I take care of her properties. Holdings, investments, you know.
You mean you sign things for her, like checks and papers and things?
Power of attorney, yes, that's part of it.
Pretty soft for you. Huh, Mr. Gare?
Oh, on the contrary, it's quite a job. Keeps me busy.
I still say you've got a pretty setup. And she didn't get such a bad deal herself. She's crazy in love with you. Anybody can see that. Why not? You're good looking, Mr. Gare. And young. You must be at least 12 years younger than she is.
Now, here's your knife, Jenny. Careful now. It's like a razor.
Thanks a lot. That's the way I want it. I can't stand a dull knife. So, I'll probably bother you often.
A few more days went by. I finished my trap and set it out near the chicken run, hoping I'd catch my thief. And one night after dinner, we were in the living room. What's the matter, Helen?
Steve, it's that girl. She was standing there in the dining room door listening.
Jenny? Well, she probably likes music. What's the harm?
Oh, it isn't that. She's always listening and watching. It's beginning to get on my nerves.
How about her work?
Oh, well, she works hard enough. She's willing and clean as a pin, but... Well, I have a feeling she doesn't respect me, that I just don't figure in her scheme of things. She's just simply taken the place over. I don't even run my own house anymore.
Well, fire her, or why don't you?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Say the word and I'll do it for you.
No, I don't want you to. Steve, frankly, I'd be afraid to tell her to go. She might get ugly and set fire to the house or something.
Oh, I never heard such nonsense in my life. What ails you, Helen? Aren't you well?
I'm just terribly nervous, Steve. Maybe that's why she takes advantage.
Well, that settled that. I felt like a heel, though, because I was relieved that Helen didn't want to fire Jenny. I was obliged to admit to myself that the girl was getting under my skin. Any little service she had to perform for me, she made very special, standing as close as she dared. I could feel the magnetism of that strong, perfect body. Her hair smelled like new apples, and those clear green eyes would linger caressingly in my... Then, after about 2 weeks, one night, it must have been 1 or 2 o'clock.
Steve, wake up.
What's the matter?
That girl. I think she's out there in the hallway. I think she's been in this room.
Oh, Helen.
I'm frightened, Steve. Please make a light.
Oh, all right. No one around, Helen. You must have been dreaming, dear.
Oh, perhaps I was. I dream about her often, Steve. Horrid, confused kind of dreams. I'm trying to scream for help and can't. It's just...
Oh, good Lord, Helen. I never thought anybody could get you down. Control yourself somehow. This is just plain silly.
Yes. Yes.
I turned out the light and got back into bed. In a little while, I could hear Helen's even breathing and knew she was asleep. I lay there, thinking. About Jenny, of course. I never thought of much else. In a moment, I heard the piano. So faint, I thought I was imagining it. And it came again. Weird. Ghostly. I got up again, put on my robe, and slipped downstairs. The living room was dark except for the moonlight pouring through the window. And Jenny's figure, black against the light, was moving towards me. Almost before I knew it, she'd pressed close against me, crushing her mouth to mine. It was like being stung. Sharp, sweet, terrible. Jenny, what is this?
Don't kid me. You knew this was coming, that it had to come, that nothing could keep us apart. Now everything's going to be all right.
But Jenny, we can't. Helen is no fool.
We can't let her stand in our way.
What do you mean?
It won't be hard. Just a matter of figuring the best way.
I don't know what you mean, Jenny. And we can't stay here talking like this any longer.
It'll be just you and me, Steve. And all that money. Think what we can do with it. Just think.
Are you crazy?
Yeah. Crazy for you. Just like you are for me. Listen, Steve. Inside of 5 or 6 years, you're going to be stuck with a deaf old woman. What you going to do? Sit here and grow old with her? Not you. Sooner or later, you'll clear out. So why not now? With me.
Why, it's not so simple as you make it sound, my dear.
All you have to do is to spread around the town that Helen's going to visit her folks. Mississippi or someplace. And leave her to me. Afterwards, you can say your wife's decided to stay down south. That you're going to sell out and join her. Then we can turn everything into cash and we're on our way. Easy?
The next few days I worked outside till my hands bled and my whole body shrieked with pain. To keep from thinking, I began having nightmares. I'd wake up in a cold sweat and lie there longing for daylight, swearing that as soon as morning came, I'd throw that girl out of the house. But she'd brush against me or touch my hand, and I'd be wild for her again. I guess I knew then that sooner or later I'd agree to nearly anything she asked.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Gregory Peck in The Lonely Road by Marion Orth. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Today is the first day of spring, a welcome time everywhere, but especially at Roma. For in Roma's carefully kept vineyards, located in California's choicest wine-growing districts, the precious vines are already stirring with renewed life. The eternal miracle of soil and sun is now creating the luscious goodness of tender grapes that Roma's master vintners patiently, unhurriedly, guide to tempting, mellow wine perfection for you. If you've never enjoyed fine Roma California wines, you'll be delighted to discover Roma can offer you so much taste luxury for so little. Roma is America's first choice in wine for every occasion, every day. Yet you can enjoy fine Roma wine for just pennies a glass, about the cost of a soft drink. And all Roma wines are bottled at the winery to bring you sealed in, unvarying goodness always. So, for praise-winning hospitality, or for happy family evenings at home, serve Roma Sherry, Port, Muscatel, or Tokay. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines. Discover why this time more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Gregory Peck, who, as Stephen Gare in The Lonely Road, continues a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Helen began to get on my nerves. It seemed that every day she looked older, washed out, became deafer. I began to despise her, to want her out of my way, out of Jenny's in my way. One morning at breakfast, Jenny came in and stood there looking at me fixedly.
Well, Jenny, what is it?
If you're going to town today, Mr. Gare, I've written down some things for the house.
Very well, Jenny. If your list's ready, give it to me. I'll be leaving in a few minutes. I knew what she meant. She was getting impatient. A reply, which she waited for, with those green eyes fixed on mine, was virtually a consent to her plan. As for me, I wasn't sure what I meant to do, but I thought it would do no harm, at least, to set the ball rolling. In town, I dropped into the garage and asked to look the mechanic car over. I said Mrs. Gare was planning a trip to visit her family in Mississippi, but I'd have to drive her into Tucson to take the train, and that my tires weren't so good. After that, I stopped at the realty office.
Well, really, Mr. Gare, you're thinking of selling that beautiful place of yours?
Oh, it's just a possibility. Don't want any prospective buyers about the places yet, but my wife is planning a trip south, and I may follow her and permanently remain there. Help such a problem. Place of ours takes a lot of handling. Fellow gets fed up after a while.
Well, there'd be no difficulty disposing of the property, Mr. Gare. Well, just let me know when you're ready, and meanwhile, I won't bother you with people coming.
I drove home in a sort of trance. I wasn't shocked at what I'd done, and the thing was still wide open if I wanted to back out. When I got home, I didn't want to go into the house. So far, I'd had no luck with the coyotes, so I busied myself setting the trap in another spot. While I was doing this, Jenny came out with that butcher knife again, and we went into the garage. Helen was at the piano.
Did you do what I told you to, Steve?
Yes.
Good. I can't stand this much longer.
Nor I, Jenny. But I can't bear to be here when...
Kiss me, Steve. Don't worry. It'll be when you're out of the house.
She didn't say any more, just looked at me with a twisted little smile. I gave her the sharpened knife, and she kissed me and went into the house. At dinner that night, Helen said...
I had words with Jenny today, Steve. I can't have her around any longer. You can fire her tonight, if you will.
What? Oh, no, my dear. I offered to do it once, and you wouldn't let me. Now you'll just have to do it yourself.
Steve, I'm afraid of her terribly.
Why, has she been ugly, threatening?
Don't shout so, Steve. I'm not as deaf as all that. And she'll hear you. No, she hasn't threatened me, nothing like that. There's just something about her that fills me with horror.
Oh, you're imagining things, Helen. What possible reason could she have for harming you?
I don't know, but this house has become a dreadful place. I'm cold all the time, and I'm shaky, and you seem different. You look at me sometimes as if you hate me.
Now, see here,
Don't
Helen,
try to reason with me. If she doesn't get out of this house quick, I'll lose my mind. She's like a witch or something malignant or evil.
Jenny came in just then to change the plates for dessert. As she bent over to take the platter, she held that knife in her hand in such a way that my blood ran cold for a minute. After she'd gone out.
You haven't noticed it, but lately I haven't taken a mouthful of food until I've seen you start to eat for fear she'll poison me.
That's ridiculous. Why shouldn't she poison me as well?
Because she's crazy about you.
Say, over her.
And you're crazy about her. Don't deny it, Steve. I may be deaf, but I'm not blind, you know.
Look, Helen, I'm going into town for a drive. If you want to fire Jenny while I'm gone, that's all right with me. I tried not to dwell on the immediate events, but to think about the time when I'd be free, to go away with Jenny. The drive into town seemed endless, but at last I pulled up in front of the hotel.
Hey, evening, Mr. Gare. Come for the papers?
Yes, and a cigar maybe, Fred. I looked around the little lobby. There wasn't a soul in there that I knew. I watched the people. One minute feeling sorry for them because their lives were so drab. The next envying them because they were so secure, simple. And I was sitting there unseeingly at the local paper when I suddenly came out of this trance or spell that I'd been under. The shock of realization was frightful. I didn't want anything to happen to Helen. I prayed to heaven I'd get home in time. I kept recalling similar instances of such crimes I'd read in newspapers. I'd always wondered how people could become involved in such things. Well, I knew all about it now. Weak fool to let a coarse preacher like that lead me into such a thing. If only I could be in time. I'd throw that girl out and devote the rest of my life to making Helen happy. Helen, generous, loving, intelligent, and talented. Why hadn't I thought of all this before? Then I saw the car. It was parked at the side of the highway right at my turnoff. I knew it was a police car. I cursed to myself and prayed. Don't let them take long. I've got to be in time for Helen. Please. An officer stepped out into the road and waved his flash. Please, I said to myself. Please.
Hello.
What's up, officer?
Oh, looking for a stolen car, but not a baby like that one.
A local car, was it?
Yeah. Hey, you better let me have a look at your operator's card, my friend. You must have been doing about 80 along that stretch.
Oh, sure. Here you are, officer. Sorry I was overdoing it. I was just in town, and I guess I stayed longer than I intended. My wife's alone in the house and not very well, and I was in a hurry to get home.
You live down this road?
That's right.
Say, maybe that car could have got down in there. I think I'll...
No. I mean, I would have seen it.
Okay, Mr. Gare. Just take it easy, will you?
Certainly will, officer, and thanks. Good night. I didn't know what to do. I stood there in the doorway, looking up. There was a light upstairs in the window of our bedroom. It threw a radiance on the screen door and burned with a steady glow, as if it had been burning like that for ages. As if it had witnessed a scene of horror and brooded over it, keeping the secret to itself. When I started finally for the house, my legs were so stiff I could scarcely walk. I stayed off the gravel, walking on the grass, and went in the back door. There wasn't a sound. I tiptoed through the kitchen, through the dining room, across the hall. Then I could see the light from that lamp spilling down the stairway at the far end of the dark living room. My heart thumped so loud I could hear it. I wanted to call out, but I didn't dare. Whom would I call? Perhaps everything was all right. Perhaps Helen was up there in bed. How I prayed she was. I hesitated on the threshold, thought of glancing into Jenny's room, but that would have looked queer if nothing had happened. I stepped over the threshold. Ah! It was that trap, that bear trap. Somebody had placed it there, ready for me. Who? The pain was excruciating. I wrenched and pulled at the thing. Helen! Jenny, somebody! Come and give me a hand. Oh! Who is it? Oh, help me. Help me hurry, I'm caught in this trap. Get the hammer, pliers, anything. She reached the bottom of the stairs and snapped on the lights. I've never seen such a sight in my life. There was blood all over the place. On the wallpaper, the white paint. Then I saw Jenny, lying on the floor in a crumpled heap, her long braids soaking in Helen's dress. Her hands and face were spattered with it. Her hair was her eyes like pinpoints of fire devil. And against see the glitter side of a long sharp knife. She was coming with that look slowly towards me. Oh, we were beautifully caught, Jenny and I. She with her knife, I with my trap. Helen, don't look like that. What's happened?
You planned this together, you two. But it didn't turn out just as you thought it might.
Helen,
You
please don't look at me
planned
like that.
together. Well, there she is. Look at her. If I hadn't been ready for her, I'd be lying in her place, and you'd be glad, wouldn't you, Steve?
No. Helen, are you insane? Drop that knife, for heaven's sake, and listen to me. She came closer. I made a lunge for her. The grip of that steel about my leg threw me off balance, and I fell forward. She sprang on me. I fought her off, but that knife came at me. Face, throat, everywhere like flashes of lightning. Helen, don't do this to me. I swear I came back. Helen, don't. Well, Lieutenant, that police car arrived in time to save my life. But I wish they'd let her finish the job. Then and there.
Okay, Gare. Okay, thanks. I'll send the doc right in. And, Gare, I wouldn't worry too much about Helen. I think she'll be all right.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear again from Gregory Peck, the star of The Lonely Road, tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Here's how millions of American homemakers are relieving the monotony of meatless Lenten meals. They are adding zest and freshness to otherwise drab menus by serving a fine Roma table wine. Yes, Roma wine makes the difference between just eating and friendly, enjoyable dining. Try serving Roma California Sauterne with your favorite fish tomorrow. Discover how delicate, pale gold Roma Sauterne lends enchanting new charm and companionship to your table. How Roma's delightful fragrance and smooth, palatable goodness make dining more pleasureful. With baked beans or spaghetti, serve full-bodied red Roma California Burgundy. They're perfect flavor mates. Tomorrow, Friday, make dinner a treat with Roma wine. Roma wines cost but pennies a glass. So little, everyone can enjoy them often. Insist on Roma. R-O-M-A, Roma wine. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Gregory Peck. Like everyone else here in the film colony, I've always admired suspense, and it's been very exciting to appear here tonight. I want to thank Maria Palmer, who appeared as Jenny, and Kathy Lewis, who enacted the role of Helen in tonight's play. Next Thursday on Suspense, a very famous character of crime fiction will make his debut on the air. That'll be Baynard Kendrick's remarkable blind detective, Captain Duncan McLean. And Brian Donlevy will play Captain McLean in a radio play built around one of the most ingenious and cunning murders I've ever heard about. I'll surely be listening, and I know you will want to listen next Thursday to Suspense.
Gregory Peck will soon be seen as star of The Yearling, produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Brian Donlevy as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Suspense is broadcast from coast to coast and to our men and women of the armed forces overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, March 21st, 1946, 75 years ago today. This episode of Suspense originally aired Thursday, March 30th, 1950.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Mr. Joseph Cotton in Blood Sacrifice, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Hap, me boy, here's one that'll rattle the ivory between your ears. What is it that carries water, has plates, gives continuous service, and is associated with a good tip? A waiter. Oh, how dumb can you be? Listen, I'll make it easy. It needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use, and it's a tough little bundle of potent energy. Now, what is it? Camel? Oh, give me strength. Look, Slap Happy, it's the famous Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, the Stay Full has over 3 times more liquid reserve above the plates than batteries without Stay Full features.
You caught me with my brains down, Wilcox.
Glad to hear you admit it, because the Autolite Stay Full battery is known from coast to coast as the battery that gives 70% longer average life as compared to batteries without Stay Full features. And this is proven by tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards.
You're absolutely right, Harlow.
Of course. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Blood Sacrifice and the performance of Joseph Cotton, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Scene, his dressing room. Gary, his arm through mine, his great, beautiful voice purring assuringly in my ear.
It's wonderful, Johnny, wonderful. 200,000. Why, they didn't pay that for Gone with the Wind. You're a success, boy. A success.
A success. And well on the way towards being rich. On the marquee above the theater in lights, Garrick Drury in Bitter Laurel, and then in slightly smaller lights by John Scales. New clothes, best food, a fashionable hotel, new and fashionable acquaintance. And I owed it, every bit of it, to Garrick Drury. Everyone said that, everyone except Gary. We'd just finished seeing the men from the motion picture company. Gary had been charming, courteous, thoughtful, protecting my royalties, protecting his rights, and finally they were gone. Walters, Gary's valet, came into the room.
Anything else, Mr. Drury?
Not tonight. I'll pick you up in the car at the stage door at 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to see Mr. Scales to his taxi. I can't drop you anywhere, John.
No, quite sure, thanks.
Glad to, you know. Oh, Walters.
Oh, yes, sir.
Bring along that play of young, what's his name, Ruggles, Buggles, you know who I mean. I promised Fanny Taylor I'd read it, but, well, it's perfectly useless, of course. We'll be playing Bitter Laurel for another 2 or 3 years yet. Eh, what, John? Well, come along. 5 minutes, Walters.
Oh, yes, sir.
Sure. Now, look here, John. Don't you worry about this movie. Now, I've handled these characters well. Before. Oh, listen to that, John. Wonderful sound. The empty theater. The empty, echoing, endless theater. John, you know what?
Sure. There's a play in it. In the last scene, the actor dies in the empty, endless theater, pouring out his death on 8 pages to the ghosts of all the audience who didn't realize how great he was.
Alone. His wife's gone to,
Hollywood.
Perfect. Well, what are we waiting for, Johnny? I'll put you in your taxi. You go home and write it. Bring it to me tomorrow night. We'll fix it and There we are.
I can read the notices now.
Pretty sensational, aren't they?
Garrick Drury does it again. Actor's death scene draws bravos.
Sir Garrick Drury, maybe. Well, come on. We'll get you on your way.
Good night, Mr. Drury. Your performance was exceedingly fine tonight.
Thank you. Good night, Scotty. Waters will be right out. You can lock up.
Good night, Mr. Drury, Mr. Scales.
Good night, Scotty.
Well, unless it's raining. There's a cab stand right at the corner. We make a run for it. John, look out! John, are you all right?
I don't know. Knocked the breath out of me. My side. How about you? You all right?
No.
Here, let me help you. Bye.
You are hurt?
No. Just jarred up a little. No broken bones. Gary. Oh, my Lord. I picked myself up from the curb where the car had thrown me when it hit us. My side hurt and my head reeled, but Gary... I saw him stagger out from the other side of the car, saw the jagged pane of broken glass in the store window, saw the bright spurts dyeing the pavement crimson where Gary's right hand clutched his left arm. A policeman came running toward us.
Yeah, what happened?
It's Mr. Drury, officer. The car skidded over the curb and knocked him through the window.
Here, let's have a look now.
Catch him. He's going faint.
We've got him now. Oh, no wonder. He's got an artery. Hey, you, call an ambulance. Get a doctor. This man will bleed to death if we're not quick. Are you all right, sir?
I hurt the side a little, so I feel a bit faint, but I'll be all right.
Good. We've got to stop this bleeding here. Now, help me. You put your hand right here. That's right.
Yeah.
Now, squeeze hard.
Yes.
And keep on squeezing. You over there. Come on, give us a hand. I'll take his head. You take his feet now. Easy does it. Up. What happened? Mr. Drury.
It's been an accident. Walters, here. Come, give me a hand.
Hang on to the artery now.
I'm trying to now.
What is it, Mr. Scott?
Accident. Mr. Drury cut an artery. Here. Here. There's a couch in Mr. Drury's dressing room officer right around this way.
What's the matter? What happened to the light? Turn off the light.
He fainted, Gary.
I see.
All right. Here on the couch. Easy now. Down we go. Now, you, get an ambulance and a doctor.
All right. My left arm, John? You suppose I'll lose the use of it? Lord. Well, it's lucky it's the arm in the play, isn't it, John? I can always go on playing Keith. Always. The rest of my life.
My play. All the rest of his life. No. Maybe it was the blood. I began to be sick. And the officer took his strong hand and gripped the artery in Gary's arm above my own shaking fingers.
Now, you look peaking. Lie down, Mr. Scales. Let me hold that. Now, you help rig up a tourniquet. Well, Walters, whatever your name is. Will someone try to get a doctor?
Just called for the doctor. There's no one on emergency. Everyone's out, and so are the ambulances.
Then call a private hospital. This man is bleeding to death.
Bleeding to death. This was the end, was it? No doctor on duty, and Garrick Drury bleeding to death. And then I came to. I'll find a doctor. But it was 40 minutes before the doctor finally came. 40 minutes while Garrick Drury's life seeped out from the improvised tourniquet. The doctor set down his bag and took one look.
We're still trying to get hold of an ambulance, Doctor.
Oh, never mind. We couldn't move him now anyway. There's only one thing to do. Give him a transfusion right here. Yes. Well, first we'll make a decent tourniquet. I'll test his blood for type. Oh, by the by, wait around, all of you. I have to find someone among you with type of blood that matches his.
Gary lay on a couch behind a screen in his dressing room.
I say we were taking...
There was a plate on the table, one with a border of pink roses from which, during rehearsals, we'd often eaten hasty sandwiches. Now there were 4 round blobs of red on it. Blood. 2 blobs of mine and 2 of Gary's valet, Walters. Behind the screen, Walters was blubbering with grief while an intern, arrived at last with the ambulance, was murmuring fearfully.
But, Doctor, I can't find his pulse. You can't. What? Wait a minute. Chair, you idiot. Let me see. Yes, of course, here it is. But we must hurry or we'll be gone. Steady now, Walter, steady. We know you love him. We're doing all we can. Now, let's go look at those tests. The important thing is to give a transfusion as soon as possible.
Let me give it, sir. I'll give my life for Mr. Drury. Let me give the transfusion, sir.
No. We'll see. I've already told you Drury's blood is type 3, very difficult. Can only give him a transfusion from someone of his own type or a type 4 universal donor. Anything else would be like giving him prussic acid. I only hope that you or Mr. Scales will do. We'll have to make sure. All right, now let me see.
The doctor bent over the plate, pouring liquid out of vials onto the red drops. I stood where I'd been standing when he put the blood onto the plate before the intern's voice had cried out.
Doctor, I can't find his pulse.
Walters and the doctor had plunged around the screen to where Gary lay unconscious. I watched while the doctor finished with the vials. Then he picked up a grease pencil from the dressing table and drew a line across the plate, cutting it in half. Then with the pencil, he marked the side on which I stood with an S and the side on which Walters had stood with a W.
Now we'll be sure of which is which. It will take a few minutes to see if there's any agglutination. Oh, let's hope. That's all we can do is hope.
And he disappeared once again behind the screen. It was then that I noticed the one rose on the border of the plate which had been blurred in the firing. I'd noticed it before many times. I'd noticed it today in the last few minutes, looking stupidly at it, as you do at such things. But before the doctor had marked it, before he and Walters had gone running behind the screen, then hadn't the blood rose been on the left, my left? But now it was on the right. Might Walters, in passing, have brushed it and turned it around? I stood and stared at the tiny pool on the side marked W. Little hard purple crystals were beginning to form around the edges. I looked at the side of the plate marked S, my side, supposedly. The blood was clear and bright. But what if the plate had been turned around? When the blood on the other side was mine. It was mine that was forming little purple crystals. I stood staring at the plate as the doctor came around from behind the screen.
Now, let's have a look at this. Well, looks as though we're in luck.
Is it mine? May I give him the transfusion, sir?
Sorry, old man. Not unless you want to murder him.
Oh.
No, but Mr. Scales here, it looks as if he were that useful animal, a universal donor. All right, Mr. Scales, let's make ready.
What?
You're it, Mr. Scales.
There's something I ought... Well, I ought to mention that...
You're not frightened, are you? There's
not that.
No danger from giving a transfusion, you know.
No.
A donor, that is.
No, I'm not frightened,
Then come
Doctor.
around here and let's get busy. We haven't much time.
Doctor,
Hello, John, old fellow. What's this? Final curtain?
Oh, don't be silly.
Such a rotten exit. Dying, Egypt. Dying.
Oh, you're not dead yet, not by a long shot.
Take off your coat, please, Mr. Scales, and roll up your sleeve.
Rotten exit. Rotten break for you, too, John. We'll have to close the play.
Close the play. Close the play. I'm ready, Doctor.
Yes, to be sure. Now sit down here. Hold still. You will hardly notice this. Make a fist. Tight.
This?
That's it. Maybe feel a little dizzy for a minute afterward, but in an hour, you'll be as right as rain.
That's all right.
Now still. Yeah. Not bad, was it? Lie back. That's right.
Good old John. Giving... Lord, what a publicity story this will make. Playwright at actor's bedside gives blood to save famous star's life.
If he had kept quiet, if he'd only... It might not have been too late then. But then I knew that I would never tell the doctor. I would never tell anyone. I would only wait and see. The revulsion, the contempt, the hatred that had been caged up in me for that smiling, posturing ape on the couch leaped now, clawing at the bars, howling for revenge.
Going all right, Scales?
Yes. Yes, perfectly. Thank you, Doctor.
Autolite is bringing you Joseph Cotton in Blood Sacrifice. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Now it's my turn, Wilcox. Riddle me this. What is it that lives a long time, has great power and endurance, and can store water?
Well, that's easy, Hap. An Autolite Stay Full battery.
Oh, no.
Yes. That Autolite Stay Full battery needs no more water than a cactus because it has more than 3 times the liquid reserve above the plates as compared to batteries without Stay Full features.
Stop that, Wilcox, and answer my riddle.
Now, let's see now. You mentioned long life. The Autolite Stay Full battery has a fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate. That accounts for its incredibly long life. Why, recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards prove that Autolite Stay Full batteries give 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features.
You're not even getting warm, Wilcox.
Why, man, this Autolite Stay Full battery is tops in batteries. Talk about power, it's phenomenal. Endurance, sensational. And remember, it's the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Elephants is what I had in mind, Harlow.
But I'm right, too, Hap, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Joseph Cotton, in Blood Sacrifice, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I lay back there on the chair in the dressing room. The doctor had been right. There was no pain about it. I could feel little tinglings as the blood said goodbye to my body on the way to inhabiting the much bluer veins of a distinguished actor. No, I felt nothing. Only a gentle warmth after a while and a lovely serenity. And with it came little visual effects inside my closed eyelids, a kaleidoscope like they use in films to dissolve into flashbacks. That was it. Yes. I was having a flashback. I hadn't wanted to send the play to Gary in the first place, but I was new in London, and good old George Philpotts, who was handling me, said he had a hunch about it.
Everything to gain, my boy. Nothing to lose. May as well try, you know. Can't get hurt trying.
Lord, George, Gary Drury, it's just not his kind of play. It's a tragedy, a bitter, cynical, disillusioned tragedy.
Well, he just may like it, you know. I'll send it along over to his hotel. We'll see.
I'd never met Gary until then, and of course, this tremendous charm of his, this flashing, winning, infectious, incomparable style of the man. When you talked to him, you were lost. And he did like the play. At least he said he liked it.
Oh, yes, wonderful idea. Very strong. Perhaps a little grim, but then these are grim times. Of course, there are 1 or 2 things that'll need touching up, and we may have to make a change here and there. There's never been a play produced that didn't have to have a certain amount of rewriting during rehearsal. You understand.
But I didn't understand. I was still too bewildered to understand. And the man had this fantastic charm, and he'd used it. Before I was out of his office, I'd signed a contract giving me a very pretty share of the royalties, and Gary the right to make any reasonable changes he might deem necessary to the script. Reasonable changes. During rehearsals, we'd sit halfway back in the theater.
Oh, John, I've been thinking.
Yes?
The cocktail scene in the first act, it bothers me. Somehow it seems out of character.
What do you mean?
Keith wouldn't have acted that way. He'd have been shocked and hurt and angry at the change in his fiancée. He'd have denounced her and left the party. Wonderful scene, one. And then at the very end, Keith rolls up his uniform tunic with all the decorations on it and lays it under his head for a pillow and lies down on the bench. Oh, just a minute. Oh, a wonderful curtain line. He says, I rest upon my laurels. Wonderful. Can you write it, boy?
You're not serious.
Of course I'm serious. Now, look here, Johnny. This is your play. I'm only conservative.
But that's not the play, Gary. It's all out of key with the rest of it.
Oh, yes, that reminds me. I've been a little bothered about the ending, too. Oh, it's very dramatic, of course, but just at this time, it seems in a little bad taste. Don't you think?
The play, I read them, and I wanted to run away and couldn't. The voices of the critics saying to the public,
This broken-back play is only held together by the magnificent acting of Mr. Garrick Drury.
Saccharine as it is, bitter laurel provides a personal triumph for Mr. Garrick Drury.
Nothing in the play is consistent except the assured acting of Garrick Drury.
Mr. John Scales has constructed his situations with great skill to display Mr. Drury in all his attitudes, and that is a sure recipe for success.
We prophesy a long run for Bitter Laurel.
And run it did. There was no stopping it. I caught myself wishing Garrick Drury would die or lose his looks or his voice or his popularity so that the whole thing could be buried and forgotten. Well, now, perhaps he was going to die. I watched the blood from my veins fill up the container. I thought of the blurred rose on the plate that might have got turned around. I heard Walters still complaining about something. I listened to the doctor.
Blood won't do at all, Walters. Lucky for Mr. Drury that Mr. Scales was around. Good man to have around. Universal donor. Blood mixes with all types.
But was it my blood or Walter's that mixed with all types? I didn't know. I couldn't be sure. Yet somehow I was sure that the plate had been turned around, and that would mean that if the doctor used my blood for a transfusion, that... What was it he'd said? Giving it would be like a prussic acid. It would be murder. No one would ever know. The doctor might guess, but he would never dare speak. It would be put down to his own negligence. Came over to me and looked at the level in the container and nodded his head approvingly and turned to Gary again. I felt myself pulsing and drifting like a man dozing in a snowdrift.
Flower for your lapel, sir. Flower for your lapel.
Good evening, Florrie.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Drury. Looks like rain, don't
It
it?
does indeed. But then we can't complain. Well, John, you must let me run.
Here, sir. Take a flower.
Thank you, Florrie. The show must go on, you know.
Bless you. Oh, good evening, Mr. Scales.
Florrie, let me have a carnation.
Yes, sir. 2 shillings, sir.
Here you are.
Pin it on for you.
Oh, thank you.
It's wonderful about your play, Mr. Smith. Wonderful. Run. But then Mr. Drury does know how to pick them.
Yes. It looks as if it might run forever, doesn't it?
No matter what he's in, they all come to see him. Not that yours isn't a wonderful play. Mr. Drury gave me a ticket for the second night.
Oh.
He's always so thoughtful.
Oh, what'd you think of it?
I thought it was lovely. I cried ever so when Mr. Drury came back with only one arm and found his fiancée with that other fellow at the cocktail party.
Exactly.
I will rest on my laurels. That was a beautiful curtain line you gave him there, Mr. Scales, and the way you put it over.
Yes, there's no one like Drury to put over that kind of line. Good evening, Florrie.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Scales.
Bitter Laurel. Oh, good Lord, Molly, Sheridan, hello. It's good to see you. It's been months.
Look who's here. New York's rising dramatist.
Oh, no, don't. Have you seen it? I sent you tickets.
Yes. Kind of you to think of us in your busy life. Yes, we saw the show.
Oh, I know, but like a fool, I signed a contract without a controlling clause, and by the time Drury and his producer had finished knocking the script around, there wasn't...
John, it's a shame.
Now, look, let's forget the play and go have a drink together, shall we?
Oh, sorry, but we have to think of our reputations, you know. Good night, John. Come along, Sherry. John?
Well?
John, it was a good play. How under any circumstances could you have let them do this to it? Come along, Sherry.
Good night, John.
Yes.
Good night, John.
Good night.
Ah, fine. Almost full quart. That ought to do it. Feel all right, Mr. Scales?
Yes, perfectly.
Good. Now, we'll throw you out of here and go to work.
The doctor ushered me out of the room onto the stage. I saw him disappearing around the screen with a flagon in his hands as I closed the door. Just as I thought. There were the reporters waiting. I sat down. I felt weak, not right at all.
Mr. Scales, how is he?
Yes,
Will he live, do they think?
Well, they think he may. They're giving him a transfusion.
Oh, with your blood. Oh, what a story.
Please don't use that.
Oh, yes, we know how you feel, but after all...
I'm just doing what anyone else would do. He was my friend. I owed him everything.
Well, of course, but you're a hero. You don't know how people feel about Garrick Drury.
Don't I?
Oh, incidentally, Mr. Scales, we hear you've sold the screen rights to the play.
Oh, no, not yet. It was, well, we'd been talking it over tonight. But if anything happens to Mr. Drury...
You mean we won't sell, huh?
If anything happens to Gary, Bitter Laurel will never be performed again. My hands were wet and cold, and I could feel the perspiration running down my back. My head was light, and I seemed to be walking on air. The voices of the reporters were distant and indistinct. I felt the sudden need to lie down, to rest, sleep. And the door to Gary's dressing room opened, and I saw the doctor standing there. His face and his voice were blurred.
Scales, will you come, please?
What is it?
He's complaining of a pain in his back. He did almost immediately we started the transfusion. He's asking for you.
Of course.
I just don't understand it. I don't understand. We all did our best. So much hemorrhage, shock, cardiac strain. It's always a gamble, you see, when the operation is left so late. Sometimes there is a particular idiosyncrasy. I should have preferred a direct test, but that's no good if the patient dies while you wait to make sure.
Mr. Drury. Oh, Mr. Drury.
What is?
Where's Bran?
Oh, his son?
No, he's understudy.
He'll be here in a minute, Mr. Drury. They're waiting. Bran. Fetch Bran. The curtain must go up.
Don't understand it. Yes, he's dead.
Why did he die, Doctor?
Blood transfusion, but I don't understand it. Mr. Scales is a type 4 universal donor. Still, there are sometimes personal idiosyncrasies.
I caught Walter's gaze and followed it. He was staring fascinated at the plate, which still stood on the table.
The rose. That one there that's smudged from the firing. I remember noticing it. Was originally on my right. Now it's on my left.
Ridiculous.
You did it. You turned the plate around because you knew that my blood would save him and that yours
Don't be
wouldn't.
a fool, Walters. I lost everything by his death. Why should I want him dead?
You hated him. I've seen it all the time. The blood, because you killed
Don't be
him.
a fool. It's too fantastic. What coroners do you know? No. What coroner... Oh, it happened. The roaring in my ears, the spastic constriction of my stomach. The room began to teeter and whirl. I staggered toward a chair. I could hear the Dr. Finkler's from a long way off.
What's the matter? Mr. Scales, what is it? Easy now. It's shock.
No, here, my side, where the car hit me.
Where? Show me.
Just here.
Good Lord, man, why didn't you tell us? You're hurt. Walters.
Yes, sir.
Tell them to bring in the stretcher from the ambulance. Quickly, man.
Yes, sir.
It's ironic. When the car hit me, it was an injury to the spleen. The spleen, think of it. So you see, all the time I was giving Gary blood for a transfusion, I was bleeding to death inside myself. Ironic, isn't it? Death from shock and loss of blood. They gave me a transfusion, too late. But I wouldn't have to die, they said. I would have lived if I hadn't given my blood to kill Garrett Drury.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Joseph Cotton.
Simmer down, Harlow. No more of those explosive riddles.
I'm exploding with good news, Hap. The news that Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants, coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Cary Grant. The play is called Salvage, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in Suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Blood Sacrifice was adapted for radio by Malcolm Meacham from the short story by Dorothy Sayers. Joseph Cotton may currently be seen in the Carol Reed production The Third Man, a David O. Selznick release.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radio.macandmind.com. Mac in mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macandmind.com. We now present Mystery and Thrillers on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Inner Sanctum first aired Monday, March 21st, 1949, 72 years ago today.
Good evening, friend. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Say, let me tell you about the new soap opera the other morning. It's a slippery little stanza called John's Other Coffin. This program poses the question, can the murderous husband be happy with the spirit of his dead wife? It seems everything went fine with his marriage till one night at dinner his wife asked him to pass the knife, which he did, right through her. Then he hit her body at the town bell. And that's where he made a big mistake. Because the next morning she told on him. Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Only the Dead Die Twice, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Johnny with Alice Reinhardt as Vera. Well, folks, sit right down and make yourselves uncomfortable. If you don't see any murder you want, just ask for it. Ready for tonight's cataleptic continuity? Okay, then. Let's get to Johnny Bryce as he tells his story.
It all started only 4 hours ago when I put the wagon away for the night. Ask me how I took a job like that, driving a hearse? Well, ask me and I'll tell you I needed a job. Any kind. But it's a job you never get used to. All the time there's that box riding in back of you. 4 hours ago, I got out of the wagon and started to head for Joe's Grill. But I never got to Joe's.
Hello?
She was standing at the door. Even in the bad light of the garage, she did things to a dress that knocked your eyes out. So I picked up my eyes and looked again.
I've been waiting for you.
All your life?
An hour of it anyway, Johnny.
Hey, you know my name.
Mm-hmm. Johnny Bryce. I know a lot about you.
That puts you one up on me.
I'm Vera Craig. I've got something that might interest you, Johnny.
Vera, you've got plenty that interests me.
I've got $1,000. See?
Hey, that stuff almost looks real.
It is real, and it's all yours, Johnny. All you have to do for it is use that hearse.
What?
There's a body I want you to take away.
Whose body?
Alex.
And who is Alec?
My husband. He's in our apartment. It's 23 Grove Street.
Well, the parlor handles the orders. Why didn't you call them?
I couldn't.
Why not?
My husband has been murdered.
Oh. Then you call the cops. The cops like to know about things like that.
I can't call the police. You see, I murdered Alec.
You killed him?
I murdered my husband.
You say that like you say, pass me the sugar.
It wasn't hard. He was rotten mean. I'm not sorry. I've got to get rid of the body. All you have to do, Johnny, is to get it out of the apartment and bury it.
Take it out? A dead body?
That should be easy enough for you.
I'm not touching anything dead.
But you're used to death. It's around you all the time.
Yeah, it's around me. That's the trouble. You think I like it?
You won't do it for me.
Not for anybody.
Not even for this.
I told you.
Not even for $1,000. 1,000, Johnny. 10 $100 bills, see?
Look, will you stop sticking that dough under my nose?
You can do a lot with $1,000, Johnny.
Will you stop it?
Think of what 1,000 can do for you, Johnny. You say you don't like your job.
I hate it.
And you won't have to be sick with your work anymore. You can get away from it forever.
Forever?
This'll be the last time you'll have to drive a hearse. All you have to do is get rid of Alec's body. $1,000, all for you. It'll free you, Johnny. What do you say?
$1,000. What do you think I say? I drove the wagon to the address Vera gave me and parked it in the side alley. The house was one of those broken-down brownstones. The halls were dingy and creepy. I was trying to find the door with the name Craig on it. The hall was so dark I didn't see him standing there.
You looking for something, mister?
What?
Yeah, what's the matter? I scare you?
What are you doing here?
And this is what I was going to ask you. I don't like people sneaking around these halls. I'm the super.
Oh, the super.
Yeah, what do you want here?
Nothing.
And then what are you looking at the doors for? I've been following you.
Well, I'm trying to find a friend's apartment.
Yeah, who's your friend? I can tell you the apartment.
No, thanks. You don't have to bother. I can find it.
Look, mister, I don't like the way you act. Maybe I should call a cop.
A cop?
Yeah, you heard me.
Oh, look, you don't have to call a cop. I told you I'm looking for a friend.
Yeah, but you still didn't tell me your friend's name.
Okay, he's Alec Craig.
Oh, Mr. Craig, eh? Well, why didn't you say so? That makes things different. Mr. Craig's apartment's up on the next floor. Rear of the hall.
Rear of the hall. Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah? What is it?
No use going up there. Mr. Craig ain't home.
But I was...
Yeah, he ain't home. He ain't been home all evening. If he was home, I'd have seen him come in, sure.
Okay, then I'll talk to Mrs. Craig instead.
You can't do that, mister. He ain't married. There ain't no Mrs. Craig.
What kind of a gag was this? The super said there wasn't any Mrs. Craig. Then who was Vera? After the way, I went upstairs. People walked. The door to Craig's apartment was part open. I pushed it the rest of the way and walked in. The living room was as cold and gloomy as a morgue. I wanted to turn and go out, but something kept pulling me. Ask me and I'll tell you it was death. You couldn't see it, but you knew it was there and you couldn't make it let go of you. Pulled me right through to the next room. Alec Craig was there, just as Vera said. On his white shirt, there was a big red circle. And on the floor next to him, a carving knife. Stained with the same red. I walked out of the room. $1,000 and no $1,000. I couldn't touch him, not for a million. I got to the front door and opened it. Hello. He was standing there in the hall right in front of the door. A big guy in a black hat and coat.
I was just going to ring the bell. My name's Steve Maxton, detective, first grade, 16th precinct. You Alec Craig?
No. I'm a friend of Craig's.
Oh, I want to see Craig.
Well, he's not home.
Who are you?
Johnny Bryce.
You're sure Bryce that Craig isn't home?
I just told you he wasn't. Nobody's in there.
Okay, then suppose you come inside with me. We'll wait for Craig.
Well, he's not coming back tonight.
Go on, do like I tell you. Get inside.
What is this? What do you want with me?
I just got a call to get over here. The guy who called said there was a murder.
Murder?
That's right. He said that Alec Craig was here in his apartment. Dead.
If I had gotten out of that apartment a minute before, this never would have happened to me.
But now I was stuck. I warn you, Bryce, don't try any phony moves.
Oh, you got this wrong, Maxton. Somebody's playing a gag on me.
Maybe.
Craig isn't here. You can see nobody's here.
We'll look in the next room.
There wasn't a thing I could do. When we went into the room where Craig was, I kept my eyes straight ahead. I didn't want to look down and see him again.
I guess you were right, Bryce. Somebody was playing a gag on me.
It wasn't possible. I couldn't believe it. There wasn't a body on the floor. There wasn't a murder knife. There wasn't a single trace of death. Baxter went out and left me there alone. I stood right on the spot where Craig's dead body had been. My head spinned around like one of those kids' tops that makes that whirling sound. The sound was my own voice asking myself 100 questions that didn't have any answers. And the whirling sound got worse and worse. All of a sudden it stopped.
Hello, Johnny.
Vera,
What's the matter, Johnny? Aren't you glad to see me?
how'd you get here, Vera? How'd you get into that closet?
There's a back entrance to the apartment.
Look, what's going on here? There was a body right here on the floor. I saw it with my own eyes.
Yes, Johnny, you saw Alec's body. I put it in the closet to save you. If that Detective Maxton had found it, then you'd be in trouble, wouldn't you?
You said Craig was your husband.
He was.
You're a liar. Super told me Craig wasn't married. He wasn't your husband, was he? Was he?
All right, he wasn't.
Why'd you lie to me?
Because I wanted to make sure you'd help me.
What kind of a game are you playing?
When I told you I killed Craig, that was the truth.
Why'd you kill him?
Because he deserved to die. He was blackmailing me. Johnny, you've got to get him out of here quickly.
Oh, no.
I'll meet you out at Mount Crescent Cemetery. All you have to do is carry him down the back stairs to the hearse.
Nothing doing. I'm not going to touch him. I couldn't put my hands on him.
$1,000, Johnny. It's still waiting for you.
I don't want this 1,000 anymore.
Here, Johnny, I'll give it now. Half of it.
Oh.
When you're finished out at the cemetery, you'll get the rest.
No, I said...
Here, take the 500.
I told you no.
Now, look what you've done. You only have to pick it up.
I'm not going to pick it up. I don't want any part of your lousy dough. Keep it. The deal's off.
Oh, no, Johnny. The deal isn't off at all. Not a bit. You're going to do exactly as agreed. Money or no money, you've got to. Now.
No. What do you mean?
You told me you spoke to the super. He saw you here. They'll find Craig's body if you don't take it out.
So they'll find it, so what?
That Detective Maxton, he knows you now, Johnny. The detective remembers a face. They're good at that. If Craig's body is found, you'll be blamed for the murder.
Why, you dirty little... So that's it.
Yeah, that's it. And there's nothing you can do about it, Johnny. Absolutely so nothing.
I carried Alec Craig down the back stairs to the wagon. I always thought the dead were cold and stiff. But they're not that way at all. Craig hung over my shoulder like a warm rag doll. And with each step down those dark stairs, he bounced. And his face touched mine. With each step, a scream broke loose down deep inside of me, and I had to bite my tongue to keep the scream from coming out. I finally got him to the wagon. I dropped him into the box. Then I closed the lid. He was there in the box, but I could still feel his weight on my shoulder. His face brushing against mine. I shut the back door and walked to the front of the wagon.
Where you going, Bryce?
Maxton.
I said, where you going?
What are you doing here?
Well, you still didn't answer my question.
To the garage. I'm putting the wagon away for the night.
You didn't tell me you drove a hearse.
You didn't ask me.
Didn't I?
No.
Well, then I guess I didn't ask. I was waiting out front. You didn't come out that way.
Oh, there. Backstairs, I had my wagon parked here in the alley.
And why didn't you go in through the back?
Huh?
You went in the front way.
How did you know?
Oh, maybe I was outside when you got here.
Maxton, who are you?
You saw my badge. I'm a cop. What do you got in that hearse?
Just a box.
What's in the box?
Nothing.
Sure?
It's empty.
And you wouldn't mind if I had a look. Let go of my arm.
I tell you, the box is empty.
What are you so nervous about? Your hands shaking like a leaf.
Look at the box. I swear, there's nothing in it.
That's what you said.
What are you going to do?
Nothing, Bryce. Like you said, the box is empty. I'll see you around sometime. Soon.
Laxton walked out of the alley, got into a car, and drove off. What was the game they were playing? Vera and Maxton. Why did Maxton let me off so easy? I drove the wagon out of the alley and headed for Mount Crescent Cemetery where Vera was supposed to be waiting. When I got to the river drive, I started to breathe again. Well, I was lucky after all. I steered Maxton off. And I noticed there was a car behind me. I knew who it was. Maxton. That's why he let me off, so he could tail me. I slammed the gas down all the way. He stayed right behind, the same distance. There was a curve ahead. I rounded the turn and then cut off to the side of the road. I killed the lights and waited. Maxton's car whipped by. I got out of there fast and took a back road to my date with Vera at the cemetery.
What took you so long, Johnny?
Well, Maxton tailed me, Vera, but I shook him off.
What is it, Johnny?
The way you look here in the moonlight.
What's the matter with the way I look?
There's something about you that reminds me.
Reminds you of what, Johnny?
Yeah, that's something alive or real. Death.
Here's the shovel. You'll dig the grave over there near that tree.
No, I can't do it. I can't do anymore.
This way, Johnny.
Where you are, Bryce?
Maxton.
Let you get rid of me, eh?
Maxton, believe me. I had nothing to do with it. It was all her idea. I didn't want to come out here.
You picked a Lulu this time, Vera.
So you found out, Steve. What are you going to do?
What is this?
A nice yellow Lulu. He tries to pin it all on you.
What are you two talking about?
So this is the spot where you two have been meeting.
Meeting?
Cut the act, Bryce.
I don't get this.
You're wasting your breath. That's not going to save you. I told my wife if I ever caught her...
Vera's your wife?
No use, Johnny. There's nothing we can do about it now.
But
now you'll find out everything about us.
Maxton was holding the gun level at Vera. She was right. He'd find out everything. Craig's body was a few yards away in that wagon. I couldn't let Maxton find that body. I waited a second. I jumped down. Saw the gun fly out of his hand. I held him by the coat collar. He brought his right all the way around. I ducked just in time. Then I buried my fist in his middle. I heard the wind go out of him. Then he dropped to the ground. Come on, Phil. Let's get out of here.
No, Johnny.
Come here around soon.
We can't go yet, Johnny. Don't you see?
See what?
He'll find you. No matter where you go, he'll find you. I know him. You'll hang for Alec Craig's murder.
But I didn't kill Craig. You did.
You'll both hang. He'll fix it that way. You won't have a chance. Here. Take this.
Gun?
It's his.
What do you want me to do?
Take it, Johnny. You know what you've got to do. Kill him.
Kill him?
It's the only way out for you now. You've got to kill him.
But I can't. I can't.
All you do is pull the trigger. It's so simple.
He shoved the gun into my hand. The metal of it burned my palm like a hot poker.
Hurry up, Johnny. Shoot.
I couldn't lift my hand.
Hurry before it's too late.
She picked up my hand and aimed the gun at him.
Before it's too late, Johnny.
Maxton was laying in the moonlight, quiet and still. I closed my eyes against the side of him. Then I felt her finger press mine. I buried Maxton. All the time I shoveled, Vera stood there watching. That same devil's smile on her face. After I dug another grave, I went back to the wagon to get Craig's body. I opened the little box and reached in it. Vera! I sat there in the dark of the wagon, my brain not believing what my hands touched. The insides of the empty box. Vera! I got out of the wagon and started for the grave. Vera! Vera, he's not here. What?
Vera's gone, Bryce.
What? It was Craig. Alec Craig. Standing right there in the path in front of me.
She's gone, Bryce.
Hey, you're dead. I put you in the box. You're dead.
Here, Bryce, touch my hand.
No, stay away from me.
Touch me, Bryce. Feel how dead I am.
Don't you come near me.
You don't have to be afraid, Bryce. I'm not dead. Not really.
You are. She killed you. That blood on your shirt, that's where the knife...
blood? Yes, I admit it is realistic, but it's only a combination of red ink and grease. But it did get the effect Vera and I wanted. You really thought I was dead. You're such a chump, Bryce.
Why did you do this to me? Why me?
We had to get her husband out of the way. We wanted him dead, but only a chump commits murder. A chump you can buy with $1,000 or with fear.
You're having a good time, huh, Craig?
Oh, terrific.
You're not going to get away with this.
No? What are you going to do about it, Bryce? Go to the police? Tell them the story? Sure. You do that. Tell them how you held the murder gun, how your fingers squeezed the trigger.
She made me
Tell that to the police, Bryce. Tell them. And let me know what they say. I'll be waiting to hear about it.
He walked down the path, laughing at me. Me, the prize chump of them all. Well, this chump had one idea. One good idea that was really going to kill him. I started the wagon and headed it down the path. I caught Craig in my headlights. He turned. That hyena smile was still on him. Then when he saw what I was going to do, the laugh dropped off his face. He jumped to the side of the path and ran up a hill. I drove right up after him. He twisted and turned, but I didn't let him out of the headlights. He was just getting to the tomb at the top of the hill when I stepped down all the way.
Alec, what took you so long?
Hello, Vera.
Johnny.
What's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
What are you doing here?
We'll talk about it inside.
There's nothing to talk about.
I said I'm coming in.
Get out of here.
That's no way to treat an old friend. Craig told me all about it. How you framed me into the murder.
Of course he told you. It was all my idea.
Cute idea.
Told you before, there's nothing we have to talk about it, so you might as well leave.
You're expecting Craig, that right, Vera?
None of your business now. Either you get out...
Craig won't be here.
What?
He couldn't make it, Vera. On account of he's dead. That's right, good and dead. You should have heard him scream when the wagon hit him. You should have heard him, Vera.
You're lying. You wouldn't do a thing like that. You're not a murderer.
Sure I am, Vera. You made me a murderer. You remember this gun, don't you, Vera?
Johnny, listen.
All you do is pull the trigger. It's so simple, remember?
Johnny, that's $1,000.
Oh, yeah. I had 1,000. This is where I came in.
You can have it now.
You can do a lot with $1,000.
Right, don't you? Can get away from everything you hate. You won't have to be near death anymore. You can be free of it forever. The phone. That's right.
1,000. Is it still all there, Vera?
Johnny, that's all of it, and it's yours now. You've earned it.
Operator. The police.
Police? Johnny, what are you doing? Why are you calling?
Hello?
What are you...
My name's Johnny Bryce. I want to report a murder.
Oh, you crazy fool. They'll hang you.
The one who was killed? Her name is Vera Maxton.
No.
The address is 23 Grove Street. The killer? Sure. His name is Johnny Bryce.
No.
Yeah, that's right, me. Oh, I'll be waiting right here for you.
Johnny, don't do it, please. You can have 1,000. Even more, 3,000, Johnny. 5. Listen, Johnny, even more than 5. I'll get you as much as you want. Anything. Johnny, stop.
Now, that's the way I like to see our stories finish. Plenty of corpses and no remorses. Well, Johnny finally got the drop on Vera. But you should see the drop the hangman got on Johnny. So there's a moral in tonight's tangy little tidbit. It comes from the grave works of the funeral philosopher, Wormley Digger, author of One Hearst Town. Now, how's it go? Oh, yes. When you plant a corpse, be prepared for anything. You can never tell what might come up. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Inner Sanctum, which originally aired Monday, March 21st, 1949, 72 years ago today. This episode of Escape originally aired Sunday, March 21st, 1948, 73 years ago today.
You were aboard a Chinese junk run aground off the coast of Borneo, and paddling toward you were the canoes of the deadly Dayak headhunters. There is wet, your powder, and your throat is dry, because for you, there is no escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to the Orient of 150 years ago, to the Manila of 1790, in Richard Matthews Hallett's story of a wooden ship and an iron man. Misfortune's Isle. The water which was lying at anchor so close up against the jetty, I could have leaned over and spit on the wheels of the elegant Spanish carriages clattering along the promenade. And that's exactly what I felt like doing. I'd been away from Salem for 3 years now. 3 years of sailing a trader brig through the China Seas and south into the Spice Islands. All for what? The whole thing had grown stale suddenly, and I was plainly and simply bored. Young Poe stood beside me there at the taffrail and tried to console me with philosophy. He'd anchored his sailing junk alongside earlier in the day and come aboard to renew a friendship that started 2 years before at Tientsin, when I hauled him out from under an executioner's axe. He was under it because he just sold me 6 fine fat pigs without remembering they happened to be the sacred property of the Tientsin Temple. Oh, Yang Po was a real philosopher, all right.
Anyway, my friend, I reserve my sympathies for the poor. You have gained much wealth in trade.
Aye, and a few measly gold pieces. But the trouble is, out here, a man can't go it on his own. He needs backing.
What more backing could a rash man desire than those 8 brass cannon at the rail?
Aye, they're fair guns, all right. But it's a flag I'm speaking of.
Do these unworthy eyes not see a pennant there at the masthead?
The bunning of Salem swings no weight out here. In the south, it's the Dutch who call the turns. On the coast, the British, and here in Manila, it's the Spanish. Man had... Young Po. There she comes now, in the second carriage there. That's the 4th time since high noon she's come past.
4 fine horses and 2 footmen. She rides in style.
Watch. She'll look up at the ship. She has every time today. Ha! There, you see?
Ah, that one. The little caged bird.
You know her?
I know of her. She is wife of Don Narciso Crispo, the Spanish nobleman who is Captain General of the island south of Zamboanga. He is in residence here in Manila.
She looks very sad. Why is she called the little caged bird?
One glimpse of Don Narciso would answer your question better than 1,000 words.
She's very beautiful, too. I'll swear she looked back and smiled just then.
Captain Arad, once in pity, I set free a parakeet which I had found caught in a net. I still bear a scar from its beak.
Some things may be worth taking chances for.
I find it so much simpler to go to sleep and dream of maidens on the moon.
Oh, but the moon's too far away.
Hey, Rad, where are you?
Huh? Oh, up here, Michael, on the quarterdeck.
Then the honorable red-headed one is still your first mate?
Aye, that he is. What's the matter, Michael?
Matter indeed. Haven't you heard all the excitement in town? I've been Well, young Pooh, haven't they hung you yet?
This unworthy one is touched by your concern, Mr. O'Kane.
What do you mean by excitement? I've been on board all day.
Now, last night, with all the guard, the soldiers, the stone ramparts and all, a band of pirates slipped ashore down coast and got through into the city.
Pirates?
Aye. 10,000 bushels of misfortune. They may possibly think it was me.
Oh, they have no clue as to who it was. Got away scot-free, they did. And they almost abducted the Captain General of Zamboanga himself.
What?
Aye. An important grandee by the name of Don Narciso something or other. His guard finally heard them.
Pity. Fortune not with you, Captain Arad.
But here's the part that'll stop you. There is no one in Manila that knows who they were, except yours truly, Michael O'Kane.
Go on.
Here, have a look at that.
Why, it's a Manchester cutlass. Aye. And there's a mark on the handle. Why, it's one we traded to Serif.
Aye, the bandit king of North Borneo. And it was me found this morning on the beach where the pirate boat came ashore.
You found it?
No, not quite. A Malay by the name of Jambu brought it to me.
Jambu. 10,000 sampans filled with spoiled fish.
You know the fellow?
I have used him as interpreter. He speaks Dayak. But in some former incarnation, he undoubtedly was ill.
You know, I think this may be exactly what I need.
Need? For what, I read?
To make fortunes for the three of us.
I certainly remember an unexpected appointment.
Young Poe. It's a plan that won't work without you. I'm not talking of bare profits. This means a fortune.
I am amazed. There is much talk of money, and yet very little talk of Spanish lady.
I've heard rumors on shore about these Spanish lasses. For one thing, they wear no stockings.
Huh? And how's a man to know it, Michael? You can't count too much on hearsay.
Well, no, it was a Spaniard that told me.
All right, now listen, lads. Let me tell you the plan. And if we're all agreed, I'll go ashore and talk to this Don Narciso.
After I have heard it, I think I shall go and sacrifice White Rooster to Queen of Heaven, though I doubt it will do a great deal of good.
The only thing I can't understand is why this Jambu didn't take the cutlass to Don Narciso in the first place.
It is quite possible he did take it there in first place, Captain Arad. It is point worth consideration.
It took a bit of talking right enough, but finally the others agreed to the plan. And no more than 2 hours later, I was talking to the Captain General of Zamboanga himself. He turned out to be a little monkey of a man, yellow as a faded sunflower and much older than I expected to find.
I am quite well satisfied regarding your identification of those who perpetrated the outrage, Captain Arnott. But, maledictions and fatalities. I have also heard the stories of this pirate Serif.
No, I think a broadside of my 32-pounders can furnish him enough fatalities, Excellency.
It's not that simple. They say his headquarters on the Borneo coast is nothing less than a fortress.
It's only a bamboo stockade lying at the mouth of the river. And it's in range of the guns on my brig. My friend Yang Po has been there.
But hard against the mouth of the river is the Pluchalaka.
Misfortune's Isle, huh?
Aye.
And on it, limestone caves filled with birds' nests worth $50 a pound in Canton.
That may well be, Captain Arad. But there is also the Upas tree. You must have heard of it.
Aye. But I count little on hearsay, Excellency.
It is not hearsay. The Dayak headhunters poison their spears and arrows with its juices. I have seen men scratched by them die like that.
Some things are worth taking chances for.
I must say that I quite agree with you, Dartito.
Delfina, Captain Arad, may I present my wife, Doña Delfina de Crispo? Captain Arad.
I'm honored.
Narciso, I have heard it all. You must agree to this expedition.
Huh?
You know the king's offer. It's this man who islands of pirates to be made a conde with lands and titles.
To have both lands and titles, my dear. What is it you expect from this, Captain Arad?
A fortune, Excellency.
Huh?
The bird's nest themselves should be worth $500,000 Yankee dollars. And there's gold and antimony in the river. And trade with the Dyaks.
Precisely what is the plan of yours?
Well, 50 of Serif's men are Chinese who once served Yang Po. They'll come in with us if he can get word to them. That'll make things easier.
Okay, and how do you expect to get word to them?
Yang Po and I'll sail in ahead of his junk and try to contact them. My mate will bring up the Water Witch 24 hours later, and then we'll attack.
And exactly why have you come to me?
Well, were I to do it without official support, I'd be judged a pirate myself, wouldn't I?
I don't know. It would be a great thing if it could be done.
Narciso.
See?
Why not think of it tonight and decide in the morning?
I think that may be a wise suggestion.
Then allow me to show you out, Capitan Aris.
By your leave, Excellency.
Till tomorrow, then. Good day, Captain.
This way, please. He will agree. You may depend on it.
Good. I hope also that His Excellency will accompany us personally.
He will. You can be certain of it.
You seem quite sure of that.
Who do you think it was who had the cutlass sent to you?
You?
Here is the door, Capitan. I will say, adiosito now. In our language, it means goodbye for a little while.
For a little while, huh? Well, in that case, adiosito. Delfino was right. The next morning, he agreed to it. And 2 days later, we sailed out of Manila Harbor. Don Narciso accompanied me on Yang Po's junk, and Michael O'Kane followed at the helm of the Water Witch. Our luck deserted us as we rounded the Corregidor and sailed square into the tail end of a typhoon. There was little wind, but a heavy sea was running, and it took us on the port bow for all that night and the next day. We lost sight of the Water Witch, and the leaky old junk pitched and rolled like a dory. Yang Po stayed mostly below in his bunk and dreamed peacefully of the maidens on the moon, while I stayed on deck and skippered her through it. It was late the second night before I had a chance to go down to my cabin.
Buenas noches, Capitan.
Delfina! What in the name of the devil are you doing aboard?
Being tossed about mostly. It is a very unsteady ship you have, Capitan.
Well, it should be a lot more unsteady when 100 Dayak headhunters start trying to board her. How did you arrive here?
In a sack of feathers. It's really all that saved me during the storm, you know.
Oh, confound it. Don't you realize your husband is on board? Sleeping in the deck cabin. Suppose he should come down here for something.
He did once. I hid in the wardrobe.
Oh, all the fool tricks.
But you did say Oriosito. For a little while.
Yes, but it wasn't an invitation.
Who could tell? Anyway, I shall prove quite valuable to you.
I doubt it.
You will see. Narciso will become frightened at the last moment. He always does.
Now, what will you do?
Whatever is required at the time. I am not afraid of fighting, my Capitan. I have seen it before.
We had found a fortune in our reach, and now you come along and ruin it.
You underestimate me.
Well, I won't do that again.
You are very rude.
I meant to be. Why did you marry him?
I had no choice. My father was ambitious. Narciso was influential.
And did you find his father real ambition?
See? He became a colonel and was killed at Santiago de Chile.
Oh, I'm sorry. And now if you'll remove yourself from my bunk, I need some sleep.
If you are going to move in here, then What am I going to do?
Oh, you'll think of something. You made all your own plans so far. Oh, thank you.
But if my husband sees me, then he may think you brought me on board.
Well, in that case, I shall be forced to kill him in a duel. Good night.
You are going to sleep?
I hope to. Try the shrine of the Queen of Heaven. It's the last cabin in the stern. No one goes there but Yang Po, and he'll have to be told about you anyway. Good night.
Even when you are rude to me, your mouth is so very sweet. Buenas noches.
Well, woman or no woman aboard, it was too late to turn back now. And so 2 days later, we dropped anchor at the mouth of Serif's River. Off the port rail, a quarter-mile away, lay the pirate stockade. It was backed up by the dark green mass of jungle. And on the opposite side of the junk, across 100 yards or so of water, was the beach of Misfortune's Isle, sloping back to break sharply on the foot of the limestone cliffs. On the upper shoulders of those cliffs were the caves with a fortune in edible birds' nests. And between the cliffs and the water stood the upas tree. 100 legends were told about the upas tree, how its shadow could kill a man, and how the spirit of a white goddess was prisoned in the thick, dark foliage of its top, and how birds that lighted on its branches fell dead to the ground. Well, one thing at least was true enough. The Dyaks made a horrible poison from the juice of its bark, and they worshipped the tree.
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
That we must spend our lives working against this man.
Let's hope not.
He's got a lot of his gang here, Naji. Arenier's upstairs right now.
Yes, he's locked in one of the unused rooms up there.
Oh, you're still cold. Well, come upstairs and I'll give you something of mine to put on.
I am cold, Dorothy. These mountains are very far from Cairo.
Bob, you'd better go and help Betty. She's probably having trouble with that stove.
Okay.
Come on, Naji.
I'm going to talk to Arania again. I'll come up too.
Why is he here, Chandu?
Roxor sent him to look for something he refers to as the secrets.
Frank thinks it's Robert's notes on his new experiment.
You have them, Chandu?
No, but... Naji, you might know the meaning of the message we found.
Oh, where is that little image, Frank?
I believe it's in my room. Call me when Naji's changed and I'll show it to him.
I will. Oh, I'm glad I didn't let this fire go out. I'm going to give you a wool dress and a warm sweater. Just a minute.
Dorothy, give me only a coat. Something I can wear over this gypsy dress.
But you'll be much warmer.
I must speak to Aranya.
What?
And Chandu must not know. Where is the dwarf?
In the room at the end of the hall. But not
Give me the coat, please.
Well, here's one. Button it up, you'll freeze. I wish you'd wait.
Where is the key to that room?
I suppose Frank has it.
Oh, you.
Unless he left it in the door.
It may be. I must see for myself. Which is Chandu's room, Dorothy?
Across the hall. Oh, Naji.
His door is closed. Please, do not tell him.
All right. Straight down the hall, Naji. But do be careful not to let Aranya out.
Hey, Mom! Mom!
What is it, Bob? We'll be down in a few minutes.
You better come down now and see about the stove. The whole kitchen's full of smoke.
Well, open the dampers. There's one in the pipe and one at the back of the stove.
We did. It doesn't do any good.
Bob, get Uncle Frank. It's not the stove at all.
Hold everything, Beth. Mom can make it sit up and bake.
I tell you, it's not the stove. Something's on fire.
What? Frank! Frank!
What's the matter, Dad? What's that smoke?
Come down here, Uncle Frank.
The place is on fire.
You had better go outdoors and stay there. Come on, Dot. The whole inside of this place will go up like tinder if it gets a start. Naji, come on.
Oh, Frank, she went to talk to Aranya.
What? Go downstairs, Dot, and outside. I'll bring Naji. Good Lord, the place is full of smoke already.
Betty, come here.
I'm right here, Mother.
Hurry up, Mom. Make it fast, Uncle Frank. Everything's on fire.
Shut the door after you. You're making it worse. Naji! Naji, open the door.
Chandu! The smoke! Chandu! Why have you waited until now? Why have you waited?
Unlock the door, Naji. Unlock it. I can never break it down in time. Try, darling. Turn the key.
Chandu!
Ah, that's it. We'll have to hurry. Here, put my handkerchief over your face.
Cochon! I said you would look into the eyes of death!
Shut that door!
The storm is burning! Aranya lighted the fire.
Here, don't talk. Don't talk. Come on, Naji.
He lighted it in the cellar. Before...
Well, then it's been burning for an hour.
Sauve-moi! Aranya will be burned alive! Aranya will burn!
Keep quiet.
No!
The fire was your idea.
No.
Naji, I'll have to let you down from the window. Here, sheets to make a rope. If they're not long enough, the curtains, they just hold.
Oh, it is too late, John.
Not yet. Two more knots. There. Now, here.
up, Nutty. Bob, are you down there?
Right under the window, Uncle Frank.
Hurry up, Uncle Frank. I'm all around you.
Stand by, Bob. Now, Nutty, you'll have to hold on.
Oh.
Nutty,
Yes, I will try.
don't be afraid. Here you go.
How will you escape from this?
Don't worry about me.
No. How will I leave this place of demons? How will I get out of here?
Keep quiet.
No.
You're almost down, Nutty. Hold on.
Frank, it's too short. She's nowhere near the ground.
She is too, Bob. Let go, Najee. I'll catch you.
It is too far.
Let go.
Oh, Bob, be careful.
There. What did I tell you? Okay, Uncle Frank.
Come on, Frank.
Come here, Rainier.
No, I will not.
Bob, you'll have to catch Rainier.
Why do you bother with him? He will let me fall to the ground. I will be fallen to pieces.
Come here. You ready, Bob?
Sure. Let him go. No.
Get out of there, Frank.
Get back! Get back!
And now, before we say goodnight, Chandu the Magician has an exciting gift for all you ladies listening. The gift of a helpful wash book prepared for you by the makers of White King soap. The name of this book is Washing Made Easy, and it is yours for the asking in exchange for just one White King box top. Washing Made Easy is written soap just like a cookbook. It gives you rules and recipes for every type of wash day problem. It tells you exactly how much soap to use, how to overcome hard water problems, how to use and care for your automatic washing machine. And now this White King wash book is yours as a gift from Chandu the Magician, in exchange for one White King soap box top mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. If you are having any wash day problems, send in the questions you would like answered by White King's staff of wash day experts. Mail in your questions and your White King soap box top to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. And remember, nothing washes like soap, and there's no soap like White King. Chandu the Magician is presented for your enjoyment every weekday evening. Princess Najee is played by Lillian Baev. Your announcer is Howard Culver. The makers of White King invite you to listen Monday at this time when the story resumes. Chandu the Magician. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Chandu the Magician, which originally aired Friday, November 26, 1948. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Monday, November 29th, 1948.
Chandu the Magician. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of White King granulated soap present for your enjoyment Chandu the Magician. Today is Monday, wash day in most American homes, and we sincerely hope that every Monday is White King wash day for you. Yes, every Monday morning, before you begin your weekly wash, be very sure, you have a box of White King soap on hand. White King is first and foremost a washing machine soap. When you use White King in your washing machine, you are sure of getting plenty of rich, thick, energetic suds. Those suds wash off surface dirt and wash out hidden dirt. White King suds stand up even when you cool the water down to safely wash dainty undies, fleecy blankets, and bright-colored cottons. And White King suds rinse away freely and completely in your rinse water, leaving your clothes free of both suds and soil, clean as clean can be. So remember, please, no washing machine works better than the soap you use. Nothing washes like soap, and there is no soap like White King. In gypsy dress, Princess Naji has secretly entered Montevania for a conference with Frank Chandler. But when she learns from Dorothy that the malevolent dwarf Arenye is in the castle, she insists on speaking to him at once, unknown to Chandler. Over Dorothy's protests, Naji enters the locked room. Suddenly, fire breaks out on the lower floor. Almost instantly, the old woodwork is blazing furiously. Hurrying the regents outside, Chandler discovers where Naji is. Flames are racing up the stairway behind him as he opens the door. He lowers Naji from the window, and below, the family looks up, terrified and helpless, as the upper floors collapse with a crash. Chandu, the magician.
Come on, Mom. You can't just stand here in the snow.
Oh, I'm not cold, Bob.
Mother, do you really think Uncle Frank... I mean, he didn't.
Darling, of course he didn't get out.
Oh, but Mother...
You saw him there in the window. The floor must have given away.
If he hadn't taken time to get that little shrimp Arenye out, he could have made it himself. Well, let's go, Mom.
Oh, not yet, Bob. I can't think what to do.
I just know he can't be in there.
You're only making it worse for Mom, Beth.
Oh, no, I'm not, Bob. Mother, I bet this is what the yogi meant.
Meant by what, Betty?
Well, you know, about not being deceived by the appearance of death. Let's go around to the front and see if he
Oh,
says...
Betty. Those messages from the yogi were for Uncle Frank, not for us.
They might not have been.
Look, Mom, you can't do any good here. Let me take you down to Mr. Mason's. Well, that's what Uncle Frank would say, I bet.
Well, I suppose we may as well. I'll have to send a telegram to your father.
You'd think the fire department could have got up here before the whole place caved in.
I bet there's no such thing as a fire department.
Yeah.
And I bet somehow or other Uncle Frank got out anyway.
Don't keep saying that, will you?
I will, too. I just don't believe that he... Oh, listen, Mother. There's a carriage coming up the hill.
I wonder if it's Mr. Mason. I bet you can see this fire for 50 miles. Come on, Mom. You can ride down to the consulate.
That's a good idea, Doc.
Uncle Frank! Oh, Frank.
By golly.
I told you he'd get out.
My golly, I sure didn't think you'd make it. How'd you do it?
By magic, didn't you, Uncle Frank?
Well, there was no other way. Where's Naji?
Naji? I forgot all about her. I'll go and see.
Well, where did you leave her?
Around here in the back where we were standing.
Mr. Chandler.
Oh, Mr. Mason.
Thank heaven you're all here. When I saw the flames...
Just a minute. There's still someone missing.
Good Lord. Still in there? Who?
No, she was outside, but... Well, perhaps I'd better tell you about her now. Mason, it looks as though I'll have to impose on you to a certain extent.
My dear fellow, all of you must come down and stay with me at the consulate, of course.
Well, thank you, but the rest of us can go to a hotel.
Nonsense. I won't hear of it.
And the point is, this lady's in the country, well, illegally.
Mr. Chandler, I'm surprised you take such a risk.
She took the risk herself. I had no idea she was coming.
And I certainly thought she could leave without being discovered. Women seem to think restrictions are made to be outwitted. How did she pass the border inspection?
She came through the mountains.
Alone?
No,
But how could she possibly...
I'd rather not explain, except to say that she didn't come here because of a feminine whim. She me, and she had information she didn't wish to trust to the males.
I see. Well, it's working with... It's risky business, but I'll do what I can.
Thank you. Can you trust your servants not to tell anyone?
Oh, certainly. They've been with me for years. Mr. Chandler, did you save anything from the fire?
Not a thing. 5 minutes after it broke through from the cellars, it was too late.
We found Naji, Uncle Frank. See? He's all right.
Good. We're going down to Lobova now.
We'll get in the carriage then. Naji?
Please do, Mrs. Regent. Why do you think the fire started in the cellars, Mr. Chandler?
It must have been running along those heavy beams under the floors for more than an hour. It was deliberately set.
No. You know who did it?
Yes. And I wonder what became of him.
Of whom?
Bob, what happened to Araignée?
Gosh, I don't know, Uncle Frank. I couldn't hold on to him.
Who was it?
A particularly vicious little dwarf. He'd just confessed to me that he'd shot the king.
Are you serious? And he got away?
Yes, because of the fire. Well, there's no reason to wait here any longer. It'll just have to burn itself out.
Fortunately, there are no other buildings up here.
Yes. I'm wondering how Dmitri will take the news.
Surely you don't think he was responsible for it?
I'm not too sure. I've found certain things in the castle that might have been quite embarrassing to Dmitri. Well, shall we go?
A gentleman to see you, sir.
Well, you know better than to announce a visitor without giving me his name.
You refuse...
Enough of this.
Roxo, if I had known...
Dmitri, have you nothing better to do than sit here in Messo's library pretending to be a strong man?
Metzos left his files in disorder, Roxo.
Files. The whole country's in disorder. I was not even questioned at the frontier.
An error for which the border guard will be shot.
And how many other men do you suppose have entered as I did, unquestioned?
Metzos has been dead only 1 day.
I did not come here to listen to your excuses.
Oh, please, take this chair, Roxo. You are still far from well.
Do not regard the stories of my illness too seriously. It suits me very well that the newspaper should print them. According to them, I am at the door of death.
You do not look well, Roxo.
Enough! Now, what have you done with Chandler?
It goes well, Roxo. Fremont.
You are lying, Dmitri. When first I sent you here, you were filled with certainty. What is wrong now?
Well, these things require time.
You have had time.
Did you not see the flames as you came from the station? The castle is burned.
Are you trying to tell me Chandler is dead? I do not believe it.
Oh, no, monsieur. I am only saying that with the underground temple destroyed, it will be much more difficult to proceed.
Weeks ago, you reported that you had invoked the blackest of all the ancient curses upon Chandler, upon his whole family, even the regent.
It is true.
Then you are no sorcerer. By the ruin of the world, Chandler cannot be the only man alive to perform these tricks.
They are not tricks, Roxo.
You were to separate the family regent. You were to send the boy to me to work against Chandler. One by one, they were to become what you call lost ones. Well?
Well, it is unfortunate. I do not like to have to say this, but you cannot understand these things.
If I understood them, I would have no need of you.
You must permit me to proceed in my own way.
You have attempted this sorcery, and you have failed.
You know I do not fail. The boy in Paris, Count Stepan, Mademoiselle Roger.
We speak of Chandler.
Roxo, permit me. Little brandy here. You should not excite yourself. It is not poisoned. I will drink with you. A votre santé.
I will not be put off, Dmitri. Your sorcery has failed. Confess it.
Roxa, I am more than a sorcerer, much more. I can accomplish more than Metzos dare to dream of. He was a clod, a simple soldier who never should have laid aside his rifle.
This is your confession. You have failed.
Only with the boy, young regent.
You fool.
Chandler discovered my plan before I was prepared. Ah, that is nothing, Roxa. This thing...
You will leave for Paris tonight.
Roxa, you are not thinking...
I will not tolerate failure.
If I go, who's to keep order here? The peasants are ready to revolt since the dwarf shot Pavel Karowitz. They are prepared to restore the throne. His son Nicholas has become an idol overnight.
I will dispose of Nicholas. Dmitri, you will go.
Monsieur Roxo, your long illness has dulled your wits. You cannot afford to be seen here.
No?
Chandler knows you. He will know why you have come. He will report to his government.
Nonsense. As far as the world is concerned, I have come to pay my last respects to my friend Metsus. Enough. Seen men like you before. The embassies are filled with them, trying to gain power only by scheming.
This from you, Roxa?
I tell you, the fist is the weapon. The iron fist. I have finished with you, Dmitri.
Impossible.
Well, where are the regent notes? Aranya has brought them?
They will be in my hands tonight.
Good. At least you have accomplished so much. When they were not in the Paris laboratory, I was sure Chandler had them.
It must be so.
But I warn you, Dmitri. If you in this, you will fail, die in agony. There is a chemical of my own devising.
Roxa, I do not like to be threatened.
Threatened? One word from me to London and you would be hanged.
No.
You imbecile. You will bring me those notes and then you will go. I will deal myself with Chandler. Chandu, the magician. Ha!
And now, before we say goodnight, Chandu the Magician has an exciting gift for all you ladies listening. The gift of a helpful wash book prepared for you by the makers of White King Soap. The name of this book is Washing Made Easy, and it is yours for the asking in exchange for just one White King Soap box top. Washing Made Easy is written just like a cookbook. It gives you rules and recipes for every type of wash day problem. It tells you exactly how much soap to use, how to overcome hard water problems, how to use and care for your automatic washing machine. And now this White King wash book is yours as a gift from Chandu the Magician in exchange for one White King soap box top mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. If you are having any wash day problems, send in the questions you would like answered by White King's staff of wash day experts. Mail in your questions and your White King soap box top to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. And remember, nothing washes like soap. And there's no soap like White King. Chandu the Magician is based on the original radio drama created by Harry A. Earnshaw and is written by Vera Oldham. The maker...
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Spy Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of The Man Called X, which originally aired Sunday, March 21st, 1948, 73 years ago today.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. Frigidaire serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. The other tenants in the same building, of course, know very little about Ken. That's the way it is in a New York apartment house. But there are other people who do know, and some of them have rung the door buzzer and have been admitted to Ken's lodgings. Sometimes the caller has been an old friend, and other times it's been Pagan Zellschmidt.
But you don't understand, Mr. Thurston. Why should I come here at 1 o'clock in the morning if I didn't have a good reason?
I don't know, Pagan. The last time you wanted to borrow $10.
But this is serious. By morning, I may be a dead man.
Maybe soon if you don't get out of here. Let me get back to bed.
Yeah? I bet you wouldn't talk like this if you had seen the ghost of your old dear friend, Jose Martinez.
I haven't got any old dear friend, Jose Martinez.
Neither have I anymore. He got drowned on the ship, the Papago. The one that hit a mine and blowed up.
Papago? About 6 months ago.
Yeah. I warned him not to go around making like a sailor.
Wait. You saw this man tonight alive?
Well, not alive exactly. He's a ghost. And when I came to, somebody was throwing cold water over me. Just take a look at the shirt.
Haven't been able to get much information, Chief. It seems that Papago has hit a floating mine somewhere near the Azores and sank with all hands. The only wreckage found was mostly deck stuff. A couple of lifeboats.
What cargo was she carrying, Ken?
Gives us one very reason to come in on the case. Medical supplies for Greece.
Well, that's reason enough, all right. Only what makes you think there is a case?
Chief, the fact that Pagan saw a crew member of that freighter here in New York last night when everybody on board supposedly drowned. Looks a little screwy, doesn't it?
Well, if Pagan really did see the man. Who owned that ship, Ken?
Some little layout called the Jordan Transportation Company. Offices at Los Angeles Harbor in San Pedro. They own a sister ship, the Pima. Supposed to be loading out there now for a run to the South China coast.
But suppose the Papago did strike a drifting mine. Several boats have done the same thing since the war. Where's any case in that?
Medical supplies are pretty good items on the European black market.
But how can you sell anything on the black market when it's already sunk in the ocean?
I don't know. Maybe the same way a dead man can walk down the street 6 months later. Chief, I'm going to San Pedro.
The fact is, Ken, we simply don't know too much about that Jordan setup.
Well, how come, Dave? I thought you boys in the harbor police would know if anybody did.
Well, as far as I know, they've never been tied up with anything crooked, so...
Who's in charge of their office here in San Pedro?
A fellow by the name of Myron Sharp.
Sharp.
And the name we have listed as owner of the company is E. Jordan. Likes to eat at the Casa de Sevilla in Santa Barbara. That's a very fine restaurant about 100 miles up the coast.
Oh, yeah, I know the Casa de Sevilla. Used to go to Santa Barbara on vacation.
Vacation, eh? Why don't we go up there for a week right now, Mr. Thurston?
Quiet, Pagan, shut up.
You see, as far as we've known, Ken, the Jordan Company is a small layout, operating a couple of freighters out of various ports.
Only one now, Dave. They lost the Papago 6 months ago.
Yes, I know about that. But they bought another ship about 6 weeks afterward called the South Wave.
Huh?
Left here just last month on a South American run.
South Wave, eh? Dave, when's the Pima scheduled to sail?
In 4 days, if they get done loading.
See, Mr. Thurston? We got time for a short trip to Santa Barbara.
And that's exactly where I'm going.
Good. I'll get ready right away.
You buy yourself a pair of dungarees. You're going to stay here and try to get a job at the Jordan Company.
But why should I want a job? I don't even know anybody here in San Pedro.
Oh, you might run across an old friend around the docks. Jose Martinez, for instance.
Say, I might add that. I always did like Jose. Hey, he's dead. Oh, no.
It's good to have you with us again. How long are you planning to stay, Ken?
Not long enough, Pete. I'm not on vacation this time. I'm looking for somebody.
Well, now, I'm sure none of the patrons here at the Casa de Sevilla could possibly...
Oh, no, nothing of that sort. This guy's the owner of a shipping company out in San Pedro. Let's see, the name, E. Jordan.
Jordan. Oh, yes. Come on into the lounge, Ken. I'll introduce you. You've never met this guy, huh?
No, I just got the name from the harbor police in San Pedro.
Oh, I see. Over this way. Excuse me, Mother Jordan.
Oh?
Oh.
I'd like to present an old friend, Ken Thirst. Mother Jordan, Ken.
How do you do?
Oh, hey.
See you later, huh?
Yes, Pete, yes. Sorry to break in on your piano playing, Mother Jordan.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Thurston. I just do it to make the time go faster. Did you want to see me about something special?
Well, yes, I was told in San Pedro that you own the Jordan Transportation Company.
Oh, dear. I'm afraid you've had a trip all the way up here for nothing. You see, I just leave everything to Mr. Sharp down in San Pedro. He's an awfully nice boy, and I'm sure he'll...
Yes, I understood Mr. Sharp was your manager, but I thought I'd better talk to you about this first.
Well, I'm afraid you think I'm not even very intelligent. You see, I only inherited the business from my dear husband passed away last year.
Oh. Then it's Mr. Sharp who really runs the company.
Yes, and I was awfully lucky to get him. He's always so nice, so polite. I'm sure he'll be able to take care of you.
Yes. Mother Jordan, have you ever thought somebody in the company might be doing something, underhanded?
Why, Mr. Thurston, what a thing to say.
Why don't you and I go down there together? Straighten things out.
Well, now I would enjoy the trip. Oh, man, don't you dare go down to San Pedro and start a fight with anybody.
Mother Jordan, I don't have the slightest intention of starting a fight. Not the slightest.
As far as I can see, Mr. Thurston, the whole idea is ridiculous. We lost the Papago through an accident, but that's no indication that people will run into any danger on this China trip.
I don't know, Mr. Sharp. They've reported drifting mines north of the Philippines.
Been drifting mines all over the world since the war, Mr. Thurston. Several ships have been sunk by them.
That's right, Captain Blake. But I doubt if any of the crewmen who drowned on the others ever turned up alive later.
I've shown you the crew log of the Papago, Mr. Thurston. There were no Jose Martinez on board.
You could have signed on with another name.
Oh,
that doesn't make any sense.
Gentlemen, please. At least Mr. Thurston is being nice and polite about it.
Sorry, Mother Jordan.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll go on board. About my bedtime.
When's the Pima scheduled to sail?
Friday, if everything works.
No. It'll be before midnight Thursday or else on Saturday.
Oh?
I start no voyage on Friday.
Superstitious, Captain Blake?
I'll see you in the morning, Myron. Night, everybody.
Good night.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Thurston.
Thank you.
He's an awfully nice man. So strong and everything.
He'd been with the company a long time?
This is his first trip. He was in the China coast trade.
I see.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'll just go on up to my room. You see, Mr. Thurston, my dear husband built a little apartment up over the office here, and I have some knitting I must work on. Good night, all.
Good night, Mr. Jordan.
You find her quite a trusting employer, don't you, Mr. Sharp?
And just what do you mean by that?
Nothing, maybe it's true, isn't it, though? Anyway, wait.
Mr. Sharp! Mr. Sharp, Mr. Thurston.
What's wrong, Pagon?
What's wrong? If you only knew what I just saw out there on the deck of that ship.
Oh, I know, all right. Jose Martinez, or his ghost.
Think he's up here on the foredeck someplace, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, he could be any place by now, Pagon. I wanted to get away from Sharp. You any trouble getting a job?
No. The Sharp guy said no chance. But I ran into Captain Blake when I was leaving, and he put me on. I'm a deckhand, whatever that is.
Good. Now, what you find out?
That little storeroom next to the bridge is packed full of dynamite cases.
Oh, so that's it.
That's where I was when I saw the ghost of Jose's. Mr. Rex, it looked just as... What was that?
I don't know. It's on the other side of the deck cabin. Come on.
I don't really care about finding out what it was, Mr. Rex.
Here, give me that flashlight. Nobody in sight.
Well, in that case, why don't we get out of here?
Look out. That hatch is open right behind you.
Huh? Say, somebody could very easily fall down. Look.
Looks like a dead man lying down there.
Dead man? Dead nothing, Mr. X. It's been dead for 6 months. That's that ghost of Jose Martinez.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. The freighter Papago struck a drifting mine and sank with all hands. But 6 months later, Jose Martinez, who'd been one of her crew, showed up in New York, alive. And now the trail has led Ken and Pagon to the dark hold of the Papago's sister ship, the freighter Pima, lying at a wharf in San Pedro, California. They're bending over the body of a man who is dying for the second time, Jose Martinez.
Easy, Pagon. Lift his head up. He's in bad shape.
Blake. Capitan Blake.
Look, Mr. Thurston, he's been stabbed in the back.
Yeah. Jose, what about Blake?
Blake.
What about Captain Blake?
He'll talk. Scared.
Huh?
Get Blake.
Mr. Thurston. Oh.
Yeah, Pagon. If you meet him again now, he will be a ghost.
That reminds me, he looks as solid as anybody. I don't see how he could...
Quiet.
Huh?
Yeah, Pagon, he must have been dead for 5 or 10 minutes. Too bad he won't be able to talk.
No.
You, Mr. Thurston? What's trouble, anyway?
Captain Blake.
Looks as if somebody knocked off one of your crew, Jose Martinez.
Huh? Well, that's not Martinez. It's named Tony Seaman Zork.
Uh-huh. Come on, Pagon. Better not leave the dock, Captain Blake. And the same goes for Sharp if you can find him.
What's that? Now, wait a minute.
Where are we going, Mr. Thurston?
A couple of places. And Pagon, we've got to move fast.
Oh, sure, Ken. The South Wave lay over there at the Jordan Wharf for 10 days or so. I saw her quite a number of times.
Good. What does she look like, Dave? I mean, in a general way, the overall outline.
Oh, I don't know. About the same size and shape as the Pima. She had a cleaner deck line, though. No after cabin, no superstructure above the bridge level.
In other words, if you took those items off the Pima, she'd look pretty much like the South Wave, what?
Sure, but I don't...
Digging up that information at this time of night, Ken, but anyway, here it is.
Go ahead, Chief.
There is a Cochin-Saigon line in Shanghai, and they did own a freighter called the South Wave. Sold it 2 years ago.
Who bought it?
The Canton Steel Company. They broke it for scrap.
What about Blake?
Well, Captain Blake was discharged by the Cochin-Saigon line a year and a half ago, embezzling ship's funds. They don't know where he went. As for that Yangtze River business, you were right.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chief. I'll let you know what happens.
Yeah, but Ken, I don't see...
So long, Chief. In other words, you're telling me you didn't know that Tony Zork's real name was Jose Martinez. Is that it, Captain Blake?
That's right, Mr. Thurston. I sure wouldn't sign a man on this ship if I knew he was going around under an assumed name. What makes you think any different?
Didn't you work for the Cochin-Saigon line once?
Well, yeah, that's right. What was that?
What do you mean?
I thought well, nothing, I guess.
Mm-hmm. How'd you happen to leave the Shanghai company?
Well, I got tired of the way that...
What's wrong, Captain Blake?
Look, there at the porthole. That face, it's Martinez.
Oh, it's imagination. I don't see anything. Anyway, you called him Tony Zork before.
That's who I mean, Zork.
On now.
Did you kill him?
No.
You know who did?
No. I was here in my cabin. There it is again. Jose, no. Can't you see him there at the porthole?
Why should I? I don't have a guilty conscience.
Oh, he's gone now. Mr. Thurston, what do you think he wants?
Maybe he wants you to start talking.
I've got nothing to say.
Well, then you'll probably go right on seeing him. You going to talk?
No. What is it you want to know?
The sinking of the Papago.
What do you mean? Well, we...
What did you...
Blasted off some of the superstructure, threw it overboard. And we headed south out of the shipping lanes, repainted the vessel, and changed her name to the South Wave.
What happened to the cargo?
I, sold it on the black market at Marseille. And we went back.
What about the log and papers the South Wave was registered under? Forged?
No, they were the real McCoy. I stole them from the Cochin Saigon at the time they scrapped the ship.
And I suppose the same deal was being planned for the Pima on this next trip.
Yeah, that's right. We'd already started rumors about mines being seen north of the Philippines. Only this time we'd have her name changed and sold her to some China Coast Company. You don't need papers for that.
And these medical supplies would have ended up on the Shanghai black market instead of going to the people they were meant for.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Thurston?
I'm going to smash this thing wide open. Who planned all this anyway, Blake? Who'd you take your orders from?
Well, Sharp!
He takes his orders from me, Thurston.
Well, Sharp. Nice looking gun you're carrying.
Yes. Shoots nice, too.
What happened to Pagon? You scare him off?
No. Caught him out there on deck shoving Martinez's body up to the window.
Huh?
He's either knocked out or dead.
So that was it. I thought it was a spirit.
You superstitious fool. Thurston tricked you and you started right in shooting off your mouth. I can't take any more chances with you, Blake.
No, wait. I won't talk. You can trust me.
I'll be able to trust both of you in about 15 seconds.
Did you kill Martinez, Mr. Sharp?
That's right. Didn't want you to identify him. Now you can tell him hello for me.
No!
Oh, dear. I guess I must have hit him, Mr. Thurston. He fell down.
You hit him all right. 2 shots right in the back of the head. Come on in, Mother Jordan.
I heard the whole thing, and I simply can't understand it. He was always such a nice, polite young man. Oh, thank goodness my dear husband always made me carry this revolver in my knitting bag.
Yeah. Pagon, you all right?
I wake up and find I'm asleep with a dead body. My head feels like a cantaloupe. Hey, what hit me anyhow?
The late Myron Sharp hit you, Pagon.
Hey, he's dead. You shot him, Mr. Thurston?
No, Mother Jordan did that.
You mean she could shoot somebody?
Well, I had to, Mr. Zellschmidt. He was going to kill these 2 gentlemen.
Oh.
That's right, Pagon. And then, too, he might have spilled the fact that she's the brains behind this racket.
Why, Mr. Thurston, what a thing to say.
Isn't it, though? Suppose you explain how Sharp could pull all these deals without the owner of the company finding out.
Well, I told you my dear husband always took care of things.
Your husband. He wouldn't have been a man named Bully Jordan, would he? Head of a pirate fleet on the Yangtze River back in... No, don't try it. Dave Taylor's right behind you. Harbor Police.
I'll take that gun. Thank you, Mrs. Jordan. Now, come on, let's go. You too, Blake. Come on.
Just a moment, please. I think I'll need my knitting.
Mr. X, when a nice, sweet-looking old lady like that turns out to be a dirty crook, then I'm completely disillusioned.
That's the trouble, Pagon. You can't always tell by looking. There's a lot of things in this old world that look pretty good on the surface. But you have to go deeper. Sometimes you even have to think about them. And thinking isn't so tough once you get used to it. Why don't we do more of it?
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Ladies and gentlemen, America's production depends on steel. And steel depends on scrap metal. So please help increase the production of the things you need and help to keep employment high by collecting steel and scrap iron around your own home. Turn it into your local drive or call your local scrap dealer right away. Now, next week, our story is called A Ruby for Pearl, and it has to do with one of the smartest international rackets you ever heard of. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You just heard an episode of The Man Called X, which originally aired Sunday, March 21st, 1948, 73 years ago today. Stay tuned for Matinee Theater, next on ABN.
You're listening to Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Matt Itter, Nathan, on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, March 21st, 1949, 72 years ago today.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 30. Ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman here of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Friends, before we bring you tonight's story, we should like to remind you that the Red Cross reaches into every community in the country in tackling its day-to-day job of service to humanity. As Americans, we are the Red Cross, because the Red Cross in action is America in action. The job for 1949 is tremendous, and $60 million are needed. We respectfully urge you to give generously. It is through the Red Cross that each one of us can give something of our own plenty to those who are sick, hungry, homeless, and frequently hopeless. And now here is tonight's play. True, we think to the Radio City Playhouse tradition of a good story expertly told. Blind Vengeance by George Bellack, starring John Larkin as Emmett with Elspeth Eric as Helen. Attraction 30 on Radio City Playhouse.
I can't imagine what they might be, but I suppose there are worse things than being blind. Maybe one of those things is death. Maybe death is worse than blindness. I don't know. When you can see, there are a lot of little things you take for granted. Striking a match and bringing it unwaveringly to the tip of your cigarette. Buttering a crust of bread neatly. Eating soup without spluttering it all over everything. But when you're blind, you know you're being sloppy and you wish you weren't, but... Oh, well, you wouldn't be expected to know. I was 30 when it happened, and I did everything rather well. Rode, skied, drove. I loved driving. I loved long, sleek, exhaust cars, expensive cars. It's a wonderful feeling doing 70 in a good car on a smooth road, especially when your wife's beside you.
Emmett, darling, please, that's too fast.
Helen.
Well, it is. I don't like it. It makes me nervous.
Ah, you leave it to Emmett, boy. Steady as the rock of Gibraltar.
Please slow down.
You know, that center line reminds me of adhesive tape unwinding from an endless white road.
I think it's smart aleck stuff, and I don't like it.
Oh, Helen, for Pete's sake, stop being stuffy. Cars like this are made for speed.
Crazy to take chances like this. I'm asking you, please. Emmett!
Ease him back, nurse, slowly. That's it. There. These fools that don't know how to drive, how crazy can a man be? All right, Mr. Graves, take it easy.
Oh, it's killing. It's killing.
You'll be all right.
It's like a knife. What is it? What? Helen.
Shh. Your wife's all right now. Take it easy.
Who are you?
You're all right.
What happened?
You had an accident in your car.
Where am I?
In the hospital. I'm Dr. Summers. You're in the hospital and you're safe, and your wife's right next door. Now take it easy. Another half grain of morphine, nurse. Now, just relax, Mr. Graves. You had a bad accident. You're very lucky to be alive.
Doctor, my eyes. Why are they... Take these bandages off.
Now, Mr. Graves...
Take them off. You hear me? Take them off.
Please, Mr. Graves. Hypodermic, nurse.
Yes, doctor.
Now, this will just sting for a second, just for a second.
What are you doing to me? What are you doing?
Just to quiet your nerves.
Why are my eyes bandaged?
Relax. That's it. Easy. There you are, the last of the bandages.
But I can't even tell anything. Whether it's light or dark. Not anything.
Well, Mr. Graves, it needn't be such a tremendous handicap. There were thousands of men in the war who overcame it.
Not even the faintest glimmer. I was sure I'd be able to see something, a light bulb, a fire, or something.
I know it's been a terrible shock. I wish we could keep you and your wife here longer, Mr. Graves, but at the moment we're so crowded. I think we'd better go and see your wife now.
Yes, I suppose we had. It'll be as hard on her as it is on me. Worse. She'll have to live with me. Take me around.
Mr. Graves, there's something I've got to tell you. This is one of the times I almost wish I'd gone in for a career that... Mr. Graves, your wife is blind, too.
No! That's final. I will not go back to New York where everybody knows me and can feel sorry for me.
All right, Emmett. We'll go up to the cottage.
May I say something?
Certainly, Dr. Summers.
You're both intelligent people. I know how shattered you are in spirit and soul. But you've got to make a decision as to what to do with your lives. You're fortunate in having plenty of money. I don't mean sermon. Adjustment isn't to preach a tiresome word, but it's important, very important.
Emmett, we could have Barnes and Mrs. Ransom go up ahead of us. Perhaps, Dr. Summers, you could arrange for somebody to drive us from here.
Of course I can.
Don't be frightened, Emmett. You've always loved the sea. We'll be all right. I know we will.
We were taught how to sign our names in a guide frame, how to go through doors. Every day a man came from the Institute for the Blind and taught us. We had a model of the housemaid, and we fingered it until we were perfect. We knew how many steps between every room, what furniture stood where. And we learned the 40 yards of shore so that we could stand anywhere and yet still find our way back to the house. The teacher they sent us was a dull-witted chap that had bad breath and... No, I guess he was all right. I guess it was me. But when he finally stopped coming, I was glad, very glad. Helen and I used to practice when we were alone. We'd practice going up and down stairs smoothly and confidently. I'd go up and wait for Helen. Then I'd go down and wait for her at the bottom. Then I'd go up and wait for Helen. Oh, it's a real exciting way to spend an evening.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There. I didn't touch the railing once.
Oh, you don't have to be that perfect. Everybody uses the banister when they climb stairs.
The little chair is here.
Turn right and 4 steps to the big leather chair against the wall.
Small chair at the head of the stairs. 4 steps right. And the big leather one.
Everything was where it should be. Everything normal, everything just fine. Except for that small, hard kernel of fear that stuck in my chest like a lump of lead. Always just a little afraid. It wasn't a real frightening sort of fear. Just a tight little knot of dread. As the days dragged on, I began to hear things I'd never heard before. Mrs. Ransom, our cook, would make a noise in the kitchen, and I'd hear it from the bedroom. Or Barnes, our chauffeur handyman, would be in swimming, and I'd hear him over the sound of the surf. I would strain to absorb the sound, absorb it with my skin, my hands, the soles of my feet. Helen didn't feel as nervous as I did. I'd lose my bearings for a few seconds, lose my sense of direction, and I'd panic. Just stand still and clench my fists and shake. And that's the way I was the first time it happened. Helen had gone down to the beach with Barnes. Mrs. Ransom was off to get our milk from a neighbor. I was. I walked in alone in my bedroom, and right at the door I knew something was wrong. I walked in and stood in the middle of the room. The skin in my arms turned hot and cold, and a column of ice formed along my spine. I strained. I ached to hear, to sense, to feel. And then I knew someone was in the room with me. Who is it? I can hear you. I know you're there. What's that noise? Well, say something. Say something. Look, I'm blind. I can't see you. It's very frightening not to know and... Well, just don't stand there staring at me. Say something, dear God. Don't you understand? I'm blind. I know you're there. Say something! I gotta get out of here. Helen! Helen! Mrs. Ransom! Ransom, help me! Somebody help me! Helen! Helen!
Could have got into the house and up into your bedroom.
I know someone was there. I know it.
It was your imagination, darling. Now be sensible. It just couldn't happen.
Who is it?
It's Mrs. Ransom, Mr. Graves.
Come in.
I was just wondering if you'd like
You said you were going after the milk.
Well, I did, Mr. Graves.
Then how are you back so soon?
Mr. Patterson passed me on the road, Mr. Graves. He gave me a lift back.
Well, why didn't you say so?
I'm sorry, Mr.
That's
Graves.
all right, Mrs. Ransom. What was it you wanted?
I wondered if you'd like a custard for dessert. The milk's lovely and fresh.
Custard would be very nice, Mrs. Ransom. Thank you.
That's all, Mrs. Ransom.
Yes, Mr. Graves. Supper won't be long.
It could have been her. It could have been anybody. Did Barnes leave you at any time when you were on the beach?
He swam over to the point while I lay in the sun.
Do you think he came back to the house?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm so edgy. For Pete's sakes, let's have a drink.
No, let's not.
Why? What's the matter with you?
I don't enjoy drinking when I can't see the glass and sort of... Anyway, I don't think it's a good idea.
Are we getting a little saintly? We used to be the sops of 81st Street.
Well, you suit yourself. I'm going to clean up for dinner.
I started then to think about killing myself. I wondered what it would be like. Would it be quiet and serene or would it be... Well, I started to think about it. I even suggested it to Helen. She was very annoyed and very upset. She said there was always hope. That there were things like Brahms and Toscanini, and fresh air and birds and holding each other's hand. She made me feel ashamed for ever thinking that suicide could be a part of people who love each other and who are normal. One day, Dr. Summers came to visit us. We were very glad to see him. We thought there might still be a chance that... Well, we were very glad to see him. He was always very cheerful.
I think you're both looking splendid. Splendid.
Thank you, Doctor. Sure, it'll be nice for you to drop in on us.
Well, I hope to come more frequently. My sister's bought a place up the way a bit.
You mean we'll be neighbors?
Well, not quite neighbors. It's the old Harlington house, the big white one with the red roof.
Oh, it's an enchanting house. You'll love it. I used to play in it as a child.
Dr. Summers.
Yes?
Do you think it's possible for a blind person to go into a room and think he hears some person in it when it's really empty?
I think it's not only possible, I think it's liable to be frequent.
Emmett had a very unfortunate experience. He thought he heard somebody in his bedroom one time.
I know I heard somebody.
Of course you did. You're all keyed up to hear something, and your brain accommodated you.
You mean I've too much imagination?
Yes, you have. And there's nothing about it.
Well, it's terrifying.
Of course it is. Your mind reaches out and grasps at shadows. The shadows can't be held, can't be distinguished, and it is frightening. Don't let experiences like this upset you. You'll get over them in time.
Well, there was somebody in that room.
Darling, why don't we just forget all about it?
Excellent idea. Everybody is blind in one way or another.
Is everybody unbalanced, too?
I think so. In one way or another.
That night after Dr. Summers left was the first night I had to talk myself to sleep. I was afraid to get up and get a sleeping powder. I was afraid I might take the wrong thing and make myself sick. I didn't want to wake Helen. It seemed churlish to wake Mrs. Ransom of Barnes. So I talked to myself. Not loud. Low and softly. Nobody could hear me. Helen slept in the next room. When I talked to myself, it shut out the disturbing sounds. All the millions and millions of other sounds. The night, the sea, the crickets. I never knew there were so many sounds. To try to keep the sounds out, I'd lie on my back and gently rub my chest with both hands from side to side, and I'd talk very softly. Nothing but the night. Alone. It's cool. Good night to sleep. Good night to sleep. What's that? Helen? Is there someone... Whoever you are, you're at the window. I'm going to get out of bed and come over. If you want to kill me, why, this is your chance. It's the blind. It's the blind. It's just the Venetian blind. Dear God, am I going crazy? I couldn't go back to bed. I felt for my robe, my slippers. I gripped the wall and walked carefully to the door of my room. My hand glided over the chair, the bureau, felt the open door. I walked the 10 steps to the big leather chair, then 4 more to the top of the stairs. I made the left turn, and suddenly there was nothing there. No wall, no banister, no small chair, just space. And though it seemed like a million years, I balanced on the edge of a knife, my arms beating the air uselessly. And then like a lump of clay, I fell. Helen! Helen! Helen, help me!
Emmett, where are
the stairs. I'm halfway down the stairs.
Oh, my darling, what happened? What are you doing out of bed like this? Barnes! Darling, are you hurt?
I fell. I
Are you
fell.
all right?
My side.
Darling, you shouldn't get up at night all by yourself.
Help me up.
Barnes!
I'm coming, Mrs. Graves.
Something's gone. Something's holding me. For God's sakes, what's holding me?
What is it, Mrs. Graves? What's happened?
But, oh, Mr. Graves, are you hurt? What is it?
Help him. Get him upstairs.
Oh, the belt of his robe got tangled in the railing. Yeah, there. Now, lean on me, Mr. Graves. Are you all right?
No, don't lift me up. Just let me sit here a minute. Helen, sit here with me, please.
Is there anything on the stairs, Barnes?
No, Mrs. Graves.
All right, you can go back to your room.
Are you sure there's...
You heard what she said. That's what you paid for to do as you're told. Now go back to your room.
He doesn't mean it, Barnes. Please, go back to your room. If I need you, I'll call you.
Okay, Mrs. Graves. If you want me, just shout. I won't go to sleep until you tap on my door.
Thank you, Barnes. Emmett, what happened? Darling, you're shaking like a leaf.
I thought I heard somebody at the window, and I got up. It was the Venetian blind slapping against the sill. I thought I'd come downstairs for a while. I got to the head of the stairs, and I fell.
Are you all right?
My ribs, hurts me to breathe. I think I hit my side when I fell. Oh, Helen, I'm so afraid. I might have been killed.
Now, there now. Please, let's go back up and get you to bed. I'll bring you a glass of milk.
Helen.
What?
I've got it. I've got it now.
Got what?
Somebody moved the chair.
Somebody what?
Help me up, quickly.
What is it, Emmett?
Help me up. Can't you understand English?
Yes, dear, I can understand English. Now, hang on to the rail. All right?
Yes, I'm all right.
What do you mean somebody moved the chair?
I got to feel it. To feel it. To know that... Well, where is it?
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Where's the chair? Where's the little straight-back chair that we feel every time we start downstairs and every time we get to the top? Where is it?
Well, it must be someplace.
It isn't here. Do you understand? It isn't here.
Emmett!
Somebody's trying to kill us. Trying to kill us. Do you hear?
I'm going to call Dr. Summers.
It's a good thing he didn't fall all the way down.
Is he all right, Doctor?
Of course I'm all right.
You've no broken bones, but you're covered with bruises.
Somebody moved that chair. At least Emmett thinks. Well, it isn't there now anyway.
What chair?
Well, there's supposed to be a small straight-back chair right at the top of the stairs. We touch it every time we start down, and then we always know that when we feel it on the way up, there's only one step left.
The little chair with the plaid seat?
Yes.
I can see it from here.
You what?
Yes, a little straight-back chair with a plaid seat.
You're lying. You're trying to trick me.
Mr. Graves, I can see a plaid chair from where I'm standing in this room. It's at the head of the stairs against the railing. I'm not used to being called a liar. I realize you're upset, but I'd appreciate it if you'd remember your manners. Good night.
Emmett, I can't stand this. You've got it on yourself. Get a grip.
But you couldn't feel it.
You must have pushed it out of the way when you fell.
I didn't.
Why did you leave your room in the first place?
Oh, I wish I could kill myself. Even if I went to hell, I wish... This is hell. Right now, it's hell.
Emmett, I'm upset, too. Now, please don't talk that way. You've just got to get hold of yourself, darling. We can't go on like this if you're going to be hysterical and imagine...
Look, I'm telling you that somebody moved that chair. Either Mrs. Ransom or Barnes. Somebody's trying to murder me.
Emmett.
Deliberately or accidentally, one of them moved it.
Good night, Emmett. I'll see you in the morning. Try to sleep as late as you can.
Helen, don't go. Don't go. I was alone again, back in bed. Alone with the noises. Only this time it hurt to rub my chest. The shadows crept in like 1,000 visions that can't quite be seen. I was on a horse, galloping under the skies. I could see Helen as she used to be. Lovely, gay, gentle, tender. And then everything seemed to come together and go round and round and round. And away at the back of everything came the blackness of sleep. Closer and closer and closer and closer. A couple of weeks went by, and gradually the pain went, and I began to forget. Helen and I walked by the sea every morning before breakfast. It began to be good to be alive. We were learning Braille. A whole new world of reading started to unfold to us. And then, one night, it all came back in a sickening, ghastly rush. I'd been asleep for hours, and suddenly I was awake. My hair began to stand up on the back of my neck. A noise had wakened me. A noise I hadn't thought of for a long time, the noise of a light switch. Someone flipped the light switch in my room. I tried to sit up in bed, but my muscles wouldn't respond. I just lay there bathed in sweat. I knew there was somebody in the room, but I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I just lay there, the words bursting at my lips, but nothing would come out. Is there somebody there? Barnes? I can hear you, Barnes. Barnes, please don't hurt me. I'm in bed. I'm helpless. I'll give you money. I've already arranged that you and Mrs. Ransom will be taken care of. You don't have to worry, Barnes. Barnes, please. Or kill me if you have to, but say something. Say something. What are you doing? What are you doing? God in heaven, help. Oh, come, my work be done enough as it is in heaven. I did hear it. Helen. Helen, I'm coming, Helen. I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming, Helen. Just a minute, Helen.
Emmett!
Darling.
Emmett, help me!
I'm here, darling. I'm here.
There, he's in that closet. I felt him. He passed me. He's in the closet. A man. Call Barnes.
Hang on to yourself. You had a gun in here once, didn't you?
I don't know. Barnes has one.
It is Barnes.
No.
Yes.
We'll do something. We can't just stand here.
Mrs. Graves!
Barnes, come here quickly.
But who, if it isn't Barnes, then who's in there?
Barnes!
What is it, Mrs. Graves? Mrs. Graves, what's the matter? What is
Barnes, there's somebody in that closet. Mrs. Graves felt him go past her. He was in my room first.
Well, I'll soon find
No,
out.
Barnes, wait now. Be careful. He may be...
But in the... Well, if this is it, the best way to get him out is to open the door.
What is it?
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Graves. There's no one there. The closet's empty.
I can't stand it any longer, Emmett. Not any longer.
We can't stay outside any longer, Helen. It's cold. We'd better go back in. Barnes and Mrs. Ransom will be worried. Darling, there was nobody in the closet, and it was all our imagination. We've had a bad shock, and... Honey, don't you understand? I've had all this, too. The chair, the hundreds of times I've thought that I was hearing things, and it's just being blind. It's just being blind. Now, come on. We've had a terrible fright, and it's late, and we can't sit out here all night.
How high have we come?
Oh, we've come too high. We just passed the end of the rear wall. We shouldn't go any farther.
Go to the top. What difference does it make if we do fall over? Maybe it would be best to fall over and down and end it all together.
Helen.
Why not? Why not just end it now, easily, quickly, together?
Stop it.
I just can't stand it. I just can't stand being blind. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I'll never adjust, never, as long as I live.
Helen, it'll be all right. Darling, I know what you're feeling. I felt it. I'm uncoiling somehow. It's going to be better now. But this is a stage we both go through. I went through it first.
I could jump from here. This would be high enough. Must be 100 feet down, even from here. Would the sea be very cold now?
Helen, stop it. Let's get down out of here.
Would the rocks be hard enough to kill me from here?
Helen, stand up.
All right.
Here. Now, take my arm.
Yes, Emmett.
Now.
It's a lovely night. There's a cloud over the moon, and the sea is very black. But every once in a while, a star catches it, and it's lovely.
What did you say?
You look very silly in that coat.
You...
And rather stupid. When you relax your face, it looks idiotic a little. Not much, but a little. And even from here, I can see your beard, stubby and dirty.
Dear God, what's happening?
I can see, Emmett. I've been able to for some time now, for about 6 weeks.
Then you...
I switched the chair. I was in your room. I rushed back to my own and screamed because I hate you.
Helen.
You made me blind, and you made my face a twisted, horrible mask.
No.
The scars are blue, Emmett. They're pale blue and purple, and they're all over my face and neck.
Helen, no.
You did that. You and your slick, fast, expensive automobile and your puling, stupid, smart-aleck little mind. You were showing off at 70 miles an hour. I was hoping you'd jump off here yourself or cut your throat or turn on the gas in the kitchen, anything.
Helen, keep away
It'll
from me.
only take a moment.
Helen, don't touch me, Helen.
Go right on the edge now, isn't it? If you move so much as 6 inches, you'll fall over.
Helen, no.
So I'm just going to reach out.
Helen, don't. Let go, Helen, let go.
Damn it.
We must have been very near the edge. She fell all the way, right down to the rocks. I slipped, stumbled, but managed to keep my balance. I sat there all night, wondering what she looked like down there, all broken and... Barnes found me the next morning. I told him I pushed her, and why I pushed her. But they don't believe me. Dr. Summers feels I should be kept here, in this sanitarium, they call it. He doesn't believe me. But you believe me, don't you?
You have just heard Blind Vengeance, Attraction 30 on Radio City Playhouse, as written by George Billack and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Emmett was John Larkin. Helen was Elspeth Eric. Other players included Paul Nugent, Leora Thatcher, and Lee Nelson. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough.
This is Harry Junkin again. Our sincere thanks to John Larkin and Elspeth Eric for a truly memorable performance. Please join us next week for another exciting story on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Radio City Playhouse, which originally aired Monday, March 21st, 1949, 72 years ago today. Here's an episode of Family Theater, which originally aired Wednesday, March 21st, 1951, 70 years ago today.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents Miss Ethel Barrymore in a dramatic narration of The Passion and Death. Miss Barrymore will be introduced by tonight's host, Guy Madison.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. The Passion and Death is a love story, a true story. It recounts events in the lives of men and women who lived many years ago, but the events of their lives are as real today as if they happened only yesterday. These events give meaning to the sufferings in life, give meaning to sacrifice in our lives, because they are an inspiration to lift our sorrows and crosses out of the hopelessness and despair you hear so much about today. Yes, only love gives meaning to sacrifice. For centuries, this story has inspired men and women in all parts of the world to give themselves generously and unselfishly in service to their fellow men and in charity to all. We present Miss Ethel Barrymore in a dramatic narration of the greatest love story the world has known, the story of God's love for men.
Before the festival day of the Pasch, Jesus, knowing that his hour was come, that he should depart out of this world unto the Father, having loved his own who were in the world, he loved them unto the end. Then there were gathered together the chief priests and ancients of the people in the court of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas, and they said among themselves,
But this man doth many miracles.
Yes, they speak of one 4 days in the grave, whom he has raised to life.
For 3 years now, he's gone throughout the towns and villages of Palestine, healing and helping the sick, speaking his message of brotherhood.
Do you not see that we prevail nothing? Behold, the whole world is gone after him.
Then we must apprehend him.
No, not on the festival days, lest there be a tumult among the people. We must apprehend him and put him to death. For it is better that one man die for the people, so that a whole nation will not perish.
And the chief priests and Pharisees gave commandment that if any man knew where he was, he should tell them, that they might apprehend him. Then came one of the 12 apostles, who was called Judas Iscariot, to the chief priests and magistrates. And he went in and discoursed with them, saying,
What will you give me, and I will deliver him unto you? You? You will deliver him?
Are you not one of his disciples?
What will you give me?
Silver?
Yes.
Then we will give you 30 pieces of silver.
And having given his promise, Judas from henceforth sought opportunity to betray Jesus in the absence of the multitude. Now on the first day of unleavened bread of the feast, Jesus gathered his disciples to eat the Pasch. And while they were at supper, he took bread and blessed and broke and gave to his disciples and said, Take ye and eat, this is my body. And taking the chalice, he gave thanks and gave to them, saying, Drink ye all of this, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which shall be shed for many unto the remission of sins. And when supper was done, he riseth and layeth aside his garments, having taken a towel, girded himself. After that he putteth water into a basin, and began to wash the feet of his disciples, and to wipe them with the towel wherewith he was girded. Then after he had taken his garments, being set down, he spoke to them, Know you what I have done? You call me Lord and Master, and you say, Well, for so I am. If then I, being your Lord and Master, have washed your feet, I have given you an example that as I have done to you, so you do also. For the servant is not greater than the master, nor the disciple greater than he that sent him. If you know these things, you shall be blessed if you do them. Amen, amen, I say to you, one of you that eateth with me shall betray me. Now there was leaning on Jesus' bosom one of the disciples whom Jesus loved. Peter therefore beckoned to him and said,
Who is it of whom he speaketh?
Lord, who is it?
And Jesus answered, He it is to whom I shall reach bread dipped. And when he had dipped the bread, he gave it to Judas Iscariot. And after the morsel, Satan entered into him. And Jesus said to him, That which thou doest, do quickly. Now no man at the table knew to what purpose he said this unto him. For some thought because Judas had the purse, that Jesus meant he should buy these things needed for festival days, or that he should give something to the poor. He therefore, having received the morsel, went out immediately, and it was night. When Judas therefore was gone out, Jesus said, A new commandment I give unto you, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love than this no man hath, that a man lay down his life for his friends. He that hath my commandments and keepeth them, he it is that loveth me. And he that loveth me shall be loved of my Father. Amen, amen, I say to you, if you ask the Father anything in my name, he will give it to you. Ask, and ye shall receive. You have heard that I said to you, I go away, but I will come again unto you. Now I have told you before it come to pass, that when it shall come to pass, you may believe. Arise, let us go hence. They therefore went forth to the Mount of Olives, over the brook Cedron, to a place which is called Gethsemane. And when they had come into the garden, Jesus said to them, All you shall be scandalized in me this night, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep shall be dispersed. But after I shall be risen again, I will go before you into Galilee. Now sit you here while I go yonder and pray. And he taketh Peter and James and John with him, and he began to grow sad, and said to them, My soul is sorrowful, even unto death. Stay you here and watch. Pray lest ye enter into temptation. And when he was gone forward a little, he fell flat on the ground and prayed. And Peter and James and John spoke among themselves.
Peter?
Yes?
He speaks of our being scandalized and scattered.
Though everyone be scandalized in him, I will never be scandalized. I will never leave him.
You will not deny him, Peter?
No. Though I should die together with him, I will not deny him.
But he said this night, before the cock crows, thou shalt thrice deny him.
I am ready to go with him both into prison and to death.
Peter, look.
He is in an agony. We will go to him.
No, it is better not. He asked us to stay here and watch. Listen.
He is praying to his Father.
Father, all things are possible to thee. If thou wilt remove this chalice from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but thine be done. And being in an agony, he prayed the longer, and his sweat became as drops of blood trickling down upon the ground. And when he rose up from prayer and was come to the disciples, he found them sleeping. He said to them, Why sleep you? Could you not watch 1 hour with me? spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Behold, the hour is at hand when the Son of Man shall be betrayed into the hands of sinners. And while he was still speaking, came Judas, who knew the place, because Jesus had gone there often together with his disciples to pray. And with him came a multitude with swords and clubs, from the chief priests and the scribes and the ancients.
But how shall we know him? They are grouped together in the dark.
Which one is he, Judas? I shall go up to them. Whomsoever I shall kiss, that is he. Hold him fast and lead him away carefully.
Hail, Rabbi.
Judas, dost thou betray the Son of Man with a kiss? And then they came up and laid hands on Jesus and held him. And Peter, having a sword, stretching forth his hand, drew it, and striking the servant of the high priest, cut off his ear. Then Jesus said to him, Put up thy sword into its place, for all that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot ask my Father, and he will give me presently more than 12 legions of angels? For this is done that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. And now you come out as if it were against a thief, with swords and clubs. When I was daily with you in the temple, you did not stretch forth your hands against me. But this is your hour, and the power of darkness. Then the disciples, leaving him, fled. But Peter and another disciple watched from afar off. And the band and the tribune and the servants took Jesus and bound him, and they led him away. And they brought Jesus to the house of Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes and ancients were assembled together. When therefore they had gone in to where they sat in judgment, they questioned him.
What witnesses bring you against this man?
He has called himself the King of the Jews.
We know that in secret he is perverting the nation to set up a new kingdom.
That is true, because he has refused to pay tribute or to visit the temple.
He said that he will destroy the temple of God, and after 3 days rebuild it.
Answerest thou nothing to the things that are charged against thee?
You see, he cannot answer. He is guilty.
He called himself a prophet.
Blindfold him and let him prophesy who struck him.
Bah! If he were a prophet, he would know who it is.
Is this the promised one, the Redeemer, the Christ who is to deliver his people?
As high priest, I adjure thee by the living God, that thou tell us if thou be the Christ, the Son of God.
I am. And thou shalt see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of the power of God, and coming with the clouds of heaven.
We have what need are the witnesses, for we have heard the blasphemy from his own lips. What think you?
He is guilty of death.
Let him be crucified.
Away with him.
And they led Jesus outside through the court of the high priest, where Peter had entered, that he might see what would happen. And Peter sat with the servants at a fire, warming himself. The servants, seeing one of them in the light, began to say to the bystanders,
This man is one of them. Are you not also with Jesus of Nazareth?
Me? I neither know nor understand what thou sayest.
Surely thou art one of his disciples. Did I not see thee in the garden with him?
By all that is holy, I am not. I do not even know him.
Of a truth, thou art a follower of his. For even thy speech doth discover thee as a Galilean.
Have I not said I know not the man of whom you speak? Must I swear by oath?
And Jesus on turning, and Peter remembered the word of the Lord as he had said, Before the cock crow thou shalt deny me thrice. And going out, Peter wept bitterly. And when morning was come, the chief priests and ancients of the people who took counsel against Jesus, that they might put him to death. And having bound him, they led him away from Caiaphas to Pontius Pilate, the governor. Now Judas, who had betrayed him, seeing that he was condemned, repented and went back to the chief priests and ancients.
Judas, I would speak with you concerning Jesus.
It is finished. He is condemned to death.
But this man hath done no evil.
He has been judged.
I have
guilty.
Sinned in betraying innocent blood.
You have sinned, Judas? Then look you to it. What is that to us?
I will return the money.
It is not lawful for us to take it, because it is the price of blood.
I have betrayed him. Here!
He is become as a madman.
This money, it shall be used for the purchase of a burying place for strangers.
And with the money they bought the potter's field that is called the field of blood, even to this day. Then was fulfilled the word spoken by Jeremiah the prophet. And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him that was prized, and they gave them unto the potter's field. And when Jesus was brought before Pontius Pilate, the governor, the scribes and ancients went not into the hall. They might not be defiled on the festival days. Pilate therefore went out and spoke to them, saying,
What accusation bring you against this man?
If he were not a malefactor, we would not have delivered him to you. He is guilty of death.
Why? What evil has he done?
We have found him perverting our nation and forbidding to give tribute to Caesar.
Dost thou hear the accusations they bring against thee? Answereth thou nothing?
He stirreth up all the people, teaching throughout all Judea, beginning from Galilee even to this place. He says that he is Christ, the King of the Jews.
Art thou the King of the Jews? Art thou a king?
And Jesus answered, Thou sayest that I am a king. For this was I born, for this came I into the world, that I should give testimony of the truth. And having Jesus, Pilate spoke again to the Jews.
I find no cause of guilt in this man. I will chastise him, therefore, and let him go.
He has been judged guilty.
But you have a custom that I should release one unto you at the Pasch. Do you not wish, therefore, that I release unto you the King of the Jews?
We have no king but Caesar.
Crucify him.
Shall I release Jesus or Barabbas, who is a judged thief and murderer?
Release Barabbas. This man is blaspheming.
He calls himself the Son of God.
He's destroying the temple. Crucify him.
Why? What evil hath he done? I find no cause of death in him. I will chastise him, therefore, and let him go.
Then therefore Pilate took Jesus and delivered him to the soldiers. They led him away into the court of the palace and called together the whole band. And stripping him, they scourged him and clothed him with a scarlet cloak and plaited a crown of thorns. They put it on his head and a reed in his right hand. And bowing the knee before him, they mocked him, and spitting upon him, took the reed and struck his head. And when the hour was come, Jesus went forth, bearing the crown of thorns and the purple garment. Pilate therefore went forth again and spoke to the ancients.
I bring him forth unto you, that you may see I find no cause in him. Behold the man.
Let him be crucified.
Take him, you, and crucify him. I find no cause of death in him.
We have a law, and according to the law, he should die, because he made himself the Son of God.
Pilate, your wife wishes to speak with you.
Yes?
Have thou nothing to do with this just man? For I have suffered many things this day in a dream because of him.
Let him be crucified.
If thou release this man, thou art not Caesar's friend. For whosoever maketh himself a king, speaketh against Caesar.
Aye. Bring me a basin of water. I shall wash my hands of this deed before the people. I am innocent of the blood of this just man. Look you to it.
His blood be upon us and upon our children.
We'll take his blood. Then therefore Pilate delivered him to them to be crucified. And they took Jesus, and bearing his own cross, he went forth. And there followed after him a great multitude of people and of women who bewailed and lamented him. And Jesus, turning to them, said, Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. And there were also 2 malefactors led with him to be put to death. When therefore they came to the place which is called Golgotha, which is the place of Calvary, they gave him wine mingled with myrrh, but he took it not. And it was the 3rd hour, and with the robbers, one on his right hand and the other on his left, they crucified him. And Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Thou that destroyest the temple of God, and in 3 days buildest it up again, save thyself.
He saved others. Himself he cannot save.
Let him come down from the cross, that we may see and believe.
See the inscription above his cross.
Yes. So this is Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. See, the thieves on the crosses. They are talking to him.
If thou be the Christ, save thyself and us.
That is enough. Neither dost thou fear God, seeing thou art under the same condemnation, and we indeed justly. But this man has done no evil. Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom.
And Jesus said to him, Amen, I say to thee, this day thou shalt be with me in paradise. Now there stood by the cross of Jesus his mother and his mother's sister and Mary Magdalene. When Jesus therefore had seen his mother and the disciples standing whom he loved, he saith to his mother, Woman, behold thy son. After that he saith to the disciple, Son, behold thy mother. And from that hour the disciple took her to his own. And it was almost the 6th hour. The sun was clouded, and there was darkness all over the earth. And Jesus cried, My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Then with a loud voice he cried out, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. And saying this, bowing his head, he yielded up the ghost. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in 2 from top even to the bottom. And the earth quaked, and the rocks were rent, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints that had slept arose, and coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, came into the holy city and appeared to many. And now his friends from Galilee stood afar off beholding these things. And all the multitude of them that were there came together to that sight, and saw the things that were done, returned, striking their breasts. But the centurion and they that were with him, watching Jesus, and having seen the earthquake and the things that were done, were sore afraid, and said, Indeed, this man was the Son of God. And in the hearts of the disciples who had watched on the hill of Calvary, there echoed the words of Christ, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Little children, a new commandment I give unto you, that you love one another as I have loved you. Greater love than this no man hath, that a man lay down his life for his friends.
Thank you, Miss Barrymore, for an inspiring performance. The Passion and Death is a fitting family theater program because it is a story of sacrifice, a lesson of love. Yes, and in a family, sacrifice and love go together. Every mother knows what it is to give up things for her children. Every father makes sacrifices for his wife and family. Keeping a family together and happy demands continual sacrifices. Sometimes the things you must do and the things you must do without are almost too much to bear. That's why a home needs God's help. That's why a family needs family prayer. Only when you pray together as a family do you know the wonderful help that comes through family prayer. If you've never turned to God before, turn to Him now. And this will indeed be a joyful and happy Easter for you and your family. Your family will be united together with God's love, with His help. In this realization, a family that prays together stays together. This is Guy Madison saying good night and God bless you.
Our thanks to Miss Ethel Barrymore for her performance this evening, and to Max Terr for his music. The script was prepared by Mark Carney. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Others who appeared in tonight's play were Norman Field, Janet Scott, Victor Perrin, Edward Coleman, Charles Maxwell, Herbert Rawlinson, Bob Purcell, and Howard Culver. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be Gene Crane and Robert Walker in Little Boy Blue. Your host will be William Gargan. This series of the Family
You're listening to KPNL Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Brought to you by Mac and Mind Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the Internet and community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmind.com for more information. We now present Frontier Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Six Shooter, which originally aired Sunday, March 21st, 1954, 67 years ago today.
In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six Shooter. Just one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Later this evening, listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with one of your favorite stars. Here, Meet the Press, America's #1 newsmaking program. And be sure to keep tuned for the dramatic story of communism in America on Last Man Out. A wonderful lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People, the six-shooter. Call them. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. But first, I want to be sure that all of you know that beginning next week, we change our day and time of broadcast. Instead of Sundays, we'll be on the air Thursday evenings. In other words, our next Six-Shooter program will be broadcast Thursday, April 1st, and every Thursday thereafter. For time of broadcast, please consult the listing in your local newspaper. We hope you like our new Thursday evening time. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
Wes? Wes!
What are you hollering about, Jim Cassidy?
I'm looking for Wes, Miss Singer. You know where I can find him?
Lockwood, maybe.
No, ma'am. He ain't in town this morning. I just come from there.
Jail in Lockwood. That's where he might be.
Now, Miss Singer, Wes ain't in jail no more. That's all over now.
All over?
Sure. And nobody's apt to try arresting him again, either.
They'll arrest him again, Jim, someday. Don't make no mistake about that. They'll arrest him or they'll kill him.
We all gotta go sooner or later, Granny.
Oh, Wes,
But if I was as close to my time as you are to yours, I wouldn't be talking about killing and dying so much.
Your time's closer than you think, Wes. Maybe even closer than mine.
Doggone it, Wes. She told me you wasn't even to home.
Granny's getting cantankerous in her old age, that's all. But what do you want?
Nothing special. Nothing special. I just thought maybe you'd like to know Britt Ponset's in Lockwood.
Ponset?
Yeah. He's staying.
Why didn't you say so before?
Well, what's the difference? Hotels. You wasn't serious the other day. Why, Wes, you couldn't have been. He's the six-shooter.
You'll find out whether I was serious or not. I'll be in Lockwood at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Maybe Ponset will be gone now.
He won't leave. Not if he hears I'm coming in to pay him a visit.
You mean you want folks to know what you're aiming to do?
Sure, why not?
Well, Sheriff Hiddleman ain't going to like the idea. Well, he made that plain enough last week.
You think I'd let Ben Hiddleman get in my way? Well, I'll grant you it wouldn't mean much, killing an old geezer who should have been put out to pasture 10 years ago.
Wes,
But if he asks for it, I reckon I'll have to oblige him. Now, go on, spread the word. We ought to draw a good-sized crowd. The six-shooter and me.
Well, as soon as we'd finished fencing in the last couple of 1,000 acres on the Tip-Top Ranch, old man Jeffers sent me into Lockwood to get some signs printed up. He wanted everybody to know that he owned the biggest spread in this part of the state, and he figured posting these signs every quarter of a mile or so would do the trick. Of course, the wording had to be just right. He wrote it all down so I wouldn't forget it. Tip-Top Ranch, property of Rex Jeffers. Keep out. This means you. Trespassers will be shot at sight. If you ain't able to read this notice, keep out anyway. Rex Jeffers means what he says. Signed, Rex Jeffers. It's Thursday night when I got into town and the office of the Lockwood Clarion was closed. But first thing Friday morning, I headed over to give Pete Drum the order. Pete was the owner of the Clarion.
What in thunder is Rex thinking of, Britt? Folks all know where the Tip-Top starts in and where it leaves off. Besides, I thought he had a fence around it now.
He has, but I guess maybe Rex feels that ain't enough.
Oh, 2,000 posters, just so we can see his name in print. All right, I'll do him. But it'll cost him $15. That's my price.
$15?
Can't be done for a cent less. Paper's expensive, Britt.
Well, how soon do you figure you can get at it, Pete?
Oh, I don't know. I got me a few more of these auction handbills that are off. Then I suppose I can do your order. Yeah, it's a good thing you're coming to town today.
Oh?
Monday, I start getting ready for next week's paper. That ties me up and shift over into Thursday morning. And the way things have been happening around here lately...
Well, what do you mean, Pete?
Now, don't tell me that you ain't heard.
No, can't say I have.
Well, sir, Lockwood's got a brand new gunfighter.
Oh, gunfighter?
Just a kid, but he's faster than greased lightning. The first thing you know, Wes Singer will be just about as well known as Sam Bass or Bill Longley or any of the rest of them dead-eyes.
Wes Singer?
Uh-huh. 2 killings in less than a month. That's what he's got to his credit so far.
Mm-hmm.
Wyatt Barker. He was the first. Wyatt and Wes got into some kind of a mix-up over to Charlie Jensen's place. Well, sir, Wes beat him to the draw and pumped 4 shots into Wyatt's body before it even hit the floor.
You don't say.
And afterwards, he just stood around there and he waited for Sheriff Hittleman to take him in for questioning. Why, he acted like he didn't have a worry in the world. And as things worked out, he was right. There wasn't nothing the sheriff could charge him with, seeing as how Wyatt was already drawing his gun when Wes cut loose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess that's enough of them handbills. Now, there. Now, what happened to that paper you gave me, Brett?
Oh, there?
Well, you know the wording on it for your postage?
Oh, here it is. Right here.
Yeah, thank you. Now, let's see. I suppose Rex Jeffers wants his name in the biggest type I've got.
Yeah, I reckon he'd like to have it stand out good and plain.
Oh, yes, he would. Well, I guess this'll have to do. It was big enough for Lincoln's assassination. It ought to be big enough for Rex. Anyhow, like I was saying, folks just didn't know what to make of Wes Singer and the way he'd killed Wyatt Barker. They wasn't sure whether it was one of those times when a young fella just sort of flies off the handle and then settles down again afterwards. Or if Wes would take up gunslinging for a whole career. Yeah, about 10 days later, they found out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It was on a Wednesday when he come riding down Main Street again. And we was all kind of curious to see how he'd behave, so some of us sort of moseyed over to Charlie Johnson's place when he went inside. And we'd no more than got there before he was in a mix-up with Todd Apple.
That's so.
Britt, I tell you, if I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Wes outdrew Todd by almost a full second. Now, you got to give the devil his due. Wes Singer is a fast man with a 6-shooter. And I ought to know. I've seen the best. I've seen that gun of yours in action, Brett.
Well, that was some time ago.
Oh, you're still walking around on your hind legs? That's a pretty good sign you ain't completely out of practice.
Well, what about the sheriff? Didn't he arrest young Singer after the second shooting?
Oh, sure. He arrested. Take us to him. Speaks Clarion. Let's see. Oh, it's right there on the counter behind you there.
Hmm?
Look at the last...
Oh, is it Wes Singer acquitted? Jury finds Todd Apple killing was self-defense. Huh.
Well, I guess they had to rule it that way since both men was armed, but Sheriff Hittleman, he sure didn't like it. He told Wes the next time he come into town stirring up trouble, he wouldn't be alive for no trial afterwards.
Well, Ben Hittleman's a man of his word. Singer ought to know that.
Sheriff ain't as young as he used to be, Britt, and he slowed down some these last few years. He slowed down a lot. Well, you take last winter when he went after Jake Gordon. If Jake's gun hadn't jammed, Ben wouldn't be here now. And believe me, Jake couldn't hold a candle to young Singer. No, not a candle. Doggone it, what happened to that other cave? I was sure I had 2 of them.
Speaking of the sheriff, I think maybe I'll wander over and see how he's getting along. His office still around the corner here?
Yeah, same place as always.
I'll drop back and see you later, please.
Okay, Britt. But you take it easy.
Now, Lockwood never had been what you might call a real peaceful town. They'd had their share of gunfighters and shooting, no doubt about that. So I figured he'd find some way of handling this Wes Singer. As I turned the corner, I got a little glimpse of Ben through the side window of his office. He's putting on his hat, getting ready to go out somewhere. George Pete was right. Ben had age. Even more than I expected. He was carrying some extra weight around his middle, too. Maybe that's what made him look shorter than I remembered him. His mustache had turned to kind of a brownish gray. Well, I opened the door and stepped inside, and for a minute or so, Ben didn't say anything. He just sort of stared at me, frowning. And then he sighed and took off his Stetson.
Hello, Britt.
Hi, Ben.
I heard you was in town. I'm just going to start looking for you.
Oh, well, I guess I saved you the trouble, huh?
Yeah. How long you figure on staying in Lockwood, Britt?
Oh, the rest of the day, maybe part of tomorrow. Depends on how fast Pete Drum finishes up some printing he's doing for me. What's the matter? You anxious to get rid of me?
No. If you was to run off now, that'd turn him into a holy terror for certain. He'd say you left because you was scared of him. Holding him back after that.
Well, now, just what the Sam Hill are you talking about, Ben?
You ever hear of a fellow called Wes Singer? Lives out east of town?
Yeah. Pete was just telling me about him.
Well, it seems he's spoiling for a gunfight with you.
With me?
Yes.
Why, I never laid eyes on the man in my life.
Well, he knows you, at least for reputation.
Oh.
He got to shooting off his mouth the other day, telling some of his pals how he could out-trigger any man in the state. One of the boys who was listening brung up your name, said he'd bet you could teach Wes a few things about slapping leather.
I see.
Of course, Wes had to back up his bragging. He told him if he was ever to come around Lockwood, he'd show him who was the best shot. He'd show everybody.
Oh, well, I imagine that's just so much talk.
At the time, maybe. But you're in town now. And if Wes don't do something about it, well, he ain't going to look like... Besides, you're much. Kind of a tempting target, Britt.
Well, what are you talking about, man?
You're the six-shooter, aren't you? Any young gunfighter who put a bullet into you, well, that'd give him a real claim to fame.
Oh, well, it's crazy, Ben. He doesn't have any cause to pick a fight with me.
They're all crazy, Britt. Gunslingers like Wes. The idea of getting killed themselves, it don't even enter their heads. If it did, they wouldn't be gunslingers. Well, you better get over to the hotel. The word is Singer will get to town around 4 o'clock. I want you out of the way until I finish with him.
Until you finish with him?
I warned him the next time he come into Lockwood on the prod, he'd have to answer to me.
Oh. You going to shoot it out with him?
If I have to.
You sure you can handle him, Ben?
Of course I can. No, Britt. No, I ain't sure. He's young. He's awful fast.
Yeah, that's what Pete said.
But I gotta try. If it turns out that I ain't still man enough, well, I always knew that sooner or later one of them would come along who was younger and faster.
Now, listen, Ben, you know, he's gunning for me, not you.
That ain't the point, Britt. I'm the one who laid down the law. Told him what I'd do if he ever tried to pull off another shooting spree.
Sure, I know.
So it's my job to stop him. Oh, you might be a better match for Wes. I don't deny that. And if he should get past me, not that he will, you understand. Good. If he should, well, then...
Yeah?
But I just couldn't step back and let you take him on first. Why, the folks would never pay no heed to me afterward. They'd so big day I'd told Wes, but it was your gun he'd listened to. You see my point, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I see your point, Ben.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Be sure you're tuned to NBC Radio Thursday evening, March 25th, for the Academy Awards. At that time, you'll hear the entire Academy Award ceremonies direct from the Hollywood Pantages Theater, where the finest artists in the motion picture industry assembled. Donald O'Connor will be your host, and during the evening, some 25 Academy Award Oscars will be handed to their new owners. It's Hollywood's most thrilling night of the year, jam-packed with glamour from beginning to end. And you can hear every moment of it when you tune to NBC. Right now, of course, the names of the Oscar winners are a highly guarded secret that any number of Hollywood actors, actresses, writers, musicians, and directors would love to know. Remember, it's a secret date with NBC Radio this coming Thursday evening. And that means be tuned to the station to which you're now listening for the Motion Picture Academy Award ceremonies directly from the stage of the Hollywood Pantages Theater. Now, Act Two of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
You sure couldn't blame Ben for feeling the way he did. He was the sheriff, and if Wes Singer came into Lockwood bound and determined to have another gunfight, well, Ben would just have to take a stand, that's all. And I sure didn't like the idea. A young fella I'd never even met up with was gunning for me, and somebody else was going to try to hold him off. No, that just didn't... Not that I was anxious to get mixed up with him or anything, but I just... Well... Anyway, as long as Ben had made up his mind, there wasn't much I could do about it one way or the other, at least for the time being. So I moseyed over to the hotel. The clerk stopped me as I was passing the desk. He pointed to a woman sitting on the other end of the lobby. He said she'd been waiting for me to come in. Elderly lady, white hair, wrinkled yellow face with a blue straw bonnet tied under her chin. Ma'am,
Yes?
My name's Ponsett, ma'am. Britt Ponsett.
Oh. Would you mind sitting down here, Mr. Ponsett?
Sure.
It's about Wes.
Oh, yes.
Wes Singer, that is. I'm his grandma.
I see. Uh-huh.
You know what he aims to do this afternoon, Mr. Ponsett?
Well, I'd heard some talk about it, yes, ma'am.
It ain't just talk. He means it. He means to kill you.
No, don't get too upset about him, Miss Singer. There's probably won't be any trouble between me and Wes.
What do you mean?
Well, Sheriff Heddleman will be waiting for him, and if Wes starts anything, he'll more likely land in jail.
There ain't no jail could hold him anymore. And Ben Hittleman won't be able to arrest him again, neither. He'll shoot Ben without batting an eye.
I'm afraid I don't understand you, Miss Singer. I figured you were worried about Wes. I thought that's why you wanted to talk to me.
Worried about him? Well, I'm worried about all the men he's going to murder if somebody don't stop him. Men like Wyatt Barker and Todd Apple. Ben Hittleman, he'll be next.
Uh-huh. Well, just what is it you want from me, Mrs. Singer?
I want you to kill Wes. I want you to shoot him down like you'd shoot down a mad dog. You're the six-shooter. You're the only one who'd have a chance against him.
Now, Sheriff Hittleman's the law in this town, Mrs. Singer. It ain't up to me.
Law? What kind of law is it that turned Wes loose after his other killings? He ain't fit to live, Mr. Ponsett. Maybe it's my fault he turned out the way he did. Maybe if his ma and pa had been here to raise him. But they wasn't. I done my best.
Of course you did, Miss Singer. Of course.
He couldn't have been born mean. The meanness wasn't in his blood. I don't know how it got into him.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes it's pretty hard to explain a thing like that.
There's only one way he can end up. He'll be killed sooner or later. I'd even thought about doing it myself. Maybe it's my duty.
No, you shouldn't be talking like this, ma'am.
You've got to kill him, Mr. Ponsett, today, this afternoon, before anybody else's blood is on his hands.
Well, now, I understand how you feel, Miss Singer, but my trying to kill Wes wouldn't... I just don't see how that'd be the answer.
Then what is the answer? I racked my brain, asked God's help, done everything I could think of. Is what the answer?
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm afraid I just don't know. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Mrs. Singer left the hotel. I watched her get into her buggy and drive off. She sat there stiff, tall, her eyes straight ahead, not looking one way or the other. And I waited until she dwindled down to just a little speck, and then I walked outside. There was a kind of a stillness in the air, like on a hot summer day just before a thunderstorm. The town was practically deserted. Nobody was in the stores, nobody on the street. Nobody but Ben Hiddleman.
Told you to keep it out of sight.
Yeah, I know, Ben.
Now, you get back to the hotel before it's too late.
I'm not waiting in the hotel, Ben.
What?
No, I made up my mind. I've decided to take a little ride this afternoon.
A ride? What are you talking about?
Well, I thought maybe I'd head over that way, toward those hills over there.
And run right into West Singer?
Well, I suppose we might meet up if he's coming in that direction.
You know darn well he's coming from that direction. I told you he lives east of town.
Now that I think of it, I guess you did, yeah. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Now, you listen to me, Britt.
Now, I have listened to you, and I see your point, Ben. If there's a gunfight here in Lockwood, or if it looks like there's going to be one, well, it's up to you to do something about it.
Well, ain't that what I've been telling you?
Sure, yeah. But on the other hand, whatever happens outside of town, beyond the city limits, that is, well, I don't see that that's any of your business.
Officially, no, but...
Well?
Britt, I won't let you do it. I know what'll happen between you and Singer. If you do get the draw on him, you'll hold off. You won't kill him. But if he gets the draw on you...
So long, Ben.
Britt!
I didn't ride very far, just a couple of miles. Then I reined up near a clump of spruce. Whoa, boy. Whoa, Scar. Scar wandered around nibbling at some tufts of dried up grass. I settled down in the shade to wait. About 10 minutes later, I saw him coming toward me. Not hurrying, just plodding along, slow, easy like. Of course, I couldn't be sure that this was young Singer, but it seemed more than likely that it was him. And when he got close enough so I could see his face, well, there wasn't much doubt about it. He was young, all right. Appeared to be younger than his years, just a kid. Slid out of the saddle.
Howdy. You right out here from Lockwood, mister?
That's right.
I hear Britt Ponsett's in town. Is that a fact?
He was in town.
Was? I might have known he'd run out on me. You got any idea which way he headed?
Yeah. I'm Britt Ponsett.
What?
That's right. There's something I can do for you? For a second, his eyes stopped moving and just stood there as if he didn't quite know what to do. But it didn't take him long to make up his mind. His right hand whipped down toward his holster so fast that it was all I could do to get hold of the shotgun before he finished his draw. And even then, it looked like he might just go ahead and squeeze the trigger, but he managed to hold himself back. We weren't more than about 8 feet apart, just staring at each other. His revolver aimed right at my face, and the shotgun I'd borrowed from Pete Drum pointing straight at his belly.
What are you trying to pull, mister?
How's that?
That shotgun. What's the matter with your six-shooter?
Nothing. Nothing at all. All right, go ahead. You've been telling everybody around town you're going to kill me. All right, go ahead. You couldn't miss me. Go on, you couldn't miss me, not at this range.
Sure, but...
But I'd still be able to let go with a blast, too, you know. Is that what you're worried about, Wes? And I guess it'd tear a pretty big hole through you.
I ain't afraid. You think I'm a coward, don't you?
I'll tell you one thing I think. You know, you never faced up to the fact that you get killed in one of these gunfights of yours. As long as you might cut off the first shot, you figured the worst the other fella could do was just to nick you, if he was lucky. All right? Now, you can get off the first shot now. But if you do, I don't need to be able to aim this shotgun. I just couldn't help hitting you.
You're loco, Ponset. We'd both be dead.
Yeah. Well?
You can't expect a man to commit suicide.
All right, I'm waiting, Singer.
You know there's no way to... You know I don't dare...
That's right.
But what do you expect me to do?
I expect you to put your gun away and get out of here. And you'd better not come into Lockwood again looking for trouble, because this isn't the only shotgun in town. Well, after a minute or so, he turned and he climbed on his horse. And I don't know for sure what happened to him after that. I heard that he moved on farther west and finally got in a fight with somebody to a gun outdrew him. I guess it was bound to happen, of course. I just don't understand what gets into a fellow like him.
During this month before Easter, crippled children are making their annual appeal to you. They are appealing to you to continue to support the medical, therapeutic, educational, recreational, and vocational services which are indispensable to them. The services which are given by the Easter Seal Society in your community. Won't you answer the appeal of crippled children by giving generously to your Easter Seal Society? You may be assured that your gift will be used to provide services that would not otherwise be available to crippled children. Mail your gift today. You may send it to your local Easter Seal Society or to crippled children in care of your local postmaster. The Six Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt and is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture, The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Elvia Allman, Sam Edwards, Will Wright, Howard McNear, and Bert Holland. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam. And the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. By the way, you'll be interested in knowing that the Six Shooter has been chosen for broadcast to our men overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Services. This is John Wall speaking, and reminding you once more that next week, beginning April 1st, the Six Shooter will be heard on Thursday evening. Listen to Jan Murray and Sunday at Home on the NBC Radio Network.
This
All right, buckaroos, that's going to do it for this Sunday's Old Time Radio stream. Of course, I know you recognize Jimmy Stewart there, but the one name that I heard there in the credits that you may not have recognized was Howard McNear. Some of you may recognize Howard McNear as Floyd the Barber from the old Andy Griffith Show. He was in that stream that we just listened to with Jimmy Stewart. All right, folks, like I said, that's going to do it for this Sunday's Old Time Radio stream. We'll be over on Missing Persons and Mysteries in a half hour, 29 minutes and less now, for Fireside Chat with Gemma and myself. Hope you join us over there. See you soon, and then we'll be back tonight, midnight Pacific time, for Ghost Stories at Midnight. Have a good evening, good day, good morning, good day, good God, whatever it is. Have a good one. Have a happy Sabbath. All right, see y'all shortly.